talking
I
about?
mean-
That's being defensive?
No, it's
No,
pointing
that's
out
the
the
same thing,
difference
like-
between
Consulting.
knowledge and belief. So
No,
I'm
no,
pointing out
see, the
earlier
way he's
some
wording it,
definitions
he's
of the
talking down
word
to me,
belief.
right?
My God. Some definitions of the word belief is acceptance without evidence. We're talking about things that you can know, which requires no belief. Like was pointed out, the analogy of your parents.
Right, or
Okay.
your birthday, or your birthday.
Right. So you're throwing the word belief, like, because requirement, like you think you have a problem with the word belief. So you know the world, the Earth is flat, right? I'm sure not all flat Earthers agree on every single thing, right? Because there are flat Earthers that are out there that believe
I mean, you'll
Australia
get
doesn't
people
exist, right?
speculating. Yeah, you'll get
Right.
flat earthers
Yeah,
who
but you
know
get
that
people
the Earth is
speculating that,
measured
right?
flat, and you get them speculating about ice walls and other lands.
Right.
Right. So that's what I'm asking about.
Right,
So when I ask if
things
you
which
believe,
things which
you believe
determination of the Earth's. Hey, one sec, bro. Things that such as that are not related to us determining whether the Earth is flat or not.
right.
Right. I just want to make that clear.
Right, which we believe that we've proven. No, we don't believe stuff. We see it, we measure it, we tell you that, man, that didn't make sense. We come back and say, hey, we measured the Earth and it didn't equate. That's not a belief. We actually did that. So we aren't believing nothing. But the thing about it is do you believe that there's an ice wall? Do you believe that there's a firmament or a dome over us? Or do you believe that there's containment here? Of course, yes.
Outer
We do
lands.
believe that
If I'm going to ask a question and inquire about,
talking
if I'm going
like
to
a
ask you
lot
a
of other.
question and inquire about what you think or know, right?
It's not as a flat earther, bro. Listen, some of the things that flat earthers might speculate about are not exclusive to the Earth being a sphere or flat, right? So they're just ideas, right? So, because I could easily just as easily say all globers don't believe in the moon landing because some globers don't believe in it. So don't stereotype, please. It's not like you're not asking flat earthers what they believe about this and that. You're asking them how they know that the Earth is flat. That's what you should be asking flat earthers, because it's nothing else to do with anything.
Right, T-Dub, you nailed it there because
That doesn't make sense to me. So, it doesn't make sense for me to word it when I'm asking you a question about something that I don't know, to ask whether or not you know that it is this or this.
I'm just letting you know. Okay, go ahead and ask another question, and I'll tell you whether that is related to our reasoning for the Earth being flat or not. And then we can just move away from that if it's not.
Well, okay, I understand. I understand.
He described it perfectly. So a lot of globe earthers that think that we're living on a spinning ball shooting through outer space or a globe, they don't believe that we landed on the moon. That doesn't make them a flat earther. That just thinks that we didn't land on the moon, right? Because of all.
And I'm asking what you specifically, as a flat earther, believe, because some flat earthers would believe that, right? But you're saying it has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I have my
what we had for dinner as well.
Right, I have my beliefs. I mean, everybody has different beliefs. Like if I asked somebody in India what they believed, and is it different from what I believe, I'm sure I'll get a different answer. I mean, I have my beliefs. However, I have some knowledge too, some wisdom, some actual evidence that the Earth is not a spinning ball shooting through outer space. I have evidence that says that. So that's what I know. If you want to know what I know, I can tell you what I know. But if you want to know my beliefs, we can go into a different channel and I can tell you.
What would you say?
All my beliefs.
What would you say about the flat earthers that say that they know that Australia doesn't?
We don't give a shit about flat earthers.
There aren't anyone. There aren't any. There aren't any.
Yelling.
There aren't any, bro. I'm letting you know there aren't any.
He's trying to make a point by raising his voice, but yeah, there aren't any. That's true.
Okay, first of all, the guy that's raising his voice, why are you raising your voice? Why are you so defensive?
Because you don't understand English.
I do understand English.
Oh my god, bro! What if you got conscripted Jeez.
What if I got conscripted? I've come here to ask. I asked a simple question, and you're all yelling at me.
So just go
do you, no, what we want to know.
Why are you tone policing?
The thing that we want to know is
because I'm not going to engage with people that are going to yell when I ask a simple, respectful question. If I'm going to ask you a respectful question, treat me with mutual respect.
Australia 5 minutes ago. I told you about Australia
I'm not
already, and then you brought it up again.
I wasn't in the call then. I joined now. This is my first interaction with flat earthers ever, by the way. So thank you for your rude introduction.
No,
right, I don't know why you're defensive and yelling.
This is the first time you've ever encountered any true flat earthers?
Yes, yes, ever, actually. So me coming and asking stupid questions and being berated for it is rude because I showed you mutual respect. Do you know what mutual respect is?
It won't work in here.
We want to know. We want to know.
Gaslighting's not going to work here.
I'm not gaslighting anybody.
The only thing that we come across,
friends. So you've come across a lot of information on the internet about flat earthers, but this is your first time actually speaking to flat earthers, right?
Yes, 100%.
So you're coming in with a lot of misconceptions, and the guys are jumping up and down because they want to solve these misconceptions for you. But ultimately, mate, welcome to the channel. It's good to have you. Please do feel free to ask your questions. We'll try to ask them as best as we can.
Right.
However,
that's all I've come to do is ask questions to find out what you know, man. If you don't like the one,
what's your question, mate?
So for the most part,
the question, the first one, the Australia one, right? Like that was my first question.
Kay, please, for a moment, let the guy speak. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
So the Australia one, right? So as far as I know, this was some weird claim that started coming along in around 2015 and 16, kind of attached to the flat Earth, saying that Australia was some kind of psyop or something. I don't know, sounded bloody ridiculous. But yeah, no real flat earther says that Australia doesn't exist. There are flat earthers in this call at the moment that are actually from Australia, and they'll definitely tell you in the background of didgeridoos and fucking kangaroos fighting that Australia definitely does exist. So there's a lot of shit on the internet, dude. You might have come to the right place.
Yeah, okay, perfect. That's fine, I just wanted to understand what yous as this group of flat earthers believe. Oh, no, right? Okay. It's a simple question. I don't know why everyone had to call me a glober and like call me a troll.
You're a globe earther.
And yell. Well, I'd say I am, yeah, 100%. But like you're using it in
I was trying to help you out. I was trying to let you know, what we're about. That it's not what you've seen on TikTok or anywhere else. Like, it's not all about ice walls and outer lands and domes and stuff like that, right? Like,
we all started. We all started,
and Special K was trying to point that out to you as well. Like that, we're just here to talk about what we can actually go out into reality and verify for ourselves regarding what is claimed and presented to us from birth about our reality. That we live on a big spinning ball inside a solar system, inside a never-expanding void, right, of a vacuum of space, right? While we don't experience any of that. We don't. We just don't. You go outside, you don't experience that. It's quite contrary to your natural experience of everyday reality, right? So then we go out and we look at the surface of water, large bodies of water, and we realize that it's not curving at any particular rate, which means it's just flat, which means it can't be what they're trying to tell us. They, as in academia, media, right? Just all this idea that you're on a big spinning ball in outer space, it can't be true. And that's what we're all about. We're not about presenting an alternative cosmology where we explain how the sun and the moon work and why the stars doing what they do, or seasons necessarily, or any of the other things that the globe claims to have knowledge of, right? And is reliant upon the Earth being a big spinning ball in outer space. We're not here to replace it. We're just here to share the information that we have that tells us that empirically and objectively that it's not a spinning ball.
Okay, understandable. I respect that answer.
Right.
I'd say I have a lot of misconceptions, and like I'm coming into talking. I want to talk to people that believe these things, right? Oh, know these things. The word belief, like, I'm going to struggle with that. Sorry, but
that's all right.
Obviously, I have a lot of misconceptions, and I want to talk to the people that know these things, right? So, and like understand why it's like that, and like what you think and what you attribute as scientific evidence and so on, right? So, like, why? So, is the basis of like flat Earth being the fact that you can't see curvature and like how it's measured, right?
Kind of,
So,
yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're on the right track. But yeah, no, we've all been there before. And here's the deal. Like, you want to say that you want to understand it or whatever.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. You have a globe, and they tell you how big it is and how wide it should be, and we went out there and tested it, and it's not that. So then everything else, whether it's the size of the sun or how far away the sun is or the moon and the landing on the moon or anything else, any of the pictures they show you from NASA or anything else, we went out and measured your claim and said that it wasn't real. Your claim sucked. I mean,
it's not by a little bit.
Dude. Not by a little bit. The claim of the globe sucked. And so here we are. We have no claims about anything else. We have claims that your globe sucked.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions, man?
Do you what's your thoughts when it comes to well, he was talking about like photos from space and so on, right? That kind of show like the globe as like a round object. Like, do you think that is all like faked or something? Like, do you think it's like doctored or what? Like,
okay. So we can go into the individual pieces of evidence that show the Earth to be a sphere in some kind of image, and we can look how the image was constructed. It's never really a photograph. Someone's taken a click image. But ultimately, it comes down to this. We've got to verify that image to be true, right? They showed that the surface of the Earth is curved. That means that we should measure that curvature over distance, especially over a distance of water, right? Where, according to the story, gravity pulls everything in towards the center of mass, so the surface, the water, will be curved upon its surface. When we go to measure that, we don't measure that claim in the picture that, say, NASA give us. So to verify that image, we should have to measure the Earth to test the claim to see if it is curving or not. Being as we don't measure any curvature, that picture that we've got from whoever can't be true.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Right. I understand that. I understand the logic. Okay.
The logic's pretty simple, dude. If we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and water is observed, measured, and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum, then the surface of the Earth is horizontal. Horizontal is contradictory to curved. So the Earth can't be a curved surface like a sphere.
Okay.
Right. So if you can grasp that or accept that without any religious or anything else, you can say they've proved it to me that that's true, then everything else falls apart. Like the solar system, everything, because the globe has to be this certain size in order for everything to work that they've ever taught you about the globe. So if we've proven that your globe has flaws to a 999 percentile, you have no proof of a spinning ball Earth, then everything else falls apart as well. So talking about anything else, other than these measurements that can be made by you and me. You and me together, we could go out and do it. Measure this stuff and say, oh, where's the curve? And so I would straight up welcome anybody after they've done that to the flat earth. I mean, it's flat. It's measured flat and everything else. So every other question that you have after this one, after we've figured out that it's not spinning, that it's not curving, that anything else is irrelevant. You could say, well, what about space or the sun or the moon or the stars? No, we want to come back to this measurement. We've measured it and it's flat. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Are the sun flat as well? Is the moon flat as well?
Is the sun and the moon flat? Now, we can't tell you that because we can't go to the moon and measure it. We can stand on the Earth and we can measure between point A and point B. You know, you want to talk for me, that's fine.
Crying? Who's crying in here?
We did go to the moon.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Belief. That's
Belief's
a belief.
broken again.
All right, I got him. Never mind.
Thank you.
Wait,
Yes, mate.
This flat Earth, like what are your thoughts on the moon landing?
Quite a lot of us will suggest that the moon landings didn't take place in the way that we're told, right? Because the moon is supposed to be in orbit around the Earth, being a sphere. The Earth isn't a sphere, so already that story starts falling apart. We say that the moon landings kind of took place as to say, maybe add credence to the story of, look how far away we can go from the Earth, and when we turn around and look at it, it looks like a sphere. Back to that claim again of an image being a sphere, and we should be able to measure curvature, which we don't. So it looks like some kind of, on one hand, propaganda piece to add credence to the whole heliocentric solar system model, and two, some kind of technological flex by America, to scare the rest of the world, because look at the Americans that are going to the moon now.
Right, yeah, understandable.
Hey, man,
this might be a
you
weird
nailed
one.
it right there.
This might be a weird question. This I personally believe. Do you remember that Katy Perry thing where when they went to space? I think that's fake. I think that's fake as fuck.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that has. Do you think people going into space like that is like fake, or do you think it's like let's say like the space station?
Right. Okay. So I don't think Katy Perry and was it Blue Origin or whatever it is went high enough to mathematically see the curvature of the Earth. And you got to be at least or beyond the International Space Station, and it didn't go that high. We just seem to think. I say we. The public just seem to think that, because the Earth's a sphere, you go high up, you're going to start to see the curvature of the Earth at 100,000 feet just in the stratosphere. That's not mathematically true. It's just, I don't know, mate. I don't think this happened in the way that we're told, right? It's not a curved surface that we're going above.
Right.
Well, could the Earth be could it be round, but it be way too big to be able to measure it being?
No.
We're too small?
No, because that's a contradiction. He would measure over distance a rate of change of slope, no matter how big the slope is, right?
Right.
Now, it's fortunate, right, because we're told the radius value of the Earth, 3,959 miles, diameter twice that, and circumference 24,000 miles. This also gives us a rate of change of slope, right, of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. It also gives us a geometric horizon for an observer at altitude at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Just to keep that relative to you, that's when you go to the beach and you see the horizon and you're 6 foot. The distance to the horizon, if you're on a sphere, is just under 3 miles away. So the consequences of the claim of the radius give us an Earth we should definitely observe curvature on, and we should definitely measure a rate of change of slope. Because over 10 miles at 66 foot of descent from horizontal. That's crazy.
Okay.
And that's what you always come back to. That right there. Whether you think Katy Perry went into space or nothing, you should always come back to what Jedi just said. The Earth is not a spinning ball according to what they told us it was, based on the measurements that we've taken So go on with whatever else you want to think.
Okay. Well, I've never like questioned it to be honest. Like, it's not really.
Neither did we, dude.
Yeah.
That's like me 10, 11 years ago, back in 2015. I'm nearly 50 years old, dude, and I'd never questioned it up until it got shown to me on the internet or somebody was talking about it. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that you didn't even need to question, right? So yeah, welcome to that club.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So, what about people like sailing, like circumnavigating the globe? Oh,
what about it?
What how can you sail from one place, right, and like make it all the way around?
How do you end up where you started from?
Right.
Yeah.
Go in a circle. It's built into the word circumnavigation. If you're going to navigate east or west, you're going to do that around a pole. East and west are circles of direction around a center point. So for you to circumnavigate the Earth, you just went round in a circle around a pole. Call that pole north.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like walking to the mailbox. Walk down to the mail about less than a mile away. I walk down there and then come back around.
Someone's got some crazy feedback going on. So somebody got that microphone open.
I think it might be like, is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now, buddy. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I know. If I walked to my mailbox and then I took the long way home, whatever, I just walked in a circle back to my house. I went down to the mailbox, walked in a circle. Kind of a small scale example, but that's what they do. You start off and you go around and you come back to where you're from. It doesn't mean it's a globe.
Or you could take your dog for a walk around the block in so many ways. Yeah, something short like that.
Right?
Okay.
So yeah, it's not about going to the mailbox. It's about just walking in a circle. Walk in a circle. You can do it. I can do it in my living room. Start at the ceiling fan, walk around until you get back to the other side of the ceiling fan. Pretty easy.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
That's how
a lot of this stuff is pretty easy when you think about it. You just don't really think about it, like you said.
No, you don't.
When you do, it's quite simple.
Well, it's just like, why would they say it's a globe? Like, why would we have that conclusion? Be told to us if it's not, right?
Figure out who they are, and then we're going to have to go ask them, and then we're going to have the problem of asking a liar why they've lied, if indeed that's what they've done. The best we can offer you, mate, is some kind of reasonable speculation. The word that gets brought up an awful lot is control. Now, it might seem weird, right? But if you control someone's perception of reality, what reality is, how it got here, how you got here, your purpose within that, then you've got a lot of control over people's perceptions, right? So that is one of the reasons I would suggest that they'd lied to you. It's control of your perception of reality. It might even go as far deep as your perception of God, even. I don't know, dude. It gets well deep after a while.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I genuinely just want to understand, like, why you, like, how all this stuff works. All right. I don't want to like take up all the time in the chat too if other people want to ask stuff.
No, you're teaching others as well. They're listening. They're listening and they're hearing what the questions that you have are the same questions that they have. They're listening. If they want to pipe in, they can, but usually they come in and say, Earth's a ball, Earth's the globe, or flat earthers are stupid. But no, with your questions, you're doing a very good job. I think that it's a good conversation. I don't think that you're off track in any way. You're very respectable. And Jedi, by the way, you're a freaking champion. You should change your name to Jedi Champion.
Armor as it is, mate. You're fine. Any other questions,
Right.
Steve?
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, right? What about like the edge? Like how? Like what's the explanation?
Don't know.
Like have we never been? Don't know.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, mate. No, I definitely don't know. Right?
Yeah.
No flat earther that I've known has experienced what is commonly called the edge, the limit to our environment, whatever that is. This is one of the reasons why no flat earther can actually make a claim to a shape of the earth, because to figure out the limit, to figure out the shape, you're going to have to go to the edge, right, and then map that edge. Yeah, we can't do that. If someone has, they haven't turned around to us and told us, being as these people are possibly trying to tell us the Earth's a sphere, and this would be counteractive to that claim. So I don't know, dude, but I haven't experienced it, whatever that would be.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to talk in like a hypothetical, right? Like hypothetically, Earth is flat, right? And there is an edge, right? Do you think that there would be like? Do you think it would like it? Obviously, do you think it would have been found by like governments? And like that's would be like, for example, like why you can't freely go somewhere like that, or like
maybe not.
Maybe
I mean,
not.
potentially. There's a lot of areas on the world that you can't freely traverse anyway. Right, you need special permissions to go. Even things like passport, but harbour masters, the plan of route. Even if you're going to dangerous locations, you're going to need people to rescue you. Right, these places include north of the 60th parallel, north, and below the southern 60th parallel, the Arctic regions. Right, so again, areas to question, but it's kind of hard to freely traverse across the Earth. And for me to do it, I'm going to need an awful lot of finances and resources to do so. Even if I did have the plane, I'm going to need food and fuel to go on, which could be in potential of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. So like
it may be right. It may be right. It may be that certain individuals have been assigned to explore as far as they can, and reported back that if they were to attempt to go any further, they'd die. And like there could be ongoing investigation into exploring that, right? Rather than those extents, rather than to find an end, right? Like who knows, bro? I'm speculating here. Like just to be courteous with you for a moment, right? But in your hypothetical, right, I could envision like authorities that don't necessarily want the majority of the population to know their secrets, right? To know what they've discovered, conducting an ongoing investigation into, exploring just how far it does go, right? And that Antarctica, whatever that is, could be a hub, right? A base from which to continue to do that, right? Because even Globers will tell you and ask questions. Why is Antarctica so secretive? Like, and what is out there? And they describe its environment as being very deadly and harsh and inhospitable, right? But look. I don't know. Like if I was younger and I'd come across this and I was I would be so curious. I would be out there. I would be attempting to explore all I possibly could, but I'm not. So it's going to be left to other generations if they intend to try it.
It's kind of hard to go to your tourist agency and get a flight to somewhere that we haven't been before, please. That's really hard to do. Always go to some known airport or something.
Understandable. Okay.
All exploration now is really highly regulated. I mean, there's regions, like whether it be on the ocean or on land, that are just so like difficult. Like your access to it is none to very limited. And even some countries, in their areas that you go to, you have to be supervised. I mean, it's crazy, but that's true. So, who knows, bro? You said earlier, like about is it possible that there's other lands that are unknown, upon which are populations which are to us unknown, and I'll tell you right now, even with our known land, there's people that nobody knows exist, and isn't really held accountable for anything.
Yeah. I just think it's a cool that's a thought experiment that I thought was interesting. That's why I asked the question, right? Because like if there is, and like let's say the world is flat, and let's say it's super like real big, right? Like and there's more stuff on the outside. Like there could be civilizations similar to ours, right? They could be asking the same thing, right? You know what I mean? It's interesting to think about. What's the thoughts then on like global like climate change, right? Because isn't that whole thing doesn't that hinge entirely on the world being a globe? Or no?
Is it?
I'd say so, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
Like climate change, right? Like CO2 in the atmosphere getting trapped around the Earth, right? And like melting the polar ice caps and so on. Wouldn't global warming hinge on the fact that the world is a globe? Or no? Am I wrong?
No, not necessarily, because this is just a system that we're living in, right? So, like in terms of physics, a closed system, and we know it has to be a closed system because there's a certain amount of volume of gas that we can experience, right? And by laws of thermodynamics, is dictated that must be a closed area, right? Like a volume, a defined volume, right, within which such a system could exist, right? Dynamic as it may be, so the only way that you could even have like problems with a climate would be by having that closed system, which is perfectly fine and in line with what we're talking about.
Okay.
All you need for a climate change problem, right, is the energy and the system, energy into the system, or that energy being increased or decreased would cause climate problems, and does, as we experience seasons, right? That's climate change. Right there. It's funny how they take these terms that we should just be naturally accepting as being true because we experience them every day, right? And every year, and turning it into something that we should be fearful of. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Right. So could there be another explanation instead of the one that they told you? Always.
Well, understandable. Well, you brought up seasons, like
the sun.
I mean, I'm not like the sun. It would just be the sun.
Yeah, the sun does that. You notice in the summer it's higher in the sky and you see it for longer. In the winter it's lower in the sky and when it's summer for us in the north, it's winter for them in the south. That's for when it's high in the sky for us and we see it longer. It's lower in the sky for them and they see it. So really, it's the sun. We know the sun rises and sets on different locations on the horizon every day throughout the year. It's the sun that does that.
Okay.
It's observable.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, right? Because we didn't say that the Earth was a shape, just because you've come in with some misconceptions and stuff. We definitely don't say that the Earth is a disk. We don't say that the disk is rising upwards at 9.87 meters per second squared to cause the vector of downwards for gravity. We don't say that shit. We're also not the third disk from the sun, as in all of the planets, they are now disks because the Earth is a disk, everything's flat. No, we don't make that claim. It might be easier to understand that our claim is as simple as this. The Earth is flat and stationary under the sun, moon, and stars. That's pretty much what we observe. So the sun, moon, and stars, those are the things that are in motion. The Earth is flat and stationary underneath those things that are in motion. The size of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, we haven't got a clue.
Okay. Well, I was always under the assumption that flat Earth meant like the world, the Earth would be a disk then. Or... All right, okay, interesting.
Yeah, no, we're not saying it's a disk. We're saying that it's measured flat. That's it.
The internet says it's a disc.
Well, yeah,
TV says it's a disc. Memes say it's a disc. That's because they're all made by globalists.
If I think of any more questions, I'll come and ask them. Thank you for your time.
More than welcome, buddy. Join us anytime. Like I says, 24/7.
Thanks for coming. Very respectable. Loved it.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like, 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't.
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat. Just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play Goldberg or stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Sham, I don't know what your status is, Sham. SpaceX,
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it?
Dude,
why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat? What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to, they say, what did they call it? Like adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depths, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I remember.
And that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Build it, and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house.
That'd be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looks flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure. The Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? It's supposed to curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. The way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they did prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air. And a cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that? Or do you think they don't?
They don't know any. Because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not? Actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and these all the, the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No. I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah. It's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that the curvature exists because you see...
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes a prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, you take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though, he made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. We'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay,
that's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
Oh, the furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is, that land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things. They create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So like we talk to academics, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
True. I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just like ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
yeah. Matthew Lawrence, he teaches at mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah. And he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part-time at a local university. And I'm a Glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought like physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, like I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and like the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept, like, he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design. And you have the sun on, like...
Well, to be fair, so hold on, to be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay? But you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. Okay? And then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. And then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress. Like, yeah.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. Like you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think
still do.
Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There's no problem with that. Like it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. We choose Cartesian coordinates. Now the Google Earth uses the web. What's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't. Yeah, none of that crap. Like, but people, what we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, the geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane, that shows that they're taking a straight line. Right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world. Right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary. They're based upon the celestial sphere. But, you know what I mean. That like that shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There's objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
The map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true, because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map, and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right, and then like, now how you want to take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map, and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are, as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay? projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single a 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah, like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth. Mm-hmm. So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. Be different if I was walking, like, say there's like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray. Should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I can
did you hear that earlier, Jedi?
No.
Why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes. Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God!
So
okay.
So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the
moon. That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow!
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know.
I can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man. Hey, they lost all those tapes and the evidence. And it's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So, like, all the recordings, the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on, like, what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff with all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't.
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed, and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy, I know what you're talking about, the one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race, or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones; they were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon. And I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font, with the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like, I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like, a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that, because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me. But he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like, what do you benefit here from?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me, as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There is Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like, who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah. So your friend, assuming it was a friend,
no, he is.
Well, listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes. Right?
Still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe, just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay, right? So,
yeah,
they have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story, how man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes, right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth, right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism, that life has no meaning, and that you're a small speck of dust on an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important, that you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball, and you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
You can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, "Give me a credible source that the Earth is flat." I said, "You." He said, No. What do you mean me? I said, "Oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, yeah, you're your credible source." He was like, "No, I'm not a credible source." He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, "Hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about."
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose, is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
They're telling you reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, well, you guys think gravity's fake? They're literally saying the reality is fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden. It's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, I don't believe. I want to believe something else. Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then, and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. Nobody showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything.
It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed. Is to how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country, and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have say they're Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas and fucking prayer bowls and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course you're going to notice because you're from another country. You're not used to seeing that. So yeah. I'm from America. I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in that movie. I walk by
a van.
Glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place. It's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They can call themselves quantum too. They can call quantum plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe. It's a global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like,
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily find papers that are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like the most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like.
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude. Like fundamental physics.
No, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now, they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model and, bullshit that no one cares about, but they don't know, which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong, and I could go into why it's wrong. The standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct, and they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor. And it's based upon what's called Larimar precession. Larimar is a guy. So the guy detected that just like the precession, they say of the Earth, right, that the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble. And this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy. And if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do the experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, well, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. Things like neutrinos, like all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? You think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century.
No,
they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
you got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no-go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity, because it works at some point and other points it doesn't. And that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like, you know more about the topic. And I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and there's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used a flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try it with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser, because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but, you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. and I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting, but doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth, and the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this.
Okay, well, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost, you don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same
come
thing.
on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there.
When you find Santa's workshop. Jackpot.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the, like, a line on the other side. It just means that we're on a star.
Under some different stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix, look at the chat.
All of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's Workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's Little Helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order A through Z. Everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, he was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good lad.
It's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down, and it's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? You know, which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots. And when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so. Yeah, I don't know why people are all enamored by MIT people. Hold on, let me find the video. Dude's like, I got a 5-point frickin'. I graduated with a 4.0 average from MIT and I'm stupid. It's fucking funny, dude. Because the way MIT is structured is that if you're like failing the class or if you're not doing good, right, where you're going to get a C or a D, you can switch it to pass fail. You could switch your grade
in the middle, like while you're taking it. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And you can switch it to pass fail. And then if it's pass, that counts as like a 5.0 or 4.0 rather. Yeah, dude.
Oh,
is this why we're ending up with doctors that use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Probably.
Rusty P thinks we're trolling about the gas pressure gradient. Is that true, Rusty P? Is that what you think?
Depending on the picture that it was about, yes. There's no other way you can explain it without
you
trolling.
Think they have a hard boundary? Is that your problem? Is that there's a hard boundary in their little atmosphere?
Yeah, I was just responding to a picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm looking at the picture, the one that says how.
Yeah, how like gas pressure exists to a vacuum.
Yeah,
there's no.
It's not meant to be a freaking graphical simulation of a gas pressure gradient in space, dude. It's just meant to get people to ask the question: how does it happen? To investigate.
Even then, it's still. It feels like a troll question because. At this point, everyone should.
How is it a troll question?
Because I think everyone should understand that there is no vacuum next to gas pressure. The question itself is kind of a
There's no
question.
vacuum of outer space. Yes, I agree. There has to be a vacuum next to gas pressure. Has to exist.
like it's
in the globe
like
model.
a vacuum. Yeah. Like a vacuum is still kind of arbitrary. Like, you know, what we call
And
a
why do we
vacuum.
use? What is we using the word for?
Delusional. Obnoxious. Stupid.
Can you stop with your cognitive dissonance issues and try to validate the globe instead of ad hominem?
Like arguing with the pigeon.
Really? Do you argue with pigeons a lot? He's got the IQ of a pigeon, so he argues with them, and he's gone. My job is complete for the day.
It's kind of if you have a vacuum at home, is it like space
This is like
vacuum?
you're doing like a word context fallacy. We're not using it in that context.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, do you understand that if you go, like, if you increase in elevation, if you go up a mountain or something like that, that like the gas pressure reduces?
Yeah, we know that. Why is that?
And if you go higher and higher and higher and higher and stuff, like you just have like a
Does it
gradient.
okay, cool. Does it reduce to zero?
Not to like 0 point something.
It does well, when does it get to zero? Because if your argument is like there's a gas pressure gradient and it tapers off, like when does it get to zero?
It doesn't have to go to zero. It doesn't ever get to zero.
So it stops at some point, right?
No, it doesn't stop at some point.
No, the gradient stops. It stops being a gradient at some point.
No, it doesn't.
So it goes to zero.
No, it does not.
Doesn't converge to zero at some point.
Not really, no. I don't think.
But you know how gradients work, right? You start with some number, and then you have some other number, and it slowly tapers off to that lower number. What's the lower bound?
Then, I mean, it's just completely different when we talk about.
See, this is the problem with making that silly argument that if it goes down, why doesn't it just keep going down? Because eventually you have to get to 0 or some arbitrarily low number that you have no evidence for. And then I go, okay, where's the container there? Well, you can place that container boundary wherever you want, but because the gas pressure has to go down and stop at some point.
It doesn't have to stop. It can fizzle out.
Into what?
Into nothing. There's just
exactly nothing into absolute vacuum. Where's that?
Yeah, there doesn't have to be nothing at all, and there can still be some molecules that float around and shit. I just think,
but then there wouldn't be a vacuum. Even one molecule, if there was one molecule in a fucking light year of space, that's still a vacuum. That's still not a perfect vacuum.
Okay, but like who like you think that like a vacuum means only that there's completely nothing there? What scientist is actually like, or like who, like Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, is saying that there is absolutely nothing in space, like completely nothing?
Well, who cares what he says, because they make illogical, inconsistent, and contradictory arguments. Okay, they say there's a gas pressure gradient, and it tapers down to some low value.
Yes,
but
exactly.
Yeah, great, and that proves that space exists because
no, it doesn't prove that it exists. It only explains something that happens when you think about going, for example, up a mountain, for example, and you can use your mind to think about, okay, so
use your mind.
If I
don't want to use my mind, dude. I want to use empirical evidence. That's what I want to use. So I don't have to imagine shit.
Yeah, but if you stand on like sea level and then you climb up a mountain and the air gets thinner and thinner and
that's
thinner.
That's descriptive. That's great. When does it stop getting thinner?
It never really it never really stops. Like at some point it's so thin that it doesn't.
Is that speculation or do you know that?
Well, it's I guess you can say a speculation from my own experience, yes.
So the difference is you're speculating on when it should stop and when I think it should stop, right? You think it should never stop, even 100 trillion freaking light years away from Earth. There's still a continuing gradient.
No, because there are additional points of information that you have. Yeah. Like it's not just only this one thing that you have like that. Yes, it gets thinner and thinner, but it's like you're a fucking idiot.
The major problem that really exists is the fact that we can talk about it, but nobody can demonstrate it. I can't do this experiment, okay, and insert gas into a vacuum chamber, and the gravity of the Earth hold the gas away from the vacuum at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. Okay, that doesn't happen, but that's what they say is happening on Earth. And I could take my little vacuum chamber and stick it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, and it's not going to hold the gas from the top, away from the top of the chamber where the vacuum is, to the surface of the Earth. I'm not going to measure more gas molecules at the bottom because of gravity. There's no, it's easy to talk about, right? That, hey, we have some gas pressure gradient and it tapers off into whatever value you want to think, 10 to the negative 22 or for deep interstellar space. Great. That's fine. But experimentally, you can't demonstrate any of this shit. That's the problem. Because science, when you guys just keep you guys really need to get this, and this is why you guys constantly gets smashed by us, dude, to being honest, is because science is empirical. And you can come up with all these hypotheses. You did say something empirical. When you go up from the sea level to the top of the mountain, the gas pressure gets lower. So what? What is your evidence that it just goes down to some level that you can fly spacecraft in? Or that there's fucking planets in fucking whipping around in a vacuum? Right? You see what I'm saying? Is this gas pressure going down? Either it goes down forever or it stops at some point, right? So it has to, but your position is it never stops, it just goes down forever. Where does it stop?
Yeah, basically.
It goes down forever.
Kind of levels out at some point.
So we could just, so at some point, if we get far enough away, there'll be like 1 atom per cubic fucking light year. And then if we go fucking further away from that, there'd be 1 atom per 10 cubic light years. Right? Continually going down and down. Then 1 atom per 100 fucking cubic light years. That's all speculative. That's speculative nonsense. There's no evidence that it goes down forever.
There's evidence that it does go down.
Forever?
Doesn't have to be forever. Doesn't really matter to
It does matter because then you're quibbling about where it fucking stops or not.
No, it doesn't have to stop. Like, what are you saying? Like, there's like additional information that you have to take into consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking into consideration. We're trying to figure out: is there a barrier? Is there a barrier that stops the gas from fucking off into some lesser thing region?
No, there is no barrier.
Why not?
There does not have to be a barrier.
Okay, can you demonstrate that in an experiment? That's your hypothesis. Rusty P's hypothesis, we don't need a barrier. Okay.
No, there does not have to be a barrier.
What's the evidence for what's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis?
Okay, so you know wind, for example?
What's the evidence in the natural world for the hypothesis? What's the evidence the hypothesis is true?
1 gas pressure amount, higher pressure.
Yeah.
Another, a lower pressure being right next to it.
Yeah, what happens?
What happens? Yeah.
Yeah, the high goes to the low.
Yeah, wind happens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Thermodynamic systems try to reach equilibrium.
Yes.
Okay, really simple.
Well done.
Okay, so why isn't the gas pressure on Earth trying to reach equilibrium with outer space?
Gravity.
Okay, can you demonstrate that hypothesis in an experiment?
Yeah, it can all depend,
no, the hypothesis that gas pressure can be created by gravity.
Yeah, real life.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
Like, what do you think? It's like, do you think that people figured out gravity based on gas pressure? That was the first thing that they thought. Oh, we can't figure this shit out, but
they didn't figure out gravity. Okay, there's 2 values.
Hey, you guys in there?
Big G, right?
Are you asleep?
Little G, we know empirically from just fucking dropping shit. But there's no evidence that gas takes little parabolic fucking arcs and falls back to Earth. And in fact, if you look in any textbook on the kinetic theory of gases, there's no little G in there predicting fucking gas.
Sorry about that. I thought somebody would have got to
falling back to Earth.
How are you? Welcome to the room.
Well, I was actually trying to. Hey, how you doing? I was actually.
You just appealed to gravity.
Trying to see what DJ was talking about as far as the radius value
we got a gas molecule heading straight up.
Yo,
what's up, Rich Joe?
What's up, DJ?
What makes it come back?
Yeah, you said that someone told you that the radius value
is at a 45-degree angle. Does it take a parabolic arc?
Oh no! Like when they beg the question, right? Like Walter Bislin's calculator, for example. That's what I was using as an example. So it uses the refraction coefficient,
right?
Okay, and that begs the question of a radius value in the
if gravity's affecting it
in the calculator. Okay, so they say that when the when so it goes between 0 and 1 on Walter Bislin's refraction slider.
The gravity is going to
so
do
when it's set to
thermodynamics.
0, that means there's no refraction. Okay, and that the radius value would be 3,959 miles.
This can't be demonstrated in a
As you slide the slider up, it just increases the radius value of the globe.
You can say,
and
yeah, gravity
makes you be able to
is what
see
causes
further.
the gas pressure.
Okay, so that's why they say
But
standard
science
refraction is a K factor of
empirical. That is a
0.13
hypothesis.
to
Gravity creates
0.17.
gas
So you
pressure.
slide the refraction
Demonstrate
slider
your
up from 0
hypothesis is true
to
in some
0.17,
fucking
and that will
experiment.
make the globe or the radius 15% higher. Okay, and then they beg the question and they say
This
that's
is why you
standard
guys fail.
refraction.
It always comes down to
Then if you have an
science is
observation like the
empirical,
black swan,
based upon tests
you
of
have
the
to keep
natural world in the
sliding that
natural world.
refraction
When we
slider
don't do
up, and
this
all that
test,
does is keep
what do you
increasing
know what's
the
going to happen?
bullshit radius of the globe,
your
and
hypothesis will be
then all of a
falsified.
sudden you'll have 0 hidden height, right? Because you can see something at say 10 miles, it should be
Yeah,
like
behind
get it back in the chamber,
50 something foot of
measure gas
hidden
pressure
height.
at the bottom
Now
and
all
not
of
at
a
the
sudden
top.
you'll have 0 hidden height because you've upped that refraction coefficient.
You know
to
that's stupid. You know that would never
make
happen.
it work on a globe. It's kind of like reverse engineering by
have to
just
do that.
increasing and decreasing the
How are
radius
you going to
value of the
demonstrate
globe until it fits,
how
until
are
the
you gonna
observation
demonstrate gravity
fits.
creates
Yeah,
gas
real
pressure?
fallacious. I know.
Because I was gonna say, like, it's that the mainstream version of
gas pressure at the
of
ground.
that because I
level.
always heard that the mainstream
It doesn't
version
give you the
of
cause.
No, you don't have
a radius value change or a change in
cost.
circumference is only
No people other
13
than
miles.
fucking
It's not
Flat Earth.
How do
nothing
we
that
know
is
it's causing
widely
the gas
changed.
pressure
It's only
then?
a slight change due to
You can derive information based
due
on
to the bulge that's
evidence.
in the earth.
Oh yeah, that's
Our
that's
evidence
different.
is
Yeah, they say that
gas
the
pressure,
radius
15
is
pounds
slightly.
per square
If you
inch at
like
sea
do a
level,
circle around the
some other
globe around
value
the
at the
equator,
top of a mountain.
it's like
How
a
do we
little
know
bit
what caused the
like a
difference?
longer distance than if you do a circle from pole to pole.
Again, you can derive
and yeah, that's where they say that the
from
radius value
things you
is
observe
different.
or measure.
When it
it's-
comes
if
to
you-
the
like, what- yeah, okay.
Right, we have
refraction
information, we have a
coefficient, that's
bunch of
different, right?
data.
They're not saying
We're
the
taking
actual
the data and
physical
we're trying
radius
to
is changing.
interpret it and see what the data
Right?
says
They're
and what
saying
it
that
means.
due to
Okay,
refraction,
we know we've measured
globe
a,
would appear
a pressure
bigger
difference. We want to
than
know
it normally
why
would.
is
So
there
the
a
way
pressure
that they
difference?
calculate that is by
Okay, what causes there
increasing
to
the
be a
radius
pressure
value
difference?
of the globe.
What experiment can we
so
do?
they're not saying
to
that
see
it's
if
getting
things
bigger. They're just
falling
saying that it's
is the
appearing
same
bigger
cause-
because of
is
the
the
way
same
that the
cause
light
as the
is
gas
bending
pressure.
around the globe, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, okay,
It's
so
ridiculous, but still, even if you want to say that's
flat
appearing,
Earth side, maybe.
Oh no
and
no
say-
no
that
no
means
no
that you
no
have no actual proof
That's
that
not what-
no
because you're not
Rusty,
looking at something,
no,
you're looking at
stop
more
it.
so an illusion
No, I'm being nice, dude.
versus you
I'm
actual
screaming at you, bro. You said
my
gravity
bad.
creates
A
things
physical,
falling. That was your demonstration.
horizon
Your
that's
analogy. Hey, if I drop
supposed to
something
be
that
the
falls,
physical
that's
edge
what's
of,
creating gas pressure. The same
of
thing
the,
that
of
I
the
dropped a
earth.
freaking
So
bowling ball. The same
it's
thing that
more
made that happen.
well, we
creates
don't
the
know
gas
that
pressure.
that's there for
How do you
sure,
know
but
that?
based on our calculations,
That's my. That is the
it
claim
appears
that I
that
make,
maybe
when we see
it may be
things
further,
falling,
but it's
that we have
but
a great
it's an
pressure
illusion, so it's not
gradient in
actually
the
further.
atmosphere.
It's
That's
actually
the claim that I
closer.
make.
So
Okay, there's
really,
You don't
we
even know
don't
what
know for
causes the
sure that
first
the
one.
Earth
How are you
is
going to know that
actually
whatever
curving
causes that is the
at
same
that
thing that causes
horizon
the
or
second
not,
one?
because the horizon that you're actually looking at is an
that's my
illusion in
claim.
itself.
Exactly,
Right?
man, and
That's
that's
what I'm
the
claiming.
main argument is
Now,
all right. Okay,
if
so
we
you
have,
beg
like,
the
a
question
debate
with your
about whether
refraction.
the Earth is
Now, how
flat
do you know that
with the flat
curvature is
Earth
there
model
in the
and stuff like
first
that,
place? How do you know that
and
physical
I make a
geometric
claim.
horizon is there in the first place? What I
It
usually
doesn't
say to
matter if
them
that-
is that let's
I
do a
make a claim.
hypothetical. Let's imagine that there's no refraction.
That
And
gravity
we
is
can
what's
agree that the
causing that.
horizon is
Now,
X distance away, depending
if we
on
are
how high
putting
you
the
are.
two
And they have
models
to say yes, right? The
side by
horizon would
side,
be
like in a
1.225 miles
fucking
away.
Tekken,
Now, we're going to add
universe
the air
versus,
back in,
shit, right?
And then
Yeah.
make them agree
Now,
that, yeah, that
what
horizon
causes
is still
this
there. That physical
thing to
geometric
happen,
horizon is still
what
there
we
at
see in real
1.225
life,
miles. But now,
whether the Earth is flat or
it's
not,
everything, you can't see it anymore. Now it's undetectable, and
What's
now you're
causing
seeing the
things to
horizon
fall down
further
on the
away. So
flat
you're
Earth?
exactly right. That's
Or
what
Nobody
it's saying.
knows
That
why
everything
things
that's
fall,
beyond
Rusty.
that physical
You
geometric
understand? You
horizon
can
is
say
just
why
an
all
illusion.
you
It's
want.
just
Nobody
like
knows why.
Yeah, just an illusion.
Okay,
Crazy.
so
do you think you know why?
You can't make
and
any
they're saying it gets even crazier than that, because
why,
they're
but
saying
you
that,
don't.
like, let's just say we have a 20-mile observation and it just looks
Because I can
completely
ask
flat.
you one simple question.
They're saying that
what was the experiment that determined the causal
everything's being
mechanism
lifted
of a
up
falling
because of
object?
refraction along the entire
And you
way from
can't
point
tell
A to
me
point
one.
B. So
Nobody
at
can
10
tell me
miles, the water's being perfectly
can tell
lifted up
Oh, okay, tell
66
me.
feet.
The causal mechanism.
And then
of falling
at
on it.
11 miles, it's being
You
lifted up,
take
what,
an
like
object,
75
you
feet
let
or
go
80
of it,
feet or something.
drops down
And
to the
every
ground.
single
Okay.
place is just
That's
perfectly being
an
lifted up,
experiment that you can
just
make.
at the
That's the
right
effect.
height
We
that it
wanna
just
know
looks
why.
completely flat. Such a crazy claim,
You
man.
just gave us the observed
And in
natural
order for you
phenomenon.
to,
We want the cause
this is
of
my
it.
thing about that. In order for you to even make that claim, because it's a claim,
You gave us
it's
an
not actually
independent variable.
a
We want
proven
the
fact
independent variable, Rusty.
of anything.
Cause.
Yeah, it's not your. Yeah, so it's a claim that they're making. But in order for you to make that claim to say that, oh, well,
things that
actually,
have
that's an
mass
illusion
and
that you
objects
guys
that
are
have
looking
mass
at
attract
when you're looking at the horizon.
Is that enough?
That's
Probably
what you.
not.
That's actually an
Next thing
illusion.
would be
Actually,
it's
the
because you
physical
have a-
horizon is actually closer,
What?
and
That I
you
want
can't see
because you're
that.
sitting here saying
Well,
we
first
like
you have to
X
prove the
clauses
thing
Y.
that we
You
cannot
don't have
see.
evidence for X
You have to
clauses
prove
Y,
that that
okay?
actually exists.
You're just saying
or
I
else it
could
will be
say
a
the
begging the
same
question
thing you have,
fallacy
and
on its face.
same thing I could say. Well, it's magic freaking
The
fairies
illusion,
with
you're
rubber
using the
bands
illusion that it
cause
actually
things to
seems
fall.
like it's
I have
debunking
the
your
same
claim
evidence you do.
as an excuse for why you're not proving the
Okay,
actual
so
claim that you actually make.
The entire world is just
Who cares what the entire world thinks? I'm talking about evidence. I don't
You
care
can't
what the entire world thinks.
proof for globe.
Yeah,
You have to
Everybody
find
agreed there
something
was
else
magic
to,
fucking elf
you have
rubber
to find
bands.
something
Would you
else.
be in here fighting for
Or
that?
Exactly what they need. What they need is to
Yeah,
be
I mean,
able to exactly
the
what you
whole
just
world
said.
thinks
They
it's
need to
magic self with
provide
rubber
a real
bands.
world test that's
Gotta be
being done
true.
that
The whole world
validates
thinks it.
that geometric
whole world thinks a
horizon
lot of
exists in
stupid
the
things.
first place, and no one has ever done it throughout all of history.
I wouldn't want to fucking place bets on what the mob
You
thinks.
can't do it with the sun. You can't do it with
but it's like the level of
anything that is
evidence
indirect to the physical earth
require
that you're trying to prove in this first place.
No.
Because
It's a
everything
simple
starts
experiment.
from there.
It's not.
You get your gravity, your Coriolis,
Yeah.
your
Because it's a shit theory.
maps,
It's not even a
your
theory.
the way that you say that you measure the earth. Because
so in
you're not
science,
actually
the
even measuring the
scientific
earth. You're
has
actually
determined
taking
cause and
measurements
effect
that is
relationships
horizontal,
of natural
north, south,
phenomena.
east, and west,
Okay,
miles and
independent and
kilometers, which is
dependent
linear
variables.
measurements.
You very
And you're
manipulate
taking
the
those
independent variable
measurements
and see
and
the
basically
effect of the
saying,
dependent
claiming
variable.
that you're making
Your dependent
corrections
variable is
of
your observed
elevation,
natural phenomenon.
which you
Now,
are.
we've known
I
for
give you
fucking
making
200
corrections
years how to
of
do the
elevation
scientific method.
when you're using
to figure
elevation
out
angles to
when
basically
we see a
take these
natural
measurements.
phenomenon,
But those
and if we
measurements
can
is still
isolate
being
the
measured
independent variable
linear, which is
to figure-
horizontal
we can
because
even
you're
quantify it, come up with a
utilizing the
law of
horizontal
nature.
baseline.
Right.
Now,
You don't have
those
that
are the
for
only
gravity.
things that you
It's a
have
shit
far as
idea.
those. That's the only thing that
That's why
you
they're
have
still
far as the
fighting about it.
physical,
Is Einstein right? Is
physical
Newton
world
right? What
of
about
how you
quantum
taking
fucking
measurements.
other
Now,
quantum
navigation.
emergent
Now, the
gravity?
way that we
And
actually
this is why the
travel,
70th
we
freaking
travel
theories of
horizontally, going left to
Right,
right,
because
But again, like
back and forth,
fundamentally a
north,
shit
south, east,
idea.
and west.
what
Now,
experiment
you
would
have a
you
claim
consider
that we
to
actually
prove
not
it
traveling that
to
way.
your
That is some
specifications?
type of
What do you mean prove
curvature
what?
that we're actually
Gravity.
traveling when we are going
the
parallel to the Earth due to
The same
the
thing
radius
that follows
value
the scientific method.
first. That would be your
Isolate
first
the
foundation.
independent variable
And due to
manipulate it,
gravity
and
with a
that would
downward
manipulate the
bias, that would
effect.
be your second
So what would
claim
you
that you're making.
propose
But
to
all of it
prove
is
that?
based off of the radius value.
A
And all of it is
scientific
based off of the
method
Earth's
experiment,
circumference.
dude.
So first you would
Yeah,
have to
but
prove
how would you do it?
that have to be
Okay,
true
let's say-
somehow.
let's say,
That's not up
okay,
to us
I'll
to
tell you.
prove.
So-
Figure out how
Say
you're
your
going to prove it
independent
for us.
variable is
But
mass.
somehow you're
Mass
going to have to
causes
prove
gravity.
that
Whatever the
through
fuck mass
some
is.
sort of observation.
Another poorly
And
defined
then
fucking thing.
use what you have
So
proved
let's say it's
first
mass. Mass
in
causes
order to
things to
support
fall.
your other claims. But you can't
Okay,
just
so we can
basically
manipulate
skip
that's
over
their
that
independent
proof
variable.
and then go,
So we'll take
well,
two
no,
different
actually, you
masses.
guys wrong
Take
because,
a mass that's fucking 100
yes,
kilograms.
you do
We'll
take
take
these
one that's
measurements,
a
but we
million
use
kilograms.
but those
We drop
measurements
them both.
actually
We see
reference
which
the
one falls
ellipsoid.
faster.
Well, the ellipsoid is already admitted
Right? We
to be a
manipulate it. We
mathematical
want to
model
change
that you
the
guys
effect.
came up with in order
We
to
want to
basically
manipulate the
make sense of
independent
the
variable
distorted
and
maps.
watch the
And
effect
the
of the
maps will be
dependent variable.
distorted
That's how we
whether
figure
it's
out what the
flat
cause
or
is.
globe.
As long as
So
we've
it's just is basically making sense of your world view, what you think the world is, and how you're going to make sense of these maps using the measurements that is horizontal.
If you do this test, what you'll find is,
Yep, spot on, man.
Irregardless of the mass, they all fall at the same rate.
But I just find it funny because I literally ran into the same thing with a guy was saying, well, no, actually, your radius value actually changed.
Because it had no effect.
And that's helping you how?
Manipulation of the independent variable had no effect on the dependent variable.
Oh, it's crazy just begging the question, fallacious logic, and
the cause, but
something that they have no evidence of.
If manipulating it doesn't change it.
Right. I just let them go all through it. Like, okay, teach them, run through all of this. and so you're literally seeing the horizon. Oh, I'm not. Oh,
different
okay,
masses,
gotcha.
for example, like fall at a different rate or something.
Rusty,
like
let
that,
me
right?
use an analogy.
Yeah, they'll say, "Oh, really? It is the geometric horizon that you can see, but it's just, you know, it's
they're all
just
saying no.
displaced
And they say,
because
if
of
you change one
refraction."
thing,
It's
we'll
like,
all go on a date.
all right, well, prove it.
So you change your hairstyle.
That's it.
And they
That's
all
the
say
end
no.
of it.
Now
right?
you know
and then
that's
they have
not
to
the
try to
cause of
work
them
out
not going
how
on
they're
the
going to
date.
deal with that
You change your
situation because
shoes,
they don't
they
have
say
any.
no. Well, that's not the cause.
anything.
Then you change your cologne.
Oh, then
and
they
all go
try
on
to
dates
turn
with
it
you.
back on
Now
you. So
you
what are
know
you saying?
what
The
caused them not to
horizon
go
is
on a
just
date with you.
endless? Then,
You smell.
like I never said anything.
It wasn't your
Like
shoes. It
you're
wasn't your hair.
saying that
It was
it's
your
a physical
frickin'
edge.
cologne.
So I mean, and then
Okay?
you're saying
You
that the physical
understand?
edge that
So
I'm
if I
actually looking at
manipulate math
because of
and it doesn't
refraction
change the
is not
effect,
the
and I still
actual
get
physical
something falling at
edge.
9.8 meters
So
per
it's
second
actually
squared,
the physical
then
edge
that's
is
not the
actually
cause.
closer. You haven't proven that yet.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you
Like
prove it.
that's the point.
Yeah.
You can't use the
So math
illusion to
can't be the
prove the
cause.
physical.
So you asked
That
me
would be
to tell
going
you how to
backwards,
do it.
right? So that
We're
would
going to
be
drop two different masses.
like a
We'll drop two
standard
different
of
weights. So we use, okay, weight, mass.
affirming the
We'll drop
consequence.
fucking two different
Exactly.
densities. Oh shit, dude. Now we're getting somewhere. Different densities fall at different rates. Shit. But we got a confounding variable. We got the
It's
fucking
almost like
air
they
that
just
surrounds
can't
it.
understand that part. Like
fucking
it's
old
like we
dude.
talking
Fucking beat me
foreign
to
to
it.
them.
How'd you know where I was going, old dude? So this
Explain that very
experiment
part,
in
but
here is
it's
in a
like we
vacuum
can't do
chamber,
that to them.
and they use different elements. So it's just called Bremen Drop Tower. It's 5 stories. Okay, they have a vacuum chamber. They put this shit in a capsule and drop it in the vacuum.
But yeah, they
chamber.
definitely
Now,
would need that observation.
They have,
in order to
and
prove
this
that.
dude did an experiment and then got kicked out. He's German.
I mean, unless they go,
He put
somehow
all these
claim
different
that them
elements.
going to space is real.
They're all the
But
same
it's not like I could
mass
go to
as
space
in,
with
you
them.
know,
So
whatever. And whatever that means.
Yeah,
and he
it's
dropped
like
them. But they didn't all fall at the
refraction.
same rate in the vacuum chamber.
Refraction is like their worst nightmare, but they want to talk about
So
it
this, what this tells you
because
is
they
that
heard it in
mass,
some anti-flat
even though
Earth
it's the
video,
same,
but they don't realize
if you
that
do
it's
a
their
carefully
worst
controlled
nightmare.
experiment, there's some other variable
I told the guy,
that manipulates
because
the
the guy
rate
he
of fall,
ran through the
that manipulates
refraction,
G.
and I gave him that very same spiel.
So
And he was
what
like,
I'm saying is,
holy crap, I
gravity
can't.
is
I said,
fucking
yeah,
unknown.
Matone like arguments
It's
is not
just an
working out for
unknown.
you, is it?
Exactly. They're just parroting
You just said
anti-flat
it's
earthers
like
who are
That's
who
what
are just
we
being fallacious
understand as
on
gravity.
purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Like it's
the
like
understanding
not some
is
unknown shit.
it's more like
That's
it's an
what you can make
understanding
fun
that's
of.
more
Like,
like a
yeah,
kid
you
story.
probably
Like,
want to get
they tell
you
people,
probably want to get a refund
like
for
we
your membership,
understand this,
right?
but they really don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, like a red, like a
Holy shit, I literally thought I was going to come in here and
people
wreck you guys.
understand
But yeah, like,
when we
welcome
come
to the
In a
real world.
descriptive way,
Like,
we understand it. Like we know.
They don't
like,
realize
we
that
can
when they
make
watch like
formulas and
Professor
predict what
Dave and
happens.
stuff
like
like
we shoot a
that,
cannon.
that Professor
like,
Dave is actually
based upon
kind of
a
trolling
formulas
them
we
at the
can
same time because
know-
what they're
we know where
doing
the
is they're
cannonball's
picking
gonna
out
land.
some really, really bad
Right,
flat
using
Earth
little g,
arguments,
but like I
and
said
then they're
earlier,
using a
that's
whole
known
bunch of
empirically.
fallacies.
We don't
and
need
then
a theory
that's
of
what
gravity to
they're
make
tricking
those
people that don't know the flat Earth arguments. So the global
don't
will
even
watch
know why
Professor
any of
Dave.
that
They're not
happens.
coming here thinking that they're armed with all of this knowledge about how to debunk us, and they'll come in here and we're like, yeah, we don't even claim that. Right? We don't claim that AE map. That's not the flat Earth. He's lying to you. He's telling you that that's what we're claiming is the Earth, and then this fallacy.
Yeah, you
and they don't
put the
expect
numbers
that.
in, but
like, you know how long that been? Like, even when I was a
you can
Globe
shoot
with
like
the
a
80
trillion
map,
cannonballs, right?
be like, well, that's a
punching the
globe
numbers
projection.
of different variables.
That was like they favorite. I used to be like,
the
holy,
cannon,
because I used to
and the
literally,
cannonball, and
when
the
I was
distances, and where it lands,
when I was
and
a
all that
Glober,
shit, right?
I used to
You
be
feed
like,
it into the
oh
AI
yeah, these
and
flat
fucking
earthers, they won't answer this
like, once it's
question.
done
So
being
how do you
trained,
get
go,
to
okay, I shot a
Africa
cannon,
and you should be able to get there in around this seconds? And they're like, that's a globe projection.
It's got this much gunpowder. Cannonball fucking has this much mass. Where's it gonna land? And it would spit out fucking the right answer.
Immediately,
But it
but
wouldn't
yeah,
need
well,
to
how
use
those measurements? How
Newton's laws to figure any of that shit
how
out.
did they come up with latitude and longitude on that globe projection? Anyway,
Trebuchet can
and once you run down, like
stone.
yeah, so you debunking the globe there?
Fucking meters, bro.
No,
He's gonna bust that
idiots.
fucking wall.
So you admit that all the maps?
I want to see a human
It's globe projections, then, right?
A human being.
Yeah, but all the maps are distorted, and they would be distorted whether or not
right next to my.
It was whether not the Earth is flat or a globe.
Trebuchet.
And that globe, when they say the word globe, they don't even realize that the globe projection
again, you
is
don't have
like
to
the celestial sphere inverted into a globe.
No,
anything.
So it's coming
about,
from
like,
the sky,
gravity or
and then inverting
what,
the celestial
today.
sphere or the
Of
sky
course you can,
coordinate
like,
system
look at
into like a spherical
a
coordinate
stone
system,
flying
and then stretching that out on
certain
flat
distance
paper,
based on
and then
your
they think that's the
trebuchet or
globe
your
map.
catapult.
It's ridiculous.
But it's like,
And even
it's
if it
like
was, even
it's like
even if
things
you
that you
got
can
all your
derive from that
coordinations
information about
on the globe, well, all measurements of a
like
globe
how far
somehow,
things
right?
fly,
My
or
If you
only
put it on
point
a
is
flat
that you
map,
don't
it's
need
going
to
to
know
be
the causal
distorted
mechanism.
anyway.
Like saying,
But
hey,
even
yeah,
if
we
a flat
understand
Earth
gravity,
was to get all
but
their
that's two
measurements, what
different,
they
like,
do? Parallel to the Earth's surface,
it's a very
using the
poor
celestial bodies.
idea. That's
And
all
they
I'm
were
saying.
just
That's why
using that
Newton
without the
freaking didn't believe
ellipsoid,
it,
and they
because
put
the
it on a
poor
flat
the
map.
idea
It would still
itself
be
is poor.
distorted,
It's
admitted
conflated.
by them
Like I said, big
throughout
G and little
history.
G. There's the so-called
Exactly.
universal law of gravitation,
Throughout
where
history, all the
two
maps
masses
was
pull each other.
distorted
But
before
then
they
there's
even
little
knew
G.
anything about the
In the
globe.
real world, we do everything
Exactly,
with
yeah.
little G. We're
So,
not doing
Because it's all
we're
just
not
based
doing
off sky
fucking
observations,
GM1,
and
M2
you know, if I'm
divided by
standing
R
here,
fucking squared
that means that
calculations.
Polaris is this
We're
certain
just
angle away
calculating
from
little
me,
G.
and then they're turning that into
So,
like a
which is, like I
coordinate
said, is
system,
known empirically.
and then turning
So when
that
we
in, and
jump
then
from
we're
that,
you
and
know
start
turning
saying
that into a
causes,
flat map. It's going to be
this
distorted,
causes
and
why.
it's just
Hey,
based off the
air
sky.
pressure,
Originally,
that's
there
caused
is no
by
globe
gravity.
to
Okay.
begin with.
Well, what do you mean by gravity? You
now,
mean the fucking
but
big G or
here's
the
the
little
thing
G
about
gravity?
that.
Oh, the little G
Now,
gravity.
since
Okay.
it is
Where's the evidence
based off
that
the sky
fucking little G makes
coordinates,
shit like gases
right,
fall to the
and you
fucking
getting your
ground
ground
at
positions on
9.8
those
meters per second
coordinates,
squared?
right?
There's no evidence of
You
any of that
getting your
shit. Or
ground,
that gas
you
can do
getting your ground
thermodynamic work.
positions
Or that
parallel to
fucking,
the
or that
sky
gravity can do
using
thermodynamic work.
angles.
Or that gravity can change.
Now,
Think of how crazy
somehow,
it is to say
now
that
that
shit.
baseline is straight.
Gravity would have to be, or
Now,
little
they
G would have to
claim
be
is
able to
that
do
they
things like
use a tangent, which,
heat up
you know,
matter and
the
change
real
the
level line
phases
is
of
actually
matter
a
and turn things
curved
from solid
globe
to
line with
liquid and
that
liquid to
radius
fucking
value
gas
again we was
and
talking
like
about.
all sorts of shit.
Great. But until you prove that radius
Yeah,
value,
Had a gravity
that curved
dial, right?
line
You
is
started
not there. The
manipulating
only
your
thing
gravity
that's
dial.
left there is the
That fucking
tangent
things
line
would
where you're
like
getting the
matter would
measurements
change
from.
phase
So even if you say, oh well, you're
because
getting
it has to be able to do
these
because the
measurements in the
gas,
sky,
it's
and
a
the sky
thermodynamic
runs
state.
parallel to
You
eye level
understand?
because that's where it runs
It's a state of
first to
matter.
eye level.
So that
Then it
thermodynamic
corrects
state
during the
has a
elevation
certain
angles to
behavior.
the ground the
And
observer is
saying
standing
gravity can
on,
overcome
which is
its
surface
intrinsic
level.
fucking behavior
Then
of a gas, of what
it's
it
some
does,
tangent
saying, hey,
that they got to
gravity
make
just stops it from
calculations
doing what
for,
it normally
right?
does.
Which is the curved
There's no
line.
evidence of
Great.
that. And that's a
Well, eye
freaking tall
level, we
claim,
could
man.
prove that, you know, we could take these
Yeah,
measurements,
okay, like
these
you
angle
don't have to go
measurements at eye
to
level because it's our eyes.
this
Of
like
course, we can see.
specific
We
level
use the
of
Sexton
shit,
for
right?
that.
Like
Surface
I guess
level,
we
just
do
we
for
standing on the
this, yeah.
ground, we can see that.
Seen
We
the
can look at the
fucking got
horizon where
machines
we
fucking
actually,
floating
you
around
know,
fucking a
taking
million miles
these
away.
measurements from. As long as it's at sea level, we could
yeah, but
correct
it's
for
like
elevation there. We could prove that in the physical world. Now,
you don't have
curve,
like pretty much with all
you
science,
actually
you
have to
don't
prove the
go
mathematical
to
model
the
of the radius value.
absolute
This way it gets
base level
tricky.
of why things happen. Right? Like, well, that's actually like what physics does, but
Where is the proof of the
at some
curve?
point, it's
Yeah, but
like
It keeps coming
like
back
as a
to
normal
that.
person, you basically can't
Yep.
And
understand
that's something
what physics are.
that literally
yeah, I understand. But
turned
what
me
we,
into
what
a
we have
flat
here,
earther. It
Rusty, is
kept
on one
coming back
hand we
to
have the laws of
where's the curve?
thermodynamics, which have no known
Oh, you could prove
violations.
this because I
And
could
in fact,
explain
if you
eye
look at
level.
what's been
I could
written
explain
by
surface
scientists
level.
in the
And yeah,
literature,
dummy, you
Einstein
actually take the
said out
measurements
of
at
the
the,
three
at the
freaking
center of
legs
the
of a
earth.
stool of
A flat earther
physics,
literally told me, "Oh,
thermodynamics is
you
one of the
do?
legs. And if you took it out,
Really?
the whole thing would collapse.
Have you took the measurements
Fucking
from the center of the?"
Eddington, who was Einstein's buddy that
Well, you
supposedly confirmed
calculated,
his
dummy.
theory, his
Oh, really?
eclipse theory
Under the assumption that the
fucking
Earth is a
bending light.
globe using the
He said
ellipsoid reference?
anyone that theory
Yeah,
goes
because
against the
no
second law
dummy.
of
Yeah, because no idiot
thermodynamics
believed
is
that the Earth is flat.
condemned to
Oh,
the
really?
greatest
So people,
humiliation.
so
So
people,
like it's
thousands
like
of years ago thought the
things like
Earth is a
that on
globe,
one hand. So
and they
that's what they
still was
say on one
basically
hand.
making maps, even though though they were slightly
and then they
distorted,
say
but still was able to
gravity
navigate with
violates
them.
the laws of
So
thermodynamics because there is no thermodynamic theory that
it
actually
keeps coming
incorporates
back
gravity
to
into
you're
it.
making the
You can look
claim
all
that
through
the
the
Earth is
textbooks.
actually
You can
curving. The level line is
ChatGPT.
actually
You
curving.
can look wherever you want, but there's no
You need a
actual
tangent because you're taking
testable
measurements with
thermodynamic
angles,
theory that has ever survived
which
any
is sky
laboratory
coordinations.
experiment.
That's what latitude, longitude
So,
actually
like,
is.
we
It's from
have
the
a bunch of
sky.
hypotheticals.
But it's still supposed to
The
be
whole idea
referencing the
that
ground as
gravity can
well.
create
But it's mostly
gas
you taking the
pressure
measurements in
and
the
alter
sky.
the
Because it
thermodynamic
comes
behavior in
directly eye
gas
level to
is a
first eye level, the elevation
hypothesis.
angle supposed to be corrected to
That
surface level.
hypothesis
Then it's
has
supposed
no
to be
evidence.
calculated because it's a mathematical model. It's calculated,
on Earth,
but in a tangent.
Because it's obvious.
But you're still only getting your ground positions on that tangent line.
Pressure gradient, so blah blah blah.
So you still had a burden of proof to prove the globe. Now, if you run back,
you have to be able to demonstrate.
Now, if I provide the black swan, and then you say refraction, but you still haven't proven the globe there yet,
of like we can't
because refraction is only talking about the illusion of the horizon being further than where it should be.
Use the word gravity or whatever.
So you can't prove the globe there. You can't use gravity because you need the globe to be proven first to talk about gravity. Can't talk about Coriolis effect. You need the radius value to talk about the Coriolis effect.
Let's say
can't talk about the sun in Antarctica.
In fucking cave
because the claim about the sun in Antarctica is you standing antipodal like from the North Pole, standing upside down in the South Pole, looking at the sun in Antarctica. Well, you haven't proven no radius value or gravity yet, so you can't talk about that.
And
so it literally eliminates all claims.
It's getting harder and harder.
Oh yeah, man. That's how easy it is. That's why anyone could crush any glober if you can just hold them to that one prerequisite or that one requirement for them to have a globe, which is the curvature. The lack of curvature debunks every single globe claim that exists. It's that simple.
So crazy. Like, that's what's so crazy about it, bro. Like, I know we get into a lot of other stuff. And, you know what I'm saying? Because, it's just fun to study. But what's so crazy about it is that the simplicity of it, it's just a simple tactic of me being pretty much a troll on the internet back in the day. And somebody just explained, hey, you just do this. You have a positive claim to do this. You just do this. And I'm no longer a flat earther. And it's like, I'm going through everything that is indirect reasoning versus him attacking me with direct reasoning of flat earth proof. Like, no, that's not the flat earth. You're not actually talking about the globe right now. Everything that you're talking about in the physical world reference the flat earth prerequisite. You still have yet to talk about a globe prerequisite. You have to prove that first.
Yeah, man. I call it the on my unicorn fallacy, which I just made up. It's not really a fallacy, but it kind of probably has a different name. It's kind of like someone claiming they have a unicorn in their garage, and on their unicorn they can do all of these amazing things, right? And you go and check the garage, and there's no unicorn there. And that's kind of like what the globe is like. The globe is, or the curvature is kind of like the unicorn, right? So it's like, oh, well, on my unicorn, you need to be able to explain how I was able to do this on my unicorn and that on my unicorn, and my unicorn can do all these magical things. It's like, bro, you don't have a unicorn. I checked and there's no unicorn, and you can't provide any evidence that a unicorn exists.
Right. First you have to say, then tell me what it can do.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, well, prove how I was able to transit the galaxies on my unicorn then, right? It's like, well, I checked and there isn't one.
Like, yeah, that's how bro. Like, yeah, refraction. Yeah. I bet it can do that. Oh, yeah, the Earth is spinning and going flying in space. Oh, I bet it can do that. Yeah, in your imagination. But you haven't, where's the unicorn at?
Exactly, bro.
It's there because, but this is like in the physical world, right? Like, we should be able to, we interacting with it, right? Yeah, everybody interact with the unicorn. Everybody knows because this is going on, that is going on. Like, yeah, I got that. It's because of the unicorn, all this stuff is going on. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. Where's the unicorn? I checked the garage, man. It ain't there. Your bike there, but the unicorn's not there. You said the bike is going to be there because of the unicorn. Yeah, man, my 10 speed is there because the unicorn put it there. Yeah, where's the unicorn? You said that was be there. Shouldn't you show me the unicorn first? No.
That's literally how laughable it is.
And then they look at you like you the idiot. This moron don't get it. He's so stupid. Oh my God. My 10-speed is sitting right there, you idiot. Yeah, but the debate is whether or not the unicorn exists. Yeah, okay, where's the unicorn?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god, you guys are fucking stupid.
They don't want to talk about the unicorn, though. They only want to talk about the things that the unicorn can do in the sky. The adventures of the unicorn. They just avoid the topic of the actual unicorn's existence.
You can actually see the unicorn. The unicorn is invisible. Is an invisible unicorn? Yes. So I can't see it or smell it or touch it? No, you can't, bro. So the unicorn is not physical? It's physical, bro. It's interacting with the physical world. Okay. So, okay. You get it, DJ? You idiot? It's definitely in my garage.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
I mean, how else did my ladder get there? I don't know. Home Depot? Home Depot! Get this moron off my stage. Like, I'm making an idiot about this idiot tomorrow. This is just how silly it's getting now. I remember a few years ago, they swore you see the physical Earth curves. Now, refraction.
Yeah, they used to deny refraction and call it fluff perspective.
Use their go-to card. I remember on Reddit when we used to deny the ellipsoid and say we didn't need the ellipsoid as a reference point, and we could just use the measurements. Now, now we used to say, "Oh, we don't need the ellipsoid at all. We don't need the mathematical model at all. We could just prove this." Now, it's a whole lot different. Now you absolutely need it, and everything reference it. Like, okay, got you. Did you finally figure out that the planes and everything that you was talking about go horizontal all over the world? Or no? Yeah, it's becoming comical right now.
Yep, the on my unicorn fallacy. Definition. The on my unicorn fallacy occurs when someone builds an argument upon an unverified or imaginary premise, treating it as established fact. It is the logical error of reasoning from within a framework that has not itself be demonstrated to exist. The explanation. A person commits this fallacy when they say, in effect, when I'm on my unicorn, I can travel faster than you can on foot. The problem is not in the claim about speed, it's that the unicorn has never been proven to exist in the first place. Any conclusion drawn from that unproven assumption is therefore meaningless until the foundational claim, the unicorn's existence, is verified. And then the application. This fallacy highlights how reasoning can become circular or detached from reality when the core premise remains unproven. In debates about cosmology, for instance, it would apply to the arguments that presume the existence of a globe Earth, and then use that unverified assumption to explain observations before discussing what happens on the unicorn must first demonstrate that the unicorn itself exists.
That was a pretty good definition. You wrote that?
No, I just got AI to write it for me. Did a great job.
Ask AI, what is a similar fallacy to that? It's probably going to say begging the question, though.
Yeah, I will.
It's a similar fallacy to that.
Yeah, pretty much. It says a similar one would be begging the question, or argument from false premises.
That's a good one.
Or a hypothetical premise fallacy, or the complex question fallacy. There's another one called the unfalsifiable premise error fallacy. But the best match, it says, is assuming the foundation fallacy, also known as the unsupported premise fallacy. Well, I didn't know that. Cool.
Assuming the, I didn't hear that one. Assuming the premise fallacy. That's a good one.
There. Hello? Is there anybody?
Hello there.
Hello. Duck. His name Duck. Yeah, DJ, I think I like yours. Yours pretty much got all three of them in one.
Yeah, exactly.
That got to be a logical fallacy as well, though. Assuming the premise, I ain't hear that one like that. Yeah, powerful stuff, man. I wonder where you could. You probably need to take the globe stuff out of it. Did AI write that too?
Yeah, it did, but my AI is like hates the globe. It doesn't even say atmosphere. It says Atmo.
So you probably need to take the globe stuff out of it. Just make it like the plain one. They'll probably take that. You probably could copyright that.
Yeah, I wonder how you get that process rolling. I have to ask AI how to do that. But it's funny, man. It gives funny responses. If I ask it, I'll be like, why do other people's AIs tell them that the Earth's a globe? And why are you superior to their AIs? And it'll say, oh, well, their AIs just haven't heard both sides of the argument. They just parrot the mainstream information without, investigating anything. They don't base their conclusions on logic. Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
I debate my AI too. I got one of my AIs is full glober and I debate it.
Dude, I was debating with Google AI the other night. Dude, it kept lying, and I kept calling it out. It just kept giving me complete lies. I'm like, who actually has gone out and validated drop over distance, curvature? And it said there was a documentary called Behind the Curve where they did a laser test, point A to point B, and proved a globe, and they did it at Lake Pontchartrain. I'm like, that didn't even happen in Behind the Curve. I'm like, they didn't do a single laser test in Behind the Curve, and they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain either. It's like, oh, you're correct that they didn't do it at Lake Pontchartrain, but they did do a laser test. I'm like, they didn't do a laser test. I'm like, is a torch a laser? It's like, no. And I'm like, well, they didn't do a laser test. It's like, well, they did a light/laser test. I'm like, no, they didn't. I'm like, why are you writing light/laser? They did it. They used a torch. It's like, yeah, I'm like, so can you admit that you were wrong, that they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain or do a laser test? And it just kept trying to like dodge it and like scattergun me with different claims, and it was just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. Then it started getting into the Bedford level experiment, and it said that Robotham messed it up because he did it lower to the ground and there was extreme refraction. I said, how did you validate that there was extreme refraction? I said, nobody calculated for that. Why are you just guessing that there was extreme refraction? And it was saying, oh, because there's no other explanation for that to work on a globe other than that there was heavy refraction. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, so you just guess it. So because the observation didn't work on a globe, therefore there must be heavy refraction. And like trying to make it admit that it was using faulty logic. It did eventually, but it took some time.
That's the premise right there.
Yeah, it will admit. It will admit.
That's your unicorn fallacy right there.
Exactly. Because if you can ask it, say, look, who throughout all of history actually went out and empirically measured drop over distance through an observation or a laser test or anything similar to that, and it will come up with a big list of things like the Bedford level, the Rainy Lake thing, and then once you press it on them, it will admit that none of them actually did account for the weather conditions, right? So to make such a hyper-specific claim, they would have to account for all of the variables between point A and point B, and they didn't do that. And it will eventually admit that, no, you are correct. None of these observations are accurate, and there isn't a single observation that validates drop over distance.
I mean, they literally trying to get rid of drop over distance. They're trying to say that value is just an average or mean now, right?
Mental gymnastics. Because they also tell us that because of gravity, you're supposed to think of yourself, wherever you are on the globe, that you're standing on top of the globe. And any direction that you look away from you would be from your perspective as being on top of the globe. So over distance, the globe would drop away from you, and it would be called drop over distance. They can't argue with that.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it funny every time you have a conversation with these guys. Every time you have a conversation with these guys, they completely ignore the mainstream, explanation for it. They ignore it. And they come up with entirely their own explanation of something that they got off from another guy on the internet. Like the guy on the internet is somehow smarter than the people that made this stuff up.
Yeah. Look, an example of that is they don't believe the distance to the horizon. You tell them that, okay, we can calculate the distance to the horizon based on this formula, and it would be 3 miles from 6-foot observer height. They're like, oh, how do I know that that's true? The math's probably wrong. You flat earthers are probably getting the math wrong. So I go, okay, here's a Washington University link where they show you all of the distances and they show you the formula. And it triggers them that much that I've had people actually tell me that they've contacted Washington University. They've emailed them to tell them that they're making false claims. That's how triggered that they get. Like, they'll actually contact Washington University and say, you guys are wrong. Because the flat earther said it.
You know a flat earther is repeating his nonsense. Like, get it ripped.
Mental gymnastics, man. Anything a flat earther says has to be wrong. That's the mentality that they have.
That's insane, man. I mean, I guess another example of that, I don't know if you ever heard of Omnivore, but me and Omnivore, I allow Omnivore to pick out his own textbook about geodetic surveying. We went through the entire textbook, and as soon as the point works in my favor, he got mad at the textbook and said he would no longer be using it.
That's hilarious.
I said, well, you no longer can come in this room.
Yeah, man. They'll throw any mainstream source or person under the bus if it doesn't sort of suit their narrative or suit their argument at the time. Especially people like Omnivore, like sophists.
Yeah, his whole claim is that they don't use any baseline pretty much at all. And then once the textbook said, well, that's the only thing that they use, and they still reference the ellipsoid in the first place, and they still have the assumption, because he was claiming there is no assumption. They don't reference the ellipsoid. That only comes, I guess, pretty much after, which we both agreed upon. But they don't even utilize elevation angles whatsoever. At least not with his baseline. And he was saying pretty much the same thing that we agreed on, that they do reference the sky, but it's not parallel to its surface. It's only parallel to level. So that's what he was trying to say. It's parallel to level due to gravity. I said, well, look, first off, you have to throw off gravity, right? Even if it do say that, if you have to throw out gravity, you haven't proven that yet. And at level line, you haven't proven that yet. But the physical measurement that they're talking about is the tangent line that they actually do utilize. So we looked in his own textbook where it says that repeatedly in his textbook, and he's sitting up there saying, he said, well, I got to find another one. I would no longer use this textbook. I said, yeah, you would no longer come in this room until you use this textbook. This is a textbook that he brought in the room. I didn't know nothing about this book. This one he came in the room because he kept saying that, oh, you guys just keep talking about planar surveying and that. But geodetic surveying definitely measures the globe, and it definitely doesn't utilize anything that have anything to do with the flat Earth. I say, okay, let's go through it, buddy. I say, it says, I'm like, well, it says right here that all physical measurements that they taken is still horizontal. They still utilizing kilometers in the sense of it being linear, and miles is in the sense of being linear as well. And yes, it do actually reference that, still using right angle triangles and that nature. And it do claim that it corrects itself due to the ellipsoid reference. You said it didn't use the ellipsoid reference. Oh, I'm no longer. I'm like, okay. Find another textbook there. But it's like these guys make up their own like articles.
Yeah, they'll start using their sources from like anti-flat earthers. But instead of getting their sources from the mainstream, they'll be like, "Oh, Jesse Kozwolski or someone that's just a known anti-flat earther." Like, and they'll use that as their source.
Yeah, like because we got a genuine textbook from like I think he was like was it Michigan or something like that? I think it was like Michigan State University. This is he picked the text. It was one of his, I guess, a school he messed with. So we just got a random textbook about geodetic surveying. He couldn't come up with none of his articles because he didn't want to use none of our stuff. I said, well, let's just go off of what is the mainstream is saying about it. You know, because listen, you guys are subscribed to the mainstream belief. This is what the mainstream is saying about it. These guys is the professionals that's working in the field, and let's see what they're saying about it. And allow me to use them as a hostile witness, right? But if you're going against what they're saying, and you're saying they wrong, well, you're going to have to show me something to prove that you're right, because now you're going against what they saying.
Exactly, and that they have the same problem with all of their arguments when it comes to gas pressure, when it comes to refraction especially, right? They'll just go against what the actual like mainstream people say and just make up their own bullshit. And then treat that as if that's the mainstream, but it's not.
And they don't say like, well, you just don't understand. Like, no, I'm reading it. I mean, don't even talk about gas pressure. It just gets super ridiculous there. I mean, this girl literally told me to explain dry ice. I like, dry ice? Yeah, explain dry ice. You talking about it being transformed into a gas state? Yes, once it turns into a gas, what do it do? It goes to the floor. No, it's transforming. When it evaporates off the floor, what do it do? It go omnidirectional. Like, no, it don't. It says right here. And it'll always be like some weird article that came out of nowhere. I said, well, let's just look at what high school says about this. Maybe my high school science teacher was wrong here. I don't know. I don't know how would she be wrong. I mean, she get her studies. I mean, she get her, her lessons from pretty much the government. So I mean, I guess you saying they lying with me? Yeah, I'm saying they lying about a lot of stuff too. So you're a conspiracy theorist now, or what's going on? I just think these guys hate when we like flip their own little. I mean, we use their own people that they love. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, the whole Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Coriolis thing, and him basically saying, "Oh, you can't see the Earth from that high up." No, that Earth is flat. And they hate that. Now they all call Neil deGrasse Tyson an idiot. Any Glober you talk to is going to call Neil deGrasse Tyson an idiot.
Yep, they've been throwing him under the bus for years. It's hilarious.
To the point where Mattoon feels like every time like one of these professors decides they want to talk to a flat earther, Mattoon feels he has to be there and coach the professor in order to talk to a flat earther. Because Mattoon and what's the other guy, Sarntine, whatever his name is, said out their own mouth, an average professor can't even hold a candle in a debate with a flat earther. I said, well, wait a minute. I thought we were supposed to be the dumbest people on the planet.
Man, listen. Fuck y'all talking about?
Gunslinger.
Yeah. I'm back. And I want to continue where I got muted yesterday.
You got muted? Okay.
Yeah, I got muted. I got big muted yesterday because I posted some Starlink shit that I saw off my porch, yeah? And people got mad saying they don't know what it is in here. You know, they said, whoa, we gotta explain some lights in the sky now. I'm like, come on, man. You could take a telescope and see those things like orbit the Earth. Hell wrong with y'all.
You see little lights. You see little lights in the sky when you zoom in on them. Yeah, that's what you see. You don't zoom in and see something specific. You zoom in and you see the light. You see just a magnification of the light that you're seeing in the sky. Now, we're not saying that that's not something that happens. I've seen Starlink myself. Okay, but if you're claiming that they're orbiting around a globe and they're X distance away, then, that's, if you want to make that claim, then go ahead and validate that. Because I would say that we just can't validate it. We both observe the same thing. Okay, you've been told exactly what it is, how fast it's going, what height it's at, and we can't confirm that. That's all.
Yes.
You got a telescope, bro.
Nobody's saying you didn't see it in the sky, even with a telescope. Your claim is that it's orbiting around the Earth due to gravity.
Goddamn right, it's orbiting around the Earth.
Great.
You know why?
First prove gravity.
Chill, man, chill. Y'all always do this shit. We stick to this topic that I'm bringing up. Don't put gravity out here. Let me ask you this. You can hold on, man. Let me ask you this. So you see it with your telescope, right? And you don't see like nothing being burnt or like it don't use no fuel to like get a jet stream behind it. It doesn't use like I don't know what you want to use for propellant. So how do you think it stays in the air all the time? And you can track it all across the Earth.
We don't know what you're seeing in the sky, actually, but we do know that you know the gravity.
How does it get propelled then? How does it stay in the air?
We don't know.
There you go. You guys don't know. You know why? Because
so is gravity then?
Hold on, man. So you guys don't know what it is, yeah?
I'm asking you a question. You asked me one. Now it's my turn to ask you one. That's fair.
Great. Yeah.
So is gravity then?
Yeah, it is gravity then.
Great. Okay. Now my next question to you, since you made the positive claim, because you shouldn't be asking me questions because I'm not making claims. You are.
Sure thing, bro.
Gravity. Prove gravity.
Do you see like moon face you in any other direction or just a single one? Like just one side? Is there just one side of the moon we see or like two sides?
Is this proving gravity?
Yeah.
Great. First, you will have to define what is gravity. That would be like the first.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you asking me a sub question to my question?
Claims. You are.
Huh? What?
I'm not making a positive claim about gravity. You are.
What you talking about? You asked me how to prove gravity. I'm telling you, and you're just going off topic.
Let's first define it. What is it?
Why are you asking me questions now? Just answer my question, bro. We go question for question, yeah?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You don't know if we see just one side of the moon or not?
I don't know. I never looked at the moon like that. No. I'm asking you, what is gravity now?
So look, Gunslinger, you made a claim about gravity, okay?
Yeah.
And now he's asking you to define gravity. Okay, so in a debate,
There
if
you
you make
go.
a claim about something, defining terms is the first thing. So you need to agree on the definition of what you mean by gravity, and then you need to back up gravity, like you claimed, right? So now you need to define it.
Okay, so let's go simple. Gravity, for us on Earth feels like the thing that is pushing us down to the center of the Earth. But what it really is, it's bending of space-time. So you got these giant ass planets going around space-time, which is like a fabric. It's a fabric, and when you get a big ass planet, it bends that fucking fabric. So the force around the Earth pushes things down.
When you say fabric, you mean when you say fabric, you mean actually the fourth dimension of time itself, correct?
No, not the fourth dimension of time. Who said anything about fourth dimension?
So if you're saying it's bending and warping space time, what is space time?
Space time is the fabric of our universe. Yeah.
Fabric of what? Space time is nothing time, so that would be fourth dimensional then, right?
What?
What?
Your mic is kind of like it's like you're talking through water.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit better.
All right, I was saying when you say space time, right? Space would be like nothing. It's absence of feeling something, and time would be like pretty much. That's a concept too. That's basically measuring, present, past, and future. So when you talk about it's bending and warping that fabric, you're saying it's bending and warping concepts, right?
I guess.
Okay. Well, can you show us that?
What you mean? Can I show you that? You're asking me? Can I take you outside of Earth? Again, your mic is like talking underwater, but what you want me to?
You was going to show us how can you touch, bend, warp space time. Somehow the planets is doing it.
You're asking me to warp space time. That's what we're doing here. Great. And I'm asking you, how does lights you see with your own eyes work? How do they stay in there? That's the difference between us and you guys. You guys search for us to give you like proof of like of planetary scale proof, like things that happen because we are on this giant planet. Yeah, you guys agree we're a giant planet. Like there's a lot of mass on this planet, and you guys have no explanations for what happens with all that mass.
That. Don't put words in our mouth.
Yeah,
no, I am saying it like it is.
Hold on, Gunslinger. Right now, you're trying to have audio chaos. Is you doing this because I asked you to actually prove that you could actually bend and warp space time somehow?
You are asking me to show you how to warp space time, bro. If I knew how to warp space time, that would make me a time traveler or some shit. You crazy?
Happening. That's what I'm asking. Yes. How did they figure out?
Like time travel right now. That's what you're asking me, right?
Did they do that? Because now you're saying you're making another claim.
You asking me if you warp space time? Yeah, you can then travel through time and space, so you can teleport and time travel.
It's not my claim. That is yours. You're the one that said that somehow Einstein figured out how gravity is doing it with planets. So, yeah, where did he see that?
Where did he see that?
Yeah.
Where did he ask me where Einstein saw a warping of space-time?
Yeah, how did he manipulate that? It was true.
Huh?
Did Einstein use the scientific method to prove that this is true?
What is scientific method to you? Can you touch something or like measure it with in centimeters or something? That's your guy's scientific method. If you can touch something, you like measure it with a rule.
So do you know?
What?
Do you know if Einstein conducted an experiment using the scientific method to prove the cause of gravity is bending, warping the space-time? Or is you just saying that the very definition of gravity is bending and warping the space-time? Because it's either one of the two, and if you're saying that that is the definition, then you're going to have to show us what is space-time and how is it bending and warping and who bending and warped it in order for you to know that that can actually happen. Or 2, you would have to show us that Einstein conducted a scientific experiment where he proved the cause of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time or whatever planet that you're talking about. Which one you going to do? 1 or 2?
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell you how he came to laws of gravity. Came to the laws of gravity of like thought experiments and complex mathematics. Yeah.
Mathematics need reality to basically describe it. Mathematics only a description tool that describes things that you observe in reality.
Yeah, generally, but I'm not always. Like negative numbers don't exist in reality.
You're going to make a truth, and if you're going to make a claim of truth in reality using mathematics, it's going to need an observation that mathematics is describing.
You hear me, man?
First, which I already gave you the observation that you claimed. What observation first that you're going to be describing with mathematics?
You hear me, bro? Mathematics is not always based in reality. Like negative numbers don't exist in reality.
I know it's not, and that's usually nonsense.
What you mean? It's usually you're saying negative numbers are nonsense.
Yeah. Mathematics that's not based in reality is usually a fairy tale. Yes, I said it.
There you go. There you go. So this is what we're dealing with. So I won't get into like debates with you about scientific proof while you're telling me negative numbers are nonsense.
Gravity is. That's all. Come on, you got 1 or 2. This is easy. I mean, as you said, Einstein discovered it. I'm pretty sure Einstein got millions of papers, or at least thousands or hundreds of papers of the scientific method that he used to prove that space-time is somehow the cause of gravity. Or if you're saying that gravity is bending and warping the space-time with these planets, I'm pretty sure that Einstein got plenty of sightings and observations that you could show me of planets bending and warping space-time. Going back and forth in time travel, like you said. Can you show us that?
Man, listen. You're talking about some bullshit right now. And of course, you know what bending you're doing? You're doing bending of my point, yeah? I'm putting this thing we can both see with our own eyes. And you're just putting your... Let me finish, man. I'll let you finish always. Don't interrupt me. I will be quick.
Okay.
I'm showing you guys. I can send it again in side chat if you want, like, you know, usual Starlink satellite footage. And you guys are putting your head in the sand like we don't know what it is. There's lights traveling across the globe, but it's just for like entertainment purposes or whatnot to keep people like thinking we got satellites orbiting. And they send it in orbit because they want us to like what? We didn't see satellites before, but now we see them. What do they want now with those Starlinks? I don't understand. And again,
we don't know. You telling us what those satellites are doing, and you're saying it's due to gravity, right? And that's why they orbiting around the Earth, right? So I'm asking you. I think it's a very sensible question. Directly prove what gravity is. Prove it exists.
Man, listen. I ain't telling you how gravity works because then we're getting into scientific.
You do that. You do know that,
you
right?
already said negative numbers like don't. They're like baloney. Yeah, they're bullshit. Like so, why we get into deeper discussion with about science, which.
Because you making it's not a scientific claim, so it's an observation. You somehow seen planets bend in warp space time with gravity. Where is it? Where did this occur?
Listen, man.
It's happening
bottom line.
Let's be able to look at it right now, right? Because it's happening all the time. Gravity is what's keeping me on the ground right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Great. So I should be able to look at it now then. Bending warp in space time. Can you show it? Put it in the chat.
What you want me to show you? Like you go outside and there's like gravity. He wants to see like color of gravity.
Gravity, which is bending warp in space time. So what is gravity? I mean, do you have to define it again? Is it bending and warping of space time with planets, or is it the cause of gravity? Which one is it? It seems like you kind of mixed up here.
It seems like you kind of mixed up a lot of bullshit out here because
I'm repeating what you said, buddy. It's not me. It's not
all of these questions you're asking me. Cool story, bro.
I used to claim gravity all the time. I used to just yell at flat earthers all day. But yeah, and then I realized it is actually retarded. Yeah, I know. You kind of getting it now, huh? You feel like how I used to feel when flat earthers used to tell me.
Cool story, bro. So we got these satellites. Yeah, back to my point.
We got get away from the gravity thing.
We got Starlink flying around the Earth. You can check it, track it, look at it with your goddamn 2 eyes.
But he's not doing
and you're telling me you don't know what it's propelled by, and that's okay. You guys real out here.
My satellite. I didn't build it.
And we're not even talking about shape of the Earth. We're talking about something humans build.
Yeah, we're talking about gravity.
Guys build.
Something that needs
with a rocket. So let me ask you this.
Which requires the shape of the Earth for it to orbit around. Yes, it requires the center and the radius value of the Earth to orbit around in its first place. But I guess you didn't know about gravity, did you?
do you guys believe in planes? Do you guys believe planes fly using fuel and drag and lift, all that air resistance? You guys believe in that?
We talking about planes?
Yeah, you guys believe in planes.
So the buddies that's helping you out, they decided to tell you to switch the conversation to planes?
Who helping me out? What you talking about?
Notice that too. No more bending of space and time.
No more of that?
Planes now. No more Einstein. Okay.
Bro,
Einstein,
this guy
abandoned it.
What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? You want to talk about gravity? We've been through gravity 10 times already, but you guys always switch the topic when I bring my point. Because you know what? And I always say this, and nobody takes this like the right way. We all can observe things on this earth, and there's the consensus of scientific community about things, and there's your guys' observations and saying we don't know, and you cannot prove it. That's the two sides. Always, it's with the curvature, it's with the gravity, because these things at this scale have explanations, but you guys are not satisfied with those explanations, and you guys just say we don't know. And that's
explanations are not evidence or proof. They're explanations.
Great. But for some things we do not have.
It's like saying every 100,000 person is born with a sixth toe on their left foot.
But
listen, hold on, Rachel. Let me talk to the flat man. Flat man, listen. Listen, bro. Yeah, you're right. Let's say there's no proof for things, but there are explanations. And you guys are not. Hold on, Ray Joe. I'm talking, man. And flat man, listen. So yeah, there's no evidence, but there's no proof, but there's explanations for things on this earth. Yeah, like curvature. Let's say that's true, like curvature, gravity, and there's no proof for it, but there's explanations. And you guys are not satisfied with explanations, but we have other proofs. There's proof satellites fly, and you can get a signal from those satellites in places you cannot get with like regular cell towers and shit. And you also have a lot of other evidence.
Are there places where you can't get cellular service?
If it depends on what you're using.
Just answer the fucking question, yes or no.
Don't be like that.
I guess you couldn't get service in like a goddamn cave 10 miles below Earth surface.
Actually, it's worse than that, my friend. There was an episode of Survivor Man with Les Stroud. He had 4 or 5 satellite phones on him. He was being dropped in the middle of some wilderness somewhere. And every one of those satellite phones failed because he couldn't make way. Like he get lost.
That's anecdotal evidence.
All these, if 6,000, 10,000 satellites are flying around the globe, and all these signals are bouncing off them, then
you're using a TV show.
A satellite phone should work in the middle of the ocean or the middle of the wilderness. When somebody pulls it out and turns it on, it should connect.
Okay, chill, bro. You're using a TV show episode.
I'm not going to chill.
I'm not going to chill because you're going to come in here and say explanations are proof.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, explanations are good enough. We don't need proof. We got explanations for curvature. So
No, I said, Rachel, chill, Rachel. I said, if there's,
he's claiming, he's going to just be able to claim it. And
bro, your mic is shit. Your mic is shit, bro. Greg Joe, fix your mic, man. I cannot hear. You're like suppressed.
Be quiet for a second.
You are like suppressed.
Okay, be quiet for a second. My mic is shit. You're not even giving us explanations. You're just giving us the just so claim.
I can listen. I can give you explanation.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You're giving us the just so claim, and you're saying this guy believes it, and then you're saying you must believe it too. You're not even giving us an explanation at this point.
Okay, Reg Joe, listen, I've been here for 3 days. I've been giving explanations, and every time I give an explanation, you guys jump to give us proof, give us experiment, they show it. That's why I'm now showing you explanations right now, because we're peasant. Yeah?
When you provide an explanation, you must provide the backing of the explanation, which is a demonstration
There
of
you
proof.
go. There you go. There you go.
Okay, so where is it?
There you go. So I'm not going to give you that. You know why? Because we don't have time for it right now, because I give you the explanation, I give you the proof, and your guy saying it, but it was based from a globe model or some shit like that.
Proof. One proof.
I gave you proof 10 times, but then like, let's say, listen, I will bring you a scenario of this.
Stop talking because you're lying, bro. Okay.
Your proof is things in the sky.
Hold on, Clap Man. Hold on a second, bro. Okay, Gunslinger. Right, when I unmute you, bro, in a second, you're going to tell us which proof you provided for your claim of gravity.
Yeah, maybe I missed it.
Great. Did you unmute me? You hear me? I'm sending it to. I didn't. This was the other thing, 2 days ago, where somebody asked me for proof of the curve. How can you like?
Not the other things, bro. Right. So today you're talking to Reg Joe. Right, you made a claim about Starlink, and then the reason that they're up in the sky is because of gravity. Okay, so then he asked you to provide scientific proof of gravity or experimentation, right, to back your claims up, and that's what you need to provide. Okay, so far you've provided an explanation, and now he's asked you to validate that explanation. Simple as that.
Great, but I wasn't talking about that. But never mind. Simple proof is things falling back towards surface. There you go with your proof, yeah?
That's the proof?
Yeah.
But wait a minute.
Off the table is proof that the Earth is a ball. You're hilarious.
Wait a minute. You said gravity is the reason why things fall, and there's a reason why the satellites orbit. So I asked you to prove that gravity actually exists. So how did they prove that it was gravity causing the things to fall or causing the things being in orbit? Or is it gravity in itself? It just goes back to the same question. How would you be able to do that?
You can prove gravity's existence by orbits of planets and moons, like also large scale, like galaxies and shit, like galaxies orbit the center. That's also gravity.
Yeah, how?
What do you mean, how?
How would you prove that that was gravity causing that?
Because we observed it, yeah.
You observed gravity? Where is it?
I just told you.
No, you just told me what's causing. You told me what's gravity causing. So is it causing it, or is it gravity in itself? Which one?
What?
You said
it causes the effect, Reg Joe.
So which one is it? Does it cause gravity the cause of things being in orbit and you see galaxies and it's bending and warping space-time? Or is that gravity in itself? Which one? Pick one.
What are you
Joe,
talking
the
about?
explanation is the proof, Joe.
The effect is things orbiting, yeah, and the gravity is the cause.
So the gravity is the cause. Okay. What scientific study shows gravity being the cause?
Effect is, huh?
What scientific study shows that gravity is the cause? Which means you will have to be able to manipulate this gravity.
Observations of it. Observations.
So the cause of the effect.
Huh?
You're saying the effect that we see is planets orbiting, and then you're saying the cause is gravity. And then, okay, and then we ask you to prove the cause of the effect, and then you say the effect again.
What are you talking about?
You don't
You are
realize.
asking me what
You
was
don't
the cause and
realize.
effect of.
Hold on, bro. All right, calm down. You don't realize that that's circular reasoning. That's a big problem for a whole bunch of reasons.
No, this is this is unicorn fallacy. Demonstrate.
Yeah, it is a unicorn fallacy. It's the Globus like go-to.
You guys can talk. As soon as you point out the flaw in his reasoning, or hold his feet to the fire, he goes, "What? Huh?"
No. It's the unicorn fallacy. Demonstrate it. Oh yeah, it's the gravity. It's in my garage. It's causing all of this stuff. Okay, show me the gravity. No. The gravity is actually the things that's here. But where's the gravity? It's in my garage. Okay, we at the garage. But see, it's causing all this stuff.
Bro, it is the unicorn fallacy to a T.
Great. You guys done?
Yeah, we done. Just show us where the gravity is.
Yeah, you're cooked, bro. You cooked yourself. Congratulations. You're done. Well done. Well done. Like charcoal.
Oh God, we gotta record this. Unicorn fallacy.
Just like I said, you guys are not happy with the explanation. Beyond that, we have a lot of proof here, a lot of proofs that Earth cannot be flat, a lot of them. And it doesn't even have to be scientific, it's just observations which I want to watch. So you guys don't want to talk about that because
Yes, we do.
Always say
Yes, we do. Hold on, don't say we don't. We love talking about observations. Now okay, so the gravity discussion's done and dusted. Now we're going to go on to this curvature formula that you put in the side chat. Okay, so and we're going to compare that to the real world through observation, like you just said. That's a great idea. Okay, so you can go first. Do you have an observation that validates that this illustration that you've put in the side chat matches up with reality? Go ahead.
I ain't going ahead. We ain't talking about that. We're talking what I want to talk about. Yeah, because
this is what you wanted to talk about because you posted it in the side chat, bro. At 2 minutes after the hour, you posted it. You were trying to get away from the gravity talk, right? Before you got completely cooked. Okay, but that's over now. And you tried to talk about the curvature. You just said that we don't want to talk about the curvature. And then as soon as I engage you and start trying to talk about the curvature, you said that's not what you want to talk about. So you kind of contradict yourself a lot. And you are unmuted again. Go ahead.
Cool, bro. Let's not talk because if you're just gonna keep muting me, it's not a debate. Yeah. You feel some type of way? Good.
No, if you can talk in good faith and have a normal conversation, you won't need to be muted, right? So you posted the curvature formula in the side chat, and now you don't want to talk about it. You accused us of not wanting to talk about the curvature, which was a lie. That's why I muted you, bro. If you start lying, you're gonna get muted straight away.
Lying.
So I can. Yeah, you said we don't want to talk about the curvature. And then I muted you because you said it. This is all recorded.
When did I say it? You have a recording of this conversation?
Yes, there's two.
When did I say it?
Bro, go to the live stream. I can put you on mute so you can go do it if you want. So there's 2 live streams, okay? Go to the bots at the top of the channel, okay? The 2 YouTube bots, and then just go back a few minutes and listen to yourself say that we don't want to talk about the curvature.
Great. Let me figure that out.
Okay.
Let me figure that stupid shit out. How you go?
Nice way of avoiding about talking about the curvature.
Listen, let me tell you what I said. Yeah. When I posted that thing in side chat, yeah, I said this is the example of when I give proof, explanation to something to you guys say, but it's based off of a globe model. So how did you get circumference of the Earth? That's what I posted. I never said you guys don't want to talk about curvature. You're putting words in my mouth.
You're saying we don't want to talk about the picture. What is the picture explaining?
Stop putting words in my mouth. Yeah. First of all, I never said you guys don't want to talk about curvature, because I don't want to talk about curvature because we've been over it 10 times in the last 3 days. And I'm saying, let me speak, man. Let me speak. Reg Joe, you gotta stop interrupting me, man. Okay, man. Listen.
You provided some proof.
Shut up, man. Are you going? Do you know how to conversate?
In the chat.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Hey, DJ ain't gonna mute Reg Joe. DJ ain't gonna mute Reg Joe. That's what I know. It's his boy.
You're in our house, bro. You're in our house. You gotta work. Yeah, you're in our
your
house.
house, huh?
Remember that.
So your boy can interrupt me all he.
This is Reg Joe's house as well, right? So you all over the place with your arguments. Okay, so maybe you can pick what you want to talk about next. How about that? Go ahead. What's the topic that you want to talk about?
There you go. That's how I like you, DJ. Thank you, man. Let me present my point. Yeah. So what I came to talk about today is we've been over the satellites. You guys don't know how it's propelled.
Don't lie. Yeah. Okay. What? Okay. All right. Okay. There's no need to bring up the previous thing, right? So I asked you what you want to talk about. Go ahead. Don't give me a summary of the previous conversation.
And now, let's go to another easily observable proof. As you said, you guys like observable things. Yep.
Moving on.
So we can easily observe. Yeah. There's 24-hour sun on our planet. Really? Do you guys agree or not with this shit?
Got you.
Right, Joe, what you say, big fella? You agree with 24-hour sun or not?
We got you. 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
On the poles, bruh.
Right?
On the poles, bruh. Both poles.
Well, I don't know anything about any of both poles, but I do know you guys claim 24-hour sun. Got you.
And what's your explanation? On a flat plane, how can you get 24-hour sun on the poles, but not in the middle or anywhere else? How you get it on a flat plane?
I don't know. It's the sun is in the sky.
There you go. That's basically my point. When you guys are confronted with easily observable evidence, which own two eyes you can see, you guys just say we don't know and you move on. That's not that's being willfully ignorant. Yeah.
Yeah, we can debunk it. We can debunk it really quickly and easily.
Yeah, because you gotta make a claim otherwise. Like you can't put it on us and say, well, why is there a 24-hour sun? I mean, is you making a claim about the 24-hour sun? You haven't even explained that yet.
And we're also trying
let's go with the
excuse me, one sec, please, real quick. I want to clarify something for you. We're also trying to say
the other one
to
is the vegan channel.
Sorry, what we're also trying to say to you is what we observe in the sky does not provide drop over distance on the ground. Okay? Whether it's a 24-hour sun, whether it's a 24-hour sun or a planet that moves left or right or this or that, or that doesn't make the ground bend.
But what do you think it is? You think the 24-hour sun make the ground bend, Gunslinger? That's what because you did tell DJ earlier that you wasn't trying to talk about the curve, but yet you showed a diagram basically demonstrating the curve. And now you're talking about the 24-hour sun that actually requires you to have a curve.
There you go. You guys always bend.
Do you or don't you want to talk about the curve? Because you said you didn't want to talk about it earlier. So do you or don't you want to talk about the curve? Because we're willing to do that.
You done talking with yourself, Rick Joe? You done talking with yourself?
I'm asking you a question. Do you want to talk about the curve now or no?
Didn't I say 2 minutes ago I don't want to talk about the curve? Didn't I say that? You wasn't listening, huh?
So
I see what you're doing.
The 24 hours means nothing then, right? With the ground. It means
cool story, bro. I ain't listening to you either now. Listen now. So we got
the sun, according to Gunslinger, is not proving curvature because he don't want to talk about it. So it has nothing to do with. I mean, I don't have no problems with 24-hour sun is not proving any curvature. Thanks, Gunslinger.
This is what I'm telling you guys. When we present you with easily observable facts like 24-hour sun, which can only fit on a globe model, you guys just put your hands up and say, we don't know.
What globe?
And that's what I'm telling you guys.
No, you're not talking about the curve right now. Remember, you told DJ it had nothing to do with the curve. You're not talking about the curvature of the Earth. the radius value that you definitely need to be standing antipodal to look at a 24 sun upside down. But you're not talking about gravity. Remember, you threw away gravity earlier. And you're not talking.
I'm close to muting this guy. I'm close to muting this.
24-hour sun gunslinging. I don't gotta worry about it because you still.
So what I want to get to you fellas is a flat plane. You guys cannot show me any way you can get a 24-hour sun. That's what I'm telling you guys. But you guys get back. Hold on, let me mute Rick. I cannot listen to this dude.
I'm agreeing with you.
Hold on, let me mute this guy.
Okay, Gun, I'm agreeing with you.
Jesus Christ, this guy cannot shut up, man. All right.
Gun, I'm agreeing with you.
So what I wanted to tell you guys is,
I'm agreeing with you, Gun.
and I'm talking to you, DJ and Flip, man, and Alaskan dude.
Oh man,
when I give you the 24-hour sun thing, you guys cannot say one thing about how it works, but we got explanations how it works, yeah. And that's why I say
we have.
We don't answer. We don't make any claims about the sun.
You said what, DJ?
I said you only have explanations, right? But your explanation has a pre-requirement, which would be that the Earth must be curving over distance. Okay, your explanation doesn't work if you don't have the requirement for the explanation. It's called a prerequisite. Okay, that would be that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, if you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, then your whole claim falls short. Okay, we can debunk your claim through our observations, and you don't have any claims that validate that the Earth is actually a globe in the first place to be able to make the secondary claim
of a 24-hour sun.
And that's what we always come to. Bottom line is, me and you guys do not agree on curve and all the other things. Let's begin with the curve. We do not agree on a curve. So you guys say it's you observe light not bending over the distance it should be bending.
No, we didn't say that. Okay, this is where you go on mute for strawman fallacy. Okay, I don't want to do it, but I will. Okay, so don't put words in our mouth. Nobody said that. Nobody said what you just said we said. Okay, so that's incorrect.
Didn't you say you guys do experiments where light doesn't bend over?
No, nobody said anything about light not bending or deviating. Light can deviate through a medium.
What I wanted to say, you guys, when you do experiments, it doesn't show a curve, right? That's what I want to say.
There is no curve. Yeah. And when we do tests, they're not. When we do tests, right? Yeah, there's no curvature detected, and you don't have any evidence of curvature to begin with. It doesn't exist.
But remember, you threw that away earlier. You told us
so basically, we will always boil it down to this, because you guys say you don't see a curve, but we say you do see a curve, and we can explain it with refraction. Yeah.
No, you can't. You can't explain it with refraction. Refraction doesn't explain this, right? I bet you can't even define refraction correctly.
I bet you can't even.
You just know how to make that noise with your mouth.
Okay.
And you think that if you say that noise, right, then that debunks the observation, whereas you probably have no idea once I dig into it with you.
Okay, let's not dig into it right now, because we've been over it 10 times already. We've been over it 10 times. And bottom line is, you guys, when we give you the explanation, you say you cannot prove it. And let's say we cannot prove it even there. But we have other observable things on this planet which you guys don't have any explanations for or observations, but we have observations and explanations for it. But you guys are satisfied with saying we don't know. That's the difference.
The same observation. We all have this. We all have the same observation, right? But you have an explanation which you can't back up because you can't even provide validation of the prerequisites for the explanation to be a real thing in the right. And I have empirical evidence that the Earth is not a globe, right? I can present you with empirical evidence all day long, right? And you're not going to be able to present any empirical evidence. You're going to talk about things in the sky that you can't validate, and we're going to try to talk about the actual Earth, which is the thing in question. That's what's going to happen.
Great. And what I wanted to tell you, for things you guys don't even have explanations, we have explanations and observations.
Cool. You can't back the explanations up. So
and what you guys have and we don't is you guys deny a lot of things that are happening in reality. I mean, you guys say they don't, but we say they do. So that's also a giant issue with you guys. And you guys cannot do a lot of things we can, because on a flat plane, you guys cannot arrange continents to fit flight planes.
How did you validate the arrangement of the continents? How did you validate the arrangement of the continents?
Just calculate flight paths of airplanes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
is that how they determined where the continents
No, but you're asking me how to arrange them.
Well, that's not how they did it, right? That's not how they did it.
What do you mean? Somebody
planes aren't measuring devices.
Humans didn't arrange continents. Continents.
That's not how the globe. Okay, so before they had planes, did they not have a globe?
They did have a globe, but I'm not telling you.
So they didn't do it by that method that you just suggested. Then
you asked me how can you determine the position of continents, and I told you there's an easy method.
I didn't ask you that. You asked me.
What did you ask?
You said that there's certain things that you can do as a globe earther that we can't do as a flat earther. Which is
exactly
the location of continents.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said it's done by calculating plane flight travel. And then I asked you if they had a globe before that, and you said yes. So that invalidates your claim that was how they did it. So how did they come up with the globe? How did they measure
I didn't understand. You asked me how scientists arrange planets.
You said, right? Yeah, I had to explain to you what you said, which is kind of crazy.
DJ, chill. So I didn't get that you were asking me how scientists arrange planets on a globe. If you're asking me that, I will happily answer you. There was explorers way before they believed even Earth was a globe, before anything, that explored the world and mapped all of the continents.
Oh, so flat earthers.
Yeah, flat earthers. There you go. Flat
earthers made the maps you're talking about.
Yeah,
flat earthers mapped out the globe, did they?
Yeah. Yeah, and you know how it goes.
Which flat earther mapped out the globe? Which flat earther mapped out the globe? What was his name?
Some Turkish guy.
Okay, and did he become a globe earther after that, or did he stay a flat earther?
Nah, that was way after his time, I think.
Okay, so he mapped out the globe but stayed a flat earther, even though he mapped out the globe.
Flat earther. I don't even know what
which Turkish guy. Which Turkish guy are you talking about?
I think there was some a Turkish explorer that mapped out the world way before, like the Western society did it. I don't know who he was though.
Okay, what was his map? Which map did he make? What's it called?
I don't know what's it called, bro. I'm just telling you. But listen, the thing is, on flat plane, flight paths don't make sense. You understand that?
Oh my God! How do they not make sense?
If you go there's no way you can arrange continents on a flat plane that for it to have a flight from Australia to South Africa.
Wow, it's circled again, right back to the start. Right. So how did you determine where the continents are?
Oh my God, mate! You
circled just back around to the start again.
Come on, mate. We know where you think humans don't know where the
continents. You just said flat earthers worked out where the continents are. That was your argument.
Yeah, but they didn't say it's like how do you say it in English? It's not like what's it called? What's the word? Jesus Christ.
Hey, gamer tag, you are hot micing. That's why I muted you. I can unmute you and see if you're not hot micing now. Maybe we can talk to a different Glober. All right, this guy's kind of boring.
Hi, DJ. Hi. Bottom line is, on a flat plane, you cannot have.
Sorry, I didn't know I was hot micing.
That's all good, bro.
On a flat plane, you cannot have flight paths that are going on right now.
Why not?
Bottom line for me.
Which one?
Because Australia to South Africa.
Why would that not work on a flat plane?
Because you cannot arrange Earth and continents in such a way that a flight from Australia to South Africa would take X amount of time. And then
Really?
you would compare.
What map are you basing that off? What map are you basing that conclusion off?
Any way you can arrange continents on a flat Earth, because we agree you can circle the equator, right, from start to finish, like from one point.
Circle the equator. Who circled the equator? What was his name?
Are you hearing me? It's a theoretical.
You just said we can circle the equator. Okay, and I asked you who did that. So out of we, right, and me, you, and all of humanity and all of history.
I said you can circle the equator.
Oh, really?
I gave a point. Yeah,
no, I don't think I can do that. I can't do it.
Why not?
No one's ever done it. I can't do it. I don't have the resources to do that. So who did?
You don't have resources to travel.
Hypothetical. To do something that no other human has ever done, and do a perfect circle around the equator. If the equator is actually a perfect circle, you know the equator is actually in the sky.
You know that you are saying you're not able to travel from America to like Japan, then to
That's
Russia.
Not going around the equator. That's not going in a circle around the equator.
Why is it not?
It's not a circular path, and you're not following the equator. That's what.
So you're saying if you travel
from one location to another.
Yeah, let's say you're on the equator and start going east. You're saying you won't arrive to the same point you started from.
East and west are circles.
Huh?
Yeah, east and west are circles. Wow, newsflash. Wow, big shock. Cardinal direction, basics 101. Do you think they're straight lines?
Hear my question.
Do you think east is a straight line or a circle?
Are you going to answer my question or not? Do you believe if you start at the equator and go east, follow east, you will not arrive back at the same point you started from? Just heading east.
Yeah. Is east a straight line or is east
Why
a
are you
circle?
not answering my question, man?
I haven't done it, right? Because I don't know exactly, right? Okay. The magnetic field lines and whatnot are all crazy. So I'm just asking you a simple question, okay? So in a debate, defining terms is very important. So when you say east, are you aware what east is? And that east is a circle. And you could go in a circle east around a globe and come back to where you started. Or you could go on a flat plane around, you could go directly east and come back to where you started, because east is not a straight line. So I don't know if you think east is a straight line.
East is not. East is a direction. It's not a circle. It's not anything you yapping about, right?
Really?
Yeah, east is not a circle.
So if I have a compass and I go east, right?
Yeah, it's a direction.
Due east. Okay. Am I going to continue in a straight path? Let's say I have a steering wheel and I have a plane. Okay, and I'm going to go east in my plane. Do I hold the steering wheel still and go in a straight line? Or do I have to keep correcting the steering wheel and eventually go in a big circle to get back to where I started?
Why does that matter in my question? I presented to you 5 minutes ago.
Because I don't think you understand the basics of cardinal directions.
Great. Now, can you answer my question I'm asking you? You're saying you won't arrive at the same point you started from.
East and west are circles. If you go around in a circle, I did answer your question, really, didn't I? Because
what did you say?
Okay, so I said east and west are circles. Okay, obviously, if you follow a circle, you're going to come back to where you started. Obviously. I don't need to say that, right? Because I already said it. Okay, now I'm asking you, do you think that east is a circle or a straight line?
No, it's a direction.
Which would take you in a circle back to where you started?
Yeah, but it's not a circle, it's a direction. East, when you say east, you don't say east is a circle, it's a direction. It would take you in a circle, but it's not a circle.
Let's just say hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically it is.
Think about this. Yeah, hypothetically. So it is a circle. It's not a straight line.
Yeah, hypothetically, yeah.
So you don't go east in a straight line, right?
Okay.
Okay, why would that not work on a flat surface?
Because you cannot circle flat surfaces. you cannot circle
around a flat
surface. Yeah.
Really?
All around the Earth, circling.
You can't go in a circle on a flat surface.
And then,
have you ever drawn a circle on a piece of paper? Have you ever drawn a circle on a piece of paper?
Listen, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why arranging continents on flat planes doesn't make sense, because you cannot circle on a flat plane while continents are arranged how they are. You understand that?
Nobody's ever gone in a circle in a perfect
there
circle.
You go. You think nobody has gone in a circle. There you go. You
no,
think
no, no.
Nobody...
I said nobody, right? Nobody has ever gone east or west in a perfect circle and come back to where they started again. But on a flat plane or on a globe, if you go east or west, you should come back to where you started again. Right? If you simplify it.
Yeah. But you cannot arrange by using that reference point also. You cannot arrange planets on a flat Earth.
Dude, if I just say I was at a certain point on a football field and there was a big magnet in the middle. Okay, and let's call that little point that I was standing on Japan. Okay, just as a hypothetical. Okay, and then I got a compass and I'm going to go east. Okay, I'm going to go in a circle and I'm going to come back to Japan again on the flat football field.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
And using that, for you to circle something on a flat plane, there needs to be north and south on a flat plane. You agree with me?
You don't think yeah, I just gave you an example of a football field.
Great. Follow me now. Mm-hmm. So on the flat plane, how do you have proportionally wide circles on the north and south poles on a flat plane?
That I didn't say that the flat Earth map operates.
There you go.
I didn't say north is in the center. That's why I was asking you what map you have in your mind. Because you're thinking, okay, so where's is north in the center on the flat plane that you're thinking of?
No. Who said that? North is is in the center. Yeah.
On the flat Earth.
Yeah. That's how
did you determine that?
Because of magnetic, electromagnetic of the magnetic poles.
Why is that the center? I could put the magnet anywhere on the football field. That doesn't mean it's in the center of the football field.
But you can go to the center. Yeah, you can see where the center is on our Earth. You can find the center on our Earth.
How do you know it's the center?
Because when you take compasses on a North Pole, your compasses will go retarded.
The magnetic field. 1 second, Reg. I just want to make this point. I'm going to go on mute for a
minute. Don't listen to no Reg, man. Come on, don't break that.
Gunslinger, hold on a second. You're going to talk to Reg in a second. Okay?
Hell no.
The magnetic field lines, they like north and south, magnetic north and magnetic south, it doesn't match up with the globe. It doesn't match up with the globe. Yeah, it doesn't.
What do you mean?
The geographic North Pole.
Yeah. Right? We agree.
Directly under Polaris. Okay, that doesn't align with the magnetic field. That doesn't work with the globe.
Yes, but it's like a couple miles off and it moves.
No, it's not a couple of miles off.
Yeah, it is.
Not a couple. No, it isn't.
How far is it off either way? But listen, I never said geographic and magnetic poles are at the same point. I never said that. But why are you switching the topic? Let's go back to this. Yes, you are, because this is what I wanted to talk about. Why don't you have proportionally wide circles on a flat plane on the north and south poles of your magnet?
That's just based off where the magnet points to. That has nothing to do with the Yeah, that has nothing to do with the entirety of the layout of the Earth. We're not even claiming to know that.
Are you claiming we know where magnetic poles are on Earth?
Yeah, we know where the compasses point to. Yeah.
No, but are there magnetic
field
poles?
Lines are all over the place. There's all sorts of anomalies, and even on the globe Earth side, they can't explain the magnetic system on the Earth. They can't explain
but do we know where the poles are on Earth?
What do you define
magnetic
as a
poles?
pole?
Magnetic poles. Do we know where magnetic poles are on Earth?
We know where magnetic north is and magnetic south. Yeah.
Great. So how do you map out?
There's actually two south magnetic points, isn't there?
Great. I know. But how do you map out a flat plane, considering you have two magnetic poles?
You said flat Earth has mapped it out. That's what.
Come on, bro! Don't change the topic, man. Stay with me.
You don't use that to map the Earth. That's not how you make a map.
But it's a reference point. What are you talking about?
Are you confusing latitude and longitude with like magnetic field lines?
Man. Come on, man. Stick with me. Don't change the topic. Listen, we agreed you can circle from east to west in circles, yeah, and you have considering that you have a north and a south magnetic pole, and considering all that, you cannot map a flat Earth or arrange continents considering those two things, that you can circle the Earth and you have magnetic north and south poles, because you know why? Because latitudes would not be proportional near the south and the north magnetic poles.
Yeah, latitude
That's why.
and longitude are based off elevation angles to Polaris and the path of the sun.
Oh my God, man!
You're
Oh
an
my
idiot.
God!
You have no idea what
Oh
you're
my
talking
God,
about,
man!
bro.
You went with the idiot. You went to insulting me. Now we were so close to figuring this shit out.
Dude,
This
you
is the exact
are
proof.
bricked. You're
This
bricked.
is the exact proof for you to stop being a flat earth. I'm telling you right now, we're so close. I got you, man. You gotta listen to me just a little bit longer.
Reg, your mic's not working, man. Just letting you know.
Come on, DJ, stick with me, man. Just one more time. Listen.
You think that longitude and latitude is to do with the magnetic field
man,
lines?
come on, man.
You have
Listen
no
to
idea
me,
what you're
man.
talking about.
Man, listen. Just one more minute.
What's latitude?
Give me 1 minute.
What's latitude? How did they come up with latitude? 1 second. Let's try say.
DJ, come on, man. Stick with me, man. We were so close. Come on, man. Listen, man. We were so close.
Let's just think DJ about to correct you on with latitude.
So, this is the whole point. You cannot arrange continents to match today's flight paths and flight times, which are easily checkable. You can do it yourself. You can fly anywhere. You cannot arrange continents considering you can take a circle eastward and westward on our planet. Yeah, and that there are north and south magnetic poles, because on a
It has
flat
nothing
Earth
to do with
it is not
longitude and
possible.
latitude, bro. Shush. Right?
Come on,
you can't
man.
say
How you
5
ain't
different
get it?
things. No, you don't get it, right? You have no idea how the coordinate system was derived, right? It was based off the sky. Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Come on, man.
Bro, I'm
Come on,
gonna
we
put
got
you
magnets,
on.
man.
All right, this is the problem, man. Okay, you said a whole bunch of things, and I patiently let you until you started scattergunning, right, and going from point to point. Then, as soon as I start replying to you, you just keep talking brain rot over the top of me, come on, man, come on, man. Why should I even unmute you at this point? You're ridiculous, right? You're just making a fool of yourself.
No, he don't understand what latitude, longitude is. He think it's based off a magnetic line. It's not. That's not how they derive maps at all. And north, south, east, and west is still linear measurements. Even if you're going north and south, you're not going up and down the globe. You're going or in and out or anything of that nature. You're still going horizontal. You're still traveling horizontally. North, south, east, and west is based on travel and navigation. The magnetic poles is only a sense of direction, but not even the globe make direct claims or objective claims about magnetic poles. And they have two in the south that they claim that move. So I mean, what are you even talking about when you're talking about maps? That's not even relevant. You're talking about north, south, east, and west. You got to look at how are you traveling north, south, east, and west. And when you are usually traveling north, south, east, and west, especially on the plane, you're traveling with the plane level in those directions, because those directions is linear, which means that the plane is traveling horizontally, back and forth, wherever it's going. And latitude, longitude are measurements that they get from the sky as one of the reference points using a right angle triangle elevation angle in order to get ground positions on the Earth's surface, the ground that the observer is standing on, which they call surface level. You guys have a claim that it's a tangent that is underneath the surface level that you actually getting the measurements from, because all measurements and navigations and geographical points where you have to use those geographical points to travel from where the observer is standing to those geographical points is on that same level, surface level line. So even if you want to say that these are sky measurements, those are just reference to the sky, but it still have to be parallel to Earth's surface. Since it's going in the parallel, in the straight line, in the horizontal sense, that prerequisite always is already a prerequisite of a flat Earth anyway. The elevation angles is just basically correcting the change from that level. But you guys have a claim that it's actually the level line, the true level line is actually curving underneath the observer. So you have to basically prove that before you even talk about magnetic poles, south poles, and making maps and things of that nature. We already know how maps are made. Maps are made with those measurements, with elevation
My
angles.
man.
Correct, bro.
Yeah. So you want to still talk about it or not, DJ?
I mean, DJ, DJ and I already corrected you with what latitude, longitude is. You got that, misunderstanding. That has something to do with north magnetic poles. It had nothing to do with maps.
DJ ain't here.
Yeah, Gunslinger, I'm getting bored talking with you, right? Because you have no idea what you're talking about. So I got some work to do, so I'm going to get back to work. And it's an open panel, so anyone can talk to you. You should respond to what Reg Joe just said to you.
Man, Reg Joe don't know how to conversate. He's interrupting me all the time.
Okay.
He ain't civilized.
Great. Do you understand that latitude?
Yeah, I can talk to somebody else.
You just started over talking Reg Joe as soon as he started talking right then. You're the one, you're projecting the way you're acting onto him. It's ridiculous.
I got him muted.
Getting sick of your shit. You got muted for interrupting me.
Yeah, but I muted Reg Joe. I don't hear him. That's why I interrupted him. Yeah, because he's interrupting me all the time. I cannot talk.
All I did was ask you what gravity was. How was interrupting you? Okay, yeah, he can't hear me. Well, what happened is, and the reason why Gunslinger muted me is because he came to me and DJ about satellite. That's what he really wanted to talk about. He wanted to talk about Starlink and the satellites. He was complaining on how, I guess, DJ muted him about, I guess, suppressing or censoring him from talking about satellites because it's supposed to be the flat Earth killer. So I say, well, he's asked us, how is the satellites propelling? Because we don't see gas or whatever. So I said, well, we'll give you the orbit if you want to say, but you're going to have to explain gravity first. Because if you're saying that the satellites is traveling in orbit and it doesn't need gas and it doesn't need nothing to propel it or push off air and anything of that nature with all the stuff he was about to say, then you're going to have to prove to us gravity. He decided to not talk about gravity, and he showed us this diagram in the chat, which was basically an explanation for Earth curve. Then DJ said, okay, well, you said that we were scared to talk about Earth curve because you wanted to get away from the gravity conversation. And then you told us, well, I don't want to talk about Earth curve and I don't want to talk about gravity. And then you wanted to talk about the 24-hour sun, which requires Earth curve and gravity to be true in order for you to be standing antipodal upside down to look at a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So now we back to this conversation about latitude and all this and that. And now you're mad at me? I'm only just asking you questions about your claim, sir. That way you could talk about 24-hour suns. If you prove gravity, if you prove Earth curve, you could talk about 24-hour sun as much as you like. And you'd be kicking all of our asses. Guess you can't because you already threw away gravity. You already threw away the 24-hour sun.
It was funny how he said that it was flat earthers that mapped out the globe, but they didn't even become globe earthers in the process.
He literally, I said, why you get mad at me, buddy? You should be getting mad at DJ. He the one that's basically he's the one that's calling you out or you changing the topic.
So Gunslinger, you can't mute people, like you can't deafen people like that, mute people locally because it makes audio chaos. Okay, so if you want to get unmuted so you can talk, you need to take Reg Joe off mute.
Leave. Oh, gunslinger. You didn't leave.
That guy was so bricked anyway.
It wasn't me. I didn't. He threw away gravity. I ain't tell him to throw away gravity. I just told him to prove it. He threw away the Earth curve. He told DJ that he didn't want to talk about it. So you can't come back to me and you can't come back to us and say, well, look at the 24-hour sun. This disproved the flat Earth. Wait a minute. You just threw away gravity in Earth curve. It doesn't bother me about a 24-hour sun. You just said that you don't got to talk about Earth curve or gravity. And he decided to mute me because I decided to point that fact out. That's not fair. Oh, I was supposed to ignore the fact that you just couldn't prove gravity 2 seconds ago, and you just cussed out me and DJ for talking about Earth curvature and said you didn't want to talk about it, and now you want to talk about the 24-hour sun that requires both. I look like Jaren. I was going to talk to you about a map all day. No. I'm going to talk to you about your claims that you're making and see if you can, somehow back them up, not just provide explanations. And you didn't even provide an explanation. I mean, DJ was being nice to you by saying you actually provided an explanation. Your explanation was actually gravity is the cause of things being in orbit. Okay, show me the gravity that caused the things being in orbit. Well, things being in orbit, that's gravity. Okay, so what is the cause of gravity? Gravity is the cause of gravity. That's not me. That's you saying that. And that's what's hilarious about it is that we were just talking about the unicorn fallacy. I'm going to use that, DJ. I'm going to use that. I'm still in it. I'm going to say DJ unicorn fallacy. I'm going to give it the proper name.
Please do. That's a good one. It works. They do it every argument. They use the unicorn fallacy.
We are 2 ways. I'm sorry. We are 2 years away from proving that unicorns exist.
Yep.
All we are is we've got every link except for the one in the middle.
Excuse me, is Jedi here?
He was here earlier, but he's not here at the moment.
Hey, Brother Neil.
The unicorn stole my car yesterday. I can't prove that he stole my car, but I'm pretty sure we're working my insurance.
So, I'm just checking with Jedi, and I can't seem to escape freaking promotions from a show that's coming on at 1:00. But it sounds like the title of the show, he's taking a shot at Jedi.
Yep.
I take that personal because if everybody knows the story of me and Jedi, if it wasn't for Jedi, I would never even be here. He had the patience to guide an old man through how to work these things when they locked us down and we were stuck in our house and I was losing my mind and I needed something to do. It was Effie Jedi that calmly talked me through and got me to where I am, where I was able to get involved. And I don't like when people do shows on them. So let's see the way this goes. I'm not going to be watching because I don't watch the Treacherous Treasonous Traitor anymore.
Yep, totally hear you, Neil. Completely agree. Yeah, and doing a hit piece on freaking Jedi, man. That guy's like an OG, super calm guy, super structured arguments. And the person that's doing the show acts like Jedi's best buddy whenever they were actually talking on the stream. So it's just nonsense. But yeah, we shouldn't give it any promotion.
Well, at least listen. If I'm saying something wrong, take me to the side, get in touch with me, and say, "Yo, listen, I'm listening. What the hell are you talking about?" And then show me where what I'm saying is not correct, because maybe you're not correct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be done in a public display like that. Not Jedi, you know? Indio, that whole thing, Indio should have freaking stopped that guy right from the beginning, that blitz, and took control of the conversation. Don't let this guy freaking lead you down that path. So that was my only beef with Indio during that time. Just don't let this freaking guy take over. You freaking Don, you got the upper hand. You know what Earth is. He's got a belief. But yeah, I don't like the way it's going. Everything's going crazy since this freaking stupid TFE nonsense.
Or him attacking Yoder. That was not appropriate either.
Well, who put the list together of bad arguments? I'm confused on that.
There was a few people, right? The list was taken out of context by people that didn't listen to the explanation of the list. It wasn't saying that they're bad arguments. It was saying that the way some people present some of the arguments is wrong. For example, NASA admits that, like NASA says in some of their flight dynamics summaries and things like that, that we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, some flat earthers will say, we have found documents that NASA has where they admit that the Earth is flat. And it could be said that that's a bad argument because that's not what NASA means when they're saying that. Right? They're saying that for simplification purposes, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for aircraft. Hold on, let me finish real quick. Right, so for our aircrafts that go below a certain speed and a certain altitude, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for simplification purposes. We also say the plane doesn't have any fuel, etc., right? They're not admitting that the Earth is flat, but people will say that we found these documents that where NASA actually admits that the Earth is flat and we've busted them, right? But a good way it's not a bad argument, because a good way to use that argument would be to say, isn't it interesting that NASA has to assume that the Earth is flat in their calculations for their aircraft?
No,
right?
I disagree. I say they have to treat the Earth as flat because that's what it is. Now,
Yeah,
I never use that as an argument, but there's no simplification. It is what it is. And they're saying it. They are admitting it in that way, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
you can't just come in and say, look, they're saying they're admitting to it's flat. No, they're admitting that they have no other alternative.
Exactly. So it's a good argument. Yeah, it can be a good argument. It can also come across as like a kind of fallacious argument on our part. But that maybe is not the best example. But it's not like some people took the list as like, flat earthers aren't allowed to use these arguments because they're bad arguments.
Right. Well, but that's what most of the ones we were asking, like, where is the one where it tells you why, like you just explained, and nobody could provide that for us because I know we looked at it too.
Yeah, we did a whole show. We went over every single one.
The thing is, all art is, if you're treating it like it's an argument already, right? You already, because this is an observational type thing. So
correct.
It's supposed to be an obvious thing whether or not the Earth is flat. Just like for the globe, it's supposed to be obvious that it's a globe, right? So if it's for a flat earther, basically coming across to the glober, and the flat earther just basically says, you have to present the argument in a way of basically saying, here's the proof that it is a flat Earth. Everybody treats the Earth as if it's flat. Everybody navigates the Earth as if it's flat. Every measurement that we take of the Earth, we assume we take the measurements to be flat. And you have to present it on the other side of saying, far as the globe, you guys have a claim that it's a globe based on mathematical studies. So the way you have to explain it and get it into the audience head is, well, we're doing, as far as flat earthers, is we're showing you that the way the earth is being treated, the way that it's being experienced, the way that it's being navigated, everything that we do with it, we're treating it as if it's flat. We are having a flat earth experience. And far as with the globe, on the other hand, they have a claim that, and the claim is based on mathematics, reference, and things within that nature, which is not actually in nature. So the burden of proof is not on us, because we are already showing you that everybody already treating the earth as flat. So that argument of NASA basically admitting that they have to basically treat the earth as flat and stationary in order for them to do anything with aircraft, far as building an aircraft, far as the mechanical studies of that aircraft, that's just basically to counteract all of the globers that say things like, oh, well, without gravity, you wouldn't have cell phone, stuff like that. Like, oh, well, actually, people have to treat the earth as if it's flat. The burden is on you to show us.
No problem. Just show us the measurements of curvature, and we'll fully accept it.
Exactly. It's the prerequisite to all the additional claims. That's what we need. It's always going to come back to that. But look, with the list, it originated from sometimes, like, a flat earther will make a really bad argument, right? Like, we'll get some guy from TikTok or something, will come in, they'll find our channel, they'll come in, they'll be talking to a glober, and then all of a sudden they'll start talking about the ice wall, or they'll start talking about that the AE map is like the literal map of the Earth, or they'll start posting pictures of out of focus stars and say that's like, if you look at like the first stuff on the list, it started with me and Yoda in DM saying, isn't it like, let's make a list about how, and try to stop people come in and making bad arguments, right? Like, another one that annoys me that I hear very occasionally, in fact, I heard one flat earther use it today, was that if you see a boat go out into the horizon and it starts to disappear bottom up, right, and you can only see the top of the boat and the bottom looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, you can zoom in and bring the whole boat back to view again, right? So
that's not always the case.
It's not the case, exactly. So, exactly, bro. So
I never use that. We had Jin use that the other day. We do not like that, but with the freaking binocular bullshit.
Yep, completely agree. If a boat goes out of view, that you can't see it anymore, it's just because its angular size got smaller and smaller and smaller, and you can't resolve it anymore. Then you can zoom back in and you can bring it back into perspective again. And that's how you would use the argument. But I'd like to challenge any flat earther to show me a boat that's disappearing bottom up, and then zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. There's not an observation that shows that.
No, you can't. It's too small.
Yeah,
too small
so
to
that's
see.
what the list is about. And there are some of the things on the list, and some of them are awesome arguments, but they're just if you say it in the wrong way, it can come across as a really bad argument. That's all.
Yeah, you don't have and then to make claims like that, and you don't have no study, or you haven't studied anything in Rayleigh's criteria or anything of that nature, you're gonna get wrecked anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the first one on the list, right? AE map as a literal world map misrepresents projection as reality. Distances distort southward. Better as symbolic than literal. That's like, it started off with things like that, right? Because of some flat earthers. Well, most of flat earthers out there on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, they're pushing all those memes with the freaking AE map, and yeah, we're trying to
that
put
was debunked in 2015.
Yeah.
If I may, why is that a bad argument again?
That the AE map is a literal map of, like, that the AE map is the flat Earth. That's how the flat Earth is laid out.
Okay. When you do that and you say, hey, here's an actual idea of flat Earth, and you get the global against it, like they'll come up with all. I called this. You guys remember a character called the Negator? He used to come around and always he would just argue until you pulled your hair out. Basically, that was his shtick. His shtick was to didn't matter what you say. He'd be like that skit from Monty Python where it'd be like, "You'll come here to argue." Like, no, you didn't. Nuh-uh, that's not what it says. You're just basic horseshit. And so what you do with the AE projection is you slap a flat Earth sticker on it, and then when you finally get them to tell you that is wrong, everything about it is wrong, then you drop off the top rope, give him the people's elbow, and say that's a globe. You have debunked your own model. I just said flat Earth to see what you would do with it. Then you say, so what's wrong, the globe or the math? There's two variables in that projection. If it doesn't work, and you agree it doesn't work, which part of it is wrong? And if they accept it, they tell you, oh, it does work, then you're showing, well, there's a conceptual idea of what you think a flat pizza disc would be. So either way, it's like a win-win. They say it works, or it doesn't work, and it's a way of going into globalist worldview without them really knowing it and see what they do once they figure it out. And then the backswing, you can say, this is why you shouldn't also reify a map or a model, because you're going to end up contradicting yourself with a logical fallacy.
Yep. Spot on, man.
But yeah, I think... Oh, go ahead.
Like when flat earthers say, like, this is the flat earth and that's the ice wall that's going all around the edges and that kind of thing, right? That's trying to put a stop to that argument. Basically, the Jaren model and the David Weiss model and
I got
every TikTok flat earthers model. That's all.
That's the problem. The word model. That's where it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
Honestly, it seemed like you guys is doing what like FED been doing for like the past 2 years. Complaining about
a lot of FED is like, it's like if you go back to 2020, a lot of FED and 24/7, are together in the home server. So a lot of this stuff is like it's like a combined effort, and yeah, this is not necessarily like this is arguments we still hear on a daily basis, and we're just trying to put a stop to it the best we can. That's all.
Yeah, just basically try to weed out all the bad arguments, or at least get educated about it.
Yeah, and look, there was even some of the things on the list that even some OGs, right, like even Jedi, a few things on there. It's like, oh damn, I need to scrap that argument. Yeah, I have used that argument. Like even some arguments I used 6 months ago or a year ago, I would never use now because I was like, oh damn, I can't believe I was using that particular argument. So constantly like trying to improve and get to a point where we, have a more solid foundation of arguments. That's all. Some people took the list out of context. They're like, oh, he's dictating that flat earthers, that this is a bad argument. No, it's just, it can be a bad argument. If you word it correctly, it can be a great argument. But look, the second one on the list, out of focus stars as anomalous entities. I think we can all agree that that's a bad argument, but there's still people in 24/7 and whatnot that will post those in the side chat and be like, look, bro, this is what stars really look like. They're like pulsating orbs of different colors inside of like a fluid medium, and their spirits are, just some crazy shit.
Yeah.
The third one on the list, parabolic rocket arcs prove flat Earth. Now that's another one that's not one that I put on the list, but it's an interesting one because they need to take perspective into account. When you're looking at a parabolic arc of a rocket going away in the distance, we do need to remember that it's perspective, drastically making it look like it's going down. Like if you look at a plane going off in the distance, it looks like it arcs down and goes back and converges with the horizon as well. But for some reason,
I ain't hear that one in a while.
Yeah. We don't hear these too often, thank God. But yeah, there's a whole. I can post a whole list in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, I think QE. He keeps talking about QE, wasn't he?
The QE's not mentioned once in the entire list.
No, I was saying Neil. Neil was talking about QE about coming at Jedi.
Oh yeah, originally, yep.
Yeah, he came at you too, didn't he?
Yeah, he made a couple of things about me, but
Yeah, I just that's
it didn't. Yeah, he didn't do much good. I mean, he invited me to come on, and then I knew he would just mute me constantly the whole time I was on there. But yeah, we don't need to get into that.
that's old.
It was kind of ridiculous. Yeah, look, this is just a guy that whose feelings got hurt because he got kicked off the VCs from the Politics and from the English Hub and from the PNR channel because he's just freaking too angry and just chasing all the Globers away. That's why they don't really have any Globers to talk to because you can't act that way. And we don't want that kind of behavior. Well, this is my opinion, personal opinion. We don't want that kind of behavior on the platforms, right? And then never said a word to me once, was very nice to me in DMs, always nice to me in VC. Same arguments I was making back then. Never said a word. Never said a word to Jedi. Never said a word to India. Never said a word to AI. Right? And then all of a sudden, after he gets kicked from these platforms, then all of a sudden, all of our arguments are trashed and he's our worst enemy in the whole world. I think he's just hurt. He's just hurt, bro. He wanted to be king.
Let him be hurt.
Exactly.
I wouldn't even take that like serious,
Yeah.
Now the stuff between him and Nathan, that's more like personal. But I like, he coming at DJ. What DJ do? I like. I just look at that like, okay, that's just an old man. Let me respect my elders. Let him say what he's going to say.
It was a super simple, man. He thinks it's not worth getting angry over. It's like I think that light can deviate in a single medium, and the mainstream calls that atmospheric refraction, which, if you look at the definition of refraction, it's the deviation of an electromagnetic wave towards the denser medium. Okay, in Snell's law situation, it would be a sharp boundary layer, and it would make like a bend when it hits the sharp boundary layer, and then deviate towards the denser medium. And then in a single medium, it would be like a gradient, like a gradual deflection towards the denser medium. That's all it was about. I don't know why it got taken like to such personal levels. Yeah, it was all about the word refraction and
refraction is Snell's law.
Yeah.
I mean, when just to get a little background, I was a Glober. I used to try to get flat earthers with Snell's law. Like, refraction is Snell's law, until they explain what Snell's law is, and then you go into. So maybe he's trying to say like, oh, well, you talking like a Glober because Glober's is trying to run away from Snell's law. But actually, Globers don't have no refraction to benefit them at all. And QE know that. So I don't know why he's getting... I was like, why is he getting that DJ? Because even if DJ do give them refraction, he can literally give them refraction and say, you still have not proved that the globe had physical Earth curve yet because you're only talking about an illusion. And QE know that. Because I heard QE and Brian say it multiple times. So it's like, why is he getting on DJ about that? Because that would be a good thing for DJ to give it to him and say, hey, well, you only talking about an illusion at this point.
Yeah, and I'm not giving, like, I will tell them straight up if as soon as they start talking about like the refraction coefficient, and when they talk about 7/6R and they try to say like bake the globe Earth into refraction, that's begging the question. That's fallacious. And that's that's not on. That needs to be called out, right? But that's not what I was talking about. When I'm you have a look at Sky Freeze.
Yell at you. Listen, you young whippersnapper. You trying to be more clever than me?
Yeah, that's what it was, like an ego-based thing. You're going. I'm the king, and you're going against one of my main arguments, which is the Snell's law script.
Which is not. No, that's it's putting something else to it. You say it the way I want you to say it, damn it. That don't got me. Say it the way I want to say
it. Yeah, I use it as a hostile witness as well. Like it's a good hostile witness. The refraction is the Glober's worst nightmare.
Well, I've been banned by QE twice.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Hello,
what's up?
Robert.
Welcome.
Hi, DJ.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's go. We got a caller, so yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, make sure we keep it about the topic of the channel today, Alola.
Of course. Always.
Okay,
This is my major goal.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks for joining. And did you have any questions about the topic?
No.
He's been here before. You've been here before, right? I think I recognize your voice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you have any questions about the topic or?
No.
I'm trying to think, where did we leave off at the last time you were here? Because you did kind of leave abruptly.
Oh my god, I'm getting a call. Guys, bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Maybe he'll come back and remember it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It was like it kind of left okay. Like we got through a lot of his questions and then got to the end, and all of a sudden, like, made a pretty good point about something, and then it flamed out after that because the conversation flamed out because it had something to do like where, but like kind of like where Earth is a globe. But it is it is a globe type of thing.
Hi there, folks. I've got a question for DJ. You mentioned that there's a list of arguments that you don't think are as useful and don't really kind of help the movement. I would really love to see that list, and I think that the sort of discussion around those sort of things is really interesting. It's to sort of see how thinking progresses and how people are refining their thinking. So if that's possible to share, I'd be really interested to see that. Thank you.
Yeah, I can share. I can put it in the side chat. I'll have to copy it in parts because it's a lot of characters. Okay, so I'll do. I think it's about 40. Yeah, it's almost 50, so it's 48 things. And it's not necessarily that they're all bad arguments. Some of them are actually really, really good arguments. But if they're presented in a certain way, then they can become kind of like it can be a bad argument, or it can be like out of context, if you know what I mean. Maybe a bit disingenuous if it's out of context. All right, so I'll post the first 20 now.
Hey, thanks so much.
But some people don't even know how to use those arguments. They'll just, prime example is the guy that came in the room earlier. What's his name? Gunslinger? Slanger?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but you can see that he just, pretty much like reading these arguments verbatim off of like a Reddit, or he just memorized it. So it becomes like a script. So he's just basically like, well, I got these certain questions I'm going to ask him, because he probably looked at a video, and then I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to ask a flat earther. And if it don't go according to my script, I'm going to move on to the next thing. So it's like, if you don't know the argument, and you don't know for sure what you're saying to be true, and you don't have no confidence in it, then you just going to let somebody they're going to wreck you pretty much. Somebody could pretty much say anything misleading to you. They could be disingenuous. And then instead of you holding your opponent to what you presented to them, you're going to just move on to the next thing because you don't really even know the argument. Just like what we just seen with that guy. He came in to talk about Starlink. He ended up talking about maps.
Yeah,
reminds me.
Oh, go ahead.
Just sort of reminds me of the Gish Gallop, where you're going to just chum the water with so many things that it's impossible to take one idea and kind of dig into it.
Exactly, because you don't know the argument, actually. You just know, like, the title, it at surface level. You just know, like, the title or what to say. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know the argument. You just know, like, a few questions to ask. So if somebody answers them, or whatever, you're gonna get mad if the answer ain't according to what you studied, then you're gonna get angry. You see what I'm saying? And then you're gonna probably move on or move to the next topic. So it's like you just gotta, know what you're saying to be true, honestly.
DJ, thank you so much for posting that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, just like I use Gunslinger again, like he was talking about Starlink. I guess he thought DJ was gonna, or thought we was all gonna jump on him and say, "There's no satellite up there. Those could be just lights, bro." Because remember, he was ready for that. He was already talking about it. He was ready for that. That's the part he knew. But when we say like, okay, though that could be up there, and then he was ready for it. He was ready. He was going to say, "Oh well, so it's a satellite up there. So what's propelling a satellite?" That was going to be his next thing. We say, "Well, so when I told him, I don't know, but I guess you're going to say that it's gravity, right? Prove gravity." Because now you're making a claim that it's actually gravity in orbit that's actually causing that satellite to fly around without gas. So prove gravity to me. He wasn't ready for that because he used to flat earthers coming at him, arguing with him about whether that satellite is up there or not, or whether that the satellite cannot be up there because of gas or some old 2015 argument that flat earthers used to come up there, argue with him with. But now the burden got put on him from him to prove what gravity is and show us and demonstrate how gravity will be the cause of the satellite flying around in orbit across the globe. He had to flip out and change the subject into something else in order to get us back on the script. Because the argument is a two-way thing. It needs both parties to basically operate under a script. But once you basically overcome that argument, and it goes off the script, even a little bit, they got to go and change the topic into something else. And that's when the gish gallop actually happens. He ain't gish galloping because he's trying to confuse you. He's gish galloping because you already overcame the argument that he came up with, but he don't want to concede to it. So I'm going to move on to something else so I could get him in this script.
I heard a pretty bad flat Earth argument the other day, but it was good because the globalists chased it like a squirrel. They just wouldn't put it down. You're like, drop it. But the more they entertained it, the more it kind of showed that it sounded like a bad argument, but maybe inside their own worldview, it really hit home. Like they were kind of shit scared of even entertaining something as ridiculous as this. The argument was that the Apollo rocket could not get to the moon because the Van Allen belts are positively charged and the rocket was negatively charged. So it would have got stuck in the magnetic field.
I hear that one in a minute. My uncle told me that when I was a kid.
Yeah, so it was hilarious because the globalists just couldn't contain themselves. They just kept talking about it. And you're like, huh? Like if it was that ridiculous and that pointless, it really completely stupid, why entertain it at all? Like why do you care what the Van Allen belt is charged or not charged? What basically I told the globalist guy, this is on another server where it's a little bit more free flow. I said, dude, you're giving out some huge meth head vibes right now. So this guy said the Van Allen belt's positively charged and it's 2 hours later and you're still arguing about it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad, if I scroll through my Facebook feed, it's just terrible flat earth argument after terrible flat earth argument from these Facebook flat earth groups. 2016 memes that are just ridiculous and just completely wrong.
But that's the best part though, because the good flat earth argument, the globalist runs away from, or they just ad hom you. They don't even engage in it.
Yep.
So it kind of shows you that they're scared. They're really scared of this debate and try to pick what they think are the weakest stuff.
Hey, DJ Crit, y'all should watch this YouTube video. Just put it in the chat.
Yeah, for sure.
It's Danny Jones' podcast, and he has Sobrel and he has an astronaut debating if they went to the moon or not. It's hilarious. You gotta watch it.
Oh yeah, someone
Mark
shared that
Sobrel.
today. I gotta watch that. I can't wait to watch that.
It's so funny. The astronaut does not know what he's talking about. It's like he's MK Ultra or something. I don't know, but it's a good
That's
watch.
awesome. I can't wait to watch that.
Jones. Is it the one you guys put in the chat?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. I have a link for it.
You know, it'd be a lot of highlights for flat earthers be calling these channels and professors and stuff. Like they'll never showcase them on YouTube though at all. Like you literally gotta find them. Hey DJ, do you guys got the angular size argument on there? Oh, DJ, you there?
Oh, I think he's watching that YouTube video.
Oh, he watching the video.
Sorry, yeah, I was listening. My wife was talking to me. What was that? Something to do with the angular size?
Yeah,
like the boats over the horizon?
Yeah, about angular size of the sun. Is that argument on there?
Oh, yeah, it probably is on there. Yep. Like, what do you think should be the bad argument for that? That flat earthers shouldn't use?
Well, flat earthers like to say that there's angular size of the sun change. The sun don't change in angular size because it's a flat earth. Like, okay.
So
like that's it.
Yeah, there's some about. I haven't looked at it for a while. There's definitely something about that on there. I did post it in the side chat in 3 different screenshots, the whole list. But even like I think the shrinking sun argument can be. I've kind of abandoned. I was even using that pretty recently, and I've abandoned the shrinking sun argument where you see those GIFs, right? And it looks like the sun's giant, and then it looks like as it moves away, it shrinks into a little dot and fades out. I think most of the time that's just like due to the sensor on the camera, and the glare is making the sun look like it's giant. And as it moves further away and you're looking through more air, it takes away that glare effect. So not as much light is pushing back into the camera sensor, right? Because if you did the same observation with a solar filter, it's not going to do that at all. It's going to look like it's pretty much the same size. It might look like it shrinks a tiny bit when it gets towards the horizon, but that can be the same issue once again, because even through a solar filter, you're still looking through way more medium when it's closer to the horizon. So it's going to still look like it's shrinking a little bit smaller, even though it may not actually be. I think there's probably better explanations than to say that sometimes the sun. But my old argument would be that depending on the atmosphere, like the atmo conditions, or say you're in a desert. If you're in a dry desert, it looks like the sun reduces in size as it moves away, and then if you're in a humid environment, then it doesn't look like it increases in size because of magnification of the atmosphere or something like that. I don't use that anymore. I think it's just the shrinking sun videos is just glare. It doesn't happen when you use a solar filter. What do you think? And quite often
I think that would be like the Glover's response. They would be like, well, did you use a solar filter?
Well, just as an example, like I'll just find a shrinking sun video.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, DJ. Hello, Effie Alaskan Malamute.
Hi there, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a second, Alola. I was just chatting about something with Reg, right? Just for example, like this GIF that people share all the time. And they say that this is because it looks like this because it's a very dry atmosphere, and it looks like the sun is moving away, and as it moves away, it reduces in angular size and shrinks into a little dot. I think that it just looks big because of the glare. And if you were to use a solar filter in this situation, it wouldn't look like what we're seeing in the GIF here. And the reason it looks like it shrinks into a little dot is because when you use a low focal length lens, like a camera lens or an action camera or anything like that has like, say, an 18 millimeter lens or less, the sun looks like a tiny dot when you take footage. Like if you take sometimes you'll see the sun, you look at it up in the sky, and then you take a picture of it, and then you look at the picture that you took, and it looks like a tiny, tiny little dot. Because of the perspective of the focal length of the lens. I don't know, to claim that the actual sun is like doing what we're seeing like in this GIF, and it's actually getting smaller, like, I don't know, I don't think it's a good argument personally. I mean, I can't validate what the sun is or exactly how it works, but glare is definitely a thing. Yeah, I actually have a good example on a small scale of a light bulb showing what I'm talking about. If I can find it. Here it is.
I'll read one.
Yeah, because they can say that it's just a glare of got what they call it. I call it aluminum effect, like a glare when you see in the sun. Like you're not actually seeing the physical body of the sun. You're only seeing the dead light of the sun. This is just me talking. This is just me trying to reflect on what's something I heard in high school, bro. But you only looking at like the dead light of the stars. You're not looking at the sun in its actual position. So like they could literally say like this, just a glare. And like you said, that by the sun shrinking, that's not due to angular size perfection. That could be just like you said, something going on with the camera. I don't know.
Thanks,
I think
Travis.
Oh, Travis here.
Right. So yeah, Travis, I agree that that's something that you would observe. Like it looks like the tiniest little change. It does look like it's smaller, but also you're looking like the solar filter is going to block out more light because you're adding an extra natural solar filter with all of the atmo, right? As the sun is lower, so it's kind of like making the solar filter even stronger. So it probably would naturally just look a bit smaller anyway. I think you could explain sunsets.
Wouldn't that be angular change though, or this is just to explain sunset?
Well, it's like the flat Earth argument, or some people strawman flat Earthers with it, and they say that the sun doesn't reduce in angular size as it sets, and then flat Earthers will say, "Look, we've done a test here with a solar filter," and then they'll compare it, what it looks like up in the sky with the solar filter, and then what it looks like when it's on the horizon at sunset, and it looks like a tiny, tiny little bit smaller when it's at the horizon. But I think that could just be explained just because the solar filters just like they block out too much light in a lot of cases, and you're not seeing the true size of what you're looking at. You're seeing tons of it blocked out. And if you make that solar filter even stronger, right, but just by adding all of the atmosphere that's in front of you as you're looking out horizontally, it's going to let even less light into the sensor, and it's going to look like it's a little bit smaller. Just like playing devil's advocate, that's all. Maybe it does get a little bit smaller in angular size. But what Travis showed here, like, it's definitely nothing like what that meme showed, right? That flat earthers is saying, look at this meme. It's like it looks giant, and then it shrinks into a tiny little dot. I think that those ones is the case where the argument's probably not that solid, because I think that's just glare. And it's just the camera sensor tripping out, just like in the picture I posted at 30 minutes after the hour with the light bulb. Because those cameras, a lot of the cameras, they have like automatic, like it will just change the ISO setting and stuff like that itself automatically. It's not like a prime lens where you've got your DSLR set on manual and you've put in all of the things, right? It's just constantly changing the aperture, like the shutter speed, and it's changing everything constantly, the ISO and stuff.
So it could be a good argument, but most likely it'll probably be a bad one.
Yeah, like making, I don't know, I think there are probably better ways to explain what we're seeing with the sun at sunset. I like what if you find some of Indio's talks about it, he gets into some good technical detail about how it actually squishes at the horizon. This is my little theory on it. I think that the sun doesn't look like it cleanly sets behind the horizon, like behind the actual horizon. It can look like that if you have oceans, if you're like low to the ground and you have, or even if you're high, just say you have mountains in the distance, or you have elevation of land in the distance, or you have ocean swells in the distance, you're not seeing where the actual horizon is. You're seeing what they call the local horizon. Okay, and that's actually blocking where the horizon would be, like the proper apparent horizon that you would see if those obstructions weren't blocking it. And it can look like the sun's setting cleanly behind the local horizon, but if you have like a day where you don't have the waves, right? If you don't have that local horizon blocking the actual horizon, then I don't think it sets cleanly behind it. It doesn't disappear bottom up cleanly. I can find examples showing that that's the case as well. I think you have compression, and you have, quite often you have that mirroring effect right on the horizon, which you can't see very easily with the naked eye, but when you zoom in on these sunsets, you can see that there's actually like a mirroring effect right where the ground appears to meet the sky, and you get like a squishing effect. I'll find some examples. And quite often glare can make it look like the sun is actually setting bottom up cleanly, because you're not seeing the actual size of the sun. You're seeing a glared sun, like in this footage that I just put down below. It looks like the bottom portion of the sun that we can see is actually cut off, but you'll notice that when the person actually zooms in, the sun isn't actually cut off at all. You can see the whole sun. It's just the glare that makes it look big when he zoomed out. Here's an even more extreme example of that in the next one.
So what's the argument for this on the globe side?
You mean where they zoom in and then it looks like the sun's kind of back up in the sky again?
Yeah, like as a glober, what would they say about this evidence and use that to defend their globe? Like the sun
They'll
is
say
getting
that.
smaller?
Well, they say that. I mean, they kind of say that the sun already set like 10 minutes earlier, and it's just a refracted sun that you're seeing. But taking that into account, right? They'll say that this is just glare. It just looks like it's setting because of the glare. And when he zooms in, then because when you zoom in with the camera, it like it lowers the aperture and lets less light in, so it kind of acts a little bit kind of like a solar filter, and then that takes away the glare. So it looks like the sun's kind of half cut off by the horizon, but it's just because of the glare. It's not actually. And then when you zoom in, you can actually see the sun was not set yet. That's what the glober would say. I don't think there's any other explanation for it. But sometimes flat earthers misuse it, and I used to misuse this argument as well. This is just my opinion. I would say that it looks like the sun's setting because of the angle of perspective. And then when you zoom in, you're increasing that angle of view, and that makes the sun looks like it's back up in the sky again because you've extended where the vanishing point would be by changing your focal length or whatever. But I think that's a bad argument, and I don't think it works like that. Because when you're zooming in, like you're just magnifying the same thing that's in the distance. So I think that I was using the argument incorrectly when I was saying that when you zoom back in on it, you'll see that it wasn't setting. It was actually back up in the sky because you've increased your angle of perspective. I think that's how the argument's misused. I think the correct use of the argument is to show that the sun that we see can look like it's disappearing bottom up behind the horizon, even though that's not actually what's happening right here. So sometimes it can look like something's disappearing bottom up, but actually it's not. Really, it's just glare. It's the glare that's making the sun look way bigger than it would in the absence of the glare.
Awesome. Thanks for respect. Appreciate it.
Neil, are you still here?
Didi, eu sempre confiei nele. Eu não sei, nem sei.
We back. We're back. What's good in the hood, fellas? Right. Got a lot to talk about, fellas. I think it's best we start where we left off last time.
Proof of Earth curvature.
Right now.
Yeah, Earth curvature.
Hey, what's up, DJ? What's up?
What's up?
I'm here to tell you guys because this channel in which we in is called Flat Earth. Yeah? That means the Earth is flat. But what I'm saying to you guys, you cannot have known continents arranged in a manner that fits our flight paths today.
The flight paths are plotted out on a spherical coordinate system projection. which is derived from elevation angles to Polaris.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a spherical coordinate system, right? So the celestial sphere is an imaginary way of conceptualizing how the sky is laid out as a big spherical coordinate system.
Okay.
Okay, that's where latitude and longitude, right, are originating from.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're standing underneath Polaris, that should be your zenith. Okay, and then that would be 0 degrees, right? And then you keep moving further away, and you measure the elevation angle to Polaris as you're moving away, and then you plot that out into a coordinate system. Okay, and it's based off the way that we view the sky.
Great, but that's not what I'm talking
about. The map projections that you're talking about, you think that you have a globe map, but you don't. You don't have a globe map. Okay, you have a spherical coordinate system projection. That's what you have, not a globe map.
But we do have planes, you know. And when you take a plane from Australia to South Africa and you run the clock and you check how much time it takes with a known speed, from Australia.
No, it's not a known speed.
Just follow me for a minute. A known speed from Australia to South Africa is, let's say, X amount of time. And you take, let's say, a flight from Australia to, let's say, Indonesia. And you check and you say it's an X amount of time. And you take those two values. You cannot arrange continents in any other way except the globe model, and that's pretty much it. If Earth was flat, your map
you're doing it the long way around.
You're literally not saying nothing. You're not making a claim, or you're not making an argument.
Your map from flat Earth could not be arranged in any way because the continents of a flat Earth could not be arranged in a way where a flight from Australia to South Africa takes X amount of time, and you compare it, and it makes sense that a flight from Australia to Indonesia takes X amount of time. You get what I'm saying? Which it takes.
DJ, he still got my mic muted. So he's not here.
Shut up. I ain't got your mic muted while you crying in here.
I just asked, did you just hear what DJ just responded to you with?
Hey, wait a second, gunslinger.
Because he
crying in here, man.
He already answered your question before you even. He already debunked it. So you're just repeating something that he already debunked.
This is why I had you muted, because you ain't listening to me, bro. You just yapping your nonsense, yeah. Because you ain't listening to me, bro.
You're not listening to your opponent. He already overcame that claim.
Why are you yelling now? Well, let me turn you down a little bit, man. You yelling. Calm down, bro.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm talking to you. I'm not yelling at you.
He was yelling.
He already rebutted your claim of maps not being flat, of you basically having some type of globe map. He already rebutted that. He already explained that to you. So you basically saying you cannot do it on a flat Earth map. You are utilizing a flat Earth map when you're doing.
Nobody talking about maps.
You just listen again. You
ain't listening to me, man. Nobody talking about no map. I'm telling you, if you have a flat Earth plane, so the plane of Earth is flat, as you guys claim, there's no curve. I'm saying flight paths and flight times wouldn't match your arrangement of continents if the Earth plane was flat. There's no way you can arrange continents on a. Let me speak. Why interrupting all the time? Interrupt me. Have some sense. Be civilized, man. Let me talk, and then you'll talk. Let me make my 1 minute point, for fuck's sake, man. Listen. What I said is you cannot arrange continents on a flat plane in a way that matches flight paths and flight times of today's time, which are easily trackable. Yeah, that's my whole point. I'm not talking about no maps. I'm not talking about nothing.
Great. How is they tracking it?
Huh?
How is they tracking it?
How is they tracking it?
He explained that too. So how is they tracking it with flight paths? What is flight paths using Because you saying match. So match with what? It takes two to match. So match with what? What is the flight paths matching to?
The arrangement of continents.
The arrangement of continents on what?
On Earth.
On Earth. The arrangement of continents on Earth is just the arrangement of continents on Earth. That's not matching to anything. Match with what? What do you use?
Jesus Christ, man, Jesus Christ. You nobody. You don't like.
Continents on the Earth.
Some shit.
Okay, listen. The continents on the Earth, wherever they at, is just the continents on the Earth, wherever they at. But how are you arranging them? How are you locating them? What are you talking about in that aspect? Or is you talking about nothing?
I'm arranging them with a reference point of continents being placed on a globe.
Great. And,
just
okay,
like we have a globe system.
You're doing it with place on the globe, but you're asking the flat Earth to basically to arrange something that's placed on the globe?
I'm asking you, how does flight plates and flight speeds, which are easily checkable, match a flight plane arrangement of continents? You're hearing me, man. I'm repeating this 4 times to you.
And where is they checking it? We heard that part. You just said that you wasn't talking about maps. And then you said you're doing it on the globe. I guess you're doing it on the globe that you see spinning around in the classroom. Or you're not. Because
are you going to answer my question or not, man? What are you going in circles all the time?
Are you actually asking a question? Because it seems like you're not. Because you just said you're not talking about maps. We just said that you're not talking about latitude, longitude. You just said you're not talking about anything that planes actually use. So what are you talking about?
Listen, brain cells, man. Anybody else want to?
Okay, listen. Because I know because I keep putting it back on you. Because DJ already answered that question when he already explained to you that the planes is using the spherical coordinate system. That actually the spherical coordinate system actually comes from elevation angle measurements that come from basically the sky, which would be the celestial bodies, which use a base, a horizontal reference points, because the planes all fly horizontal. You didn't want to hear that answer that you got, so you want to say that we didn't answer the question because you don't like it.
You think you gaslighting me or some shit? I don't get it. What you doing?
But that is the answer. DJ answered it before you even asked it.
I didn't ask it. I asked it, by the way. And why are you thinking you can gaslight me? Why are you changing the topic?
You answered the thing that you said we couldn't answer before you even asked the question, and then you decided to repeat it all over again. Because you don't even
cool
understand.
Story, bro. Cool story, bro. Anybody else want to talk, man?
I know anybody else, because we all know what you're talking about. Because you don't understand what you're talking about, because you don't know what you're talking about. But now you want to try to put it on us to explain to you what the globe do. Or where the globe use coordinate systems on the spherical system, which is the ellipsoids, or how they come up with that. You want us to explain that to you, flight paths, and how the globe come up with flight paths. And how can we do that on the flat Earth? No. He already answered that question. You use the flat Earth in all of your maps, in all of your systems, in all of your projections. You use the flat Earth. Ding, ding, ding.
Joe, listen, man.
Gunslinger, now, fucking come back. What you got now, Gunslinger?
Yeah. Cool down, Sam. I got this, man. Ray Joe, listen, please. If you could, I don't want to conversate with you ever again, please. I want to keep you muted so we don't create like audio chaos in here. But in my humble opinion, you are, how do I say this nicely? You're not smart. You are.
I'm not smart, but
not civilized. No, not smart, but you're not civilized. I mean, I don't mind you're not smart, but you're not civilized. You cannot conversate, you know.
Oh my God. I'm not smart because I'm pointing out the flaw in your argument. And I'm not smart because I'm pointing out that DJ basically answered your question before you even asked it. You decided to repeat it 3 times. I'm not smart because I'm pointing out your flaws. Instead of you not being disingenuous and actually rebut DJ's rebuttal, if you're going to basically debut it, and then I actually just repeated what DJ said. I just said it in my own little way. And DJ ain't going to do nothing but just explain this thing all over, explain this thing to you all over again. The very same thing that I said, DJ is going to say the same thing. He's just going to explain it to you in a more technical way. But you just going to basically say you don't like talking to me because I'm pointing out your flaw. I'm just shutting down the argument before you keep going back and forth talking in circles. But if you want to talk in circles with DJ, which I doubt he's going to do, go ahead.
Red Joe.
Tony,
Red Joe, okay.
He's a joke.
Red Joe, okay, bro. Listen, let's agree to disagree, me and you. And I don't want to conversate with only you. Everybody else that I met here is fine, but you got this way of talking that makes me vomit. Yeah.
I'm not going to talk in circles with you. I know. But yeah, but all maps are flat. And all maps are, and most maps, and the maps that you're talking about, and any system that you're talking about is a spherical global projection. But those spherical and global projections come from elevation angle measurements to Polaris. And the Polaris utilize an angle. And the angle utilize surface level. And surface level is horizontal or straight, which reference flat Earth, because Earth needs to be straight and level or horizontal, all synonym words for flat, in order for you to get these geographical positions in the first place. Whether it's in the sky, whether it's a celestial body, no matter what it is, those ground positions are parallel to surface level, which means that those are flat Earth measurements. Flat Earth prerequisites in its first place. Flying a plane have to be horizontal, north, south, east, and west. It's all linear. Can't get away from none of these flat Earth prerequisites in its first place. So I know you don't like talking to me because I'm pointing that out and I'm not going down explaining what the globe should do. I don't have to explain what your globe is doing. I don't have to explain your globe theory. I don't even have to know anything about it, because that is up to you to prove the globe to us, not us prove the globe to you.
Next. Who's next? Let's go.
Ooh, I'm next. But with anybody, who does anybody want to talk except Red Joe?
No, he already explained to you.
Okay, but I want to talk with somebody else.
Okay, go ahead and say the same thing over and over again, then, please.
All right, Dib, listen. Just 30, it will take 30 seconds. So you got this shit, flight paths and flight times, okay, on our Earth. And if you got a flat Earth, you cannot in any way match flight paths and flight times we got today.
No, you can't. You can't. You don't have distances. You don't have true distances. You don't have true airspeed.
Oh, so you're saying we don't know the true nature of Earth, so we just go off a model and we assume it's correct. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that you have a preconception of the arrangement of the land masses on a globe, and then there's flight times, and then they say, well, because we think, or they say they actually know, but they don't, right? The distances between these 2 points are X, and the flight time was Y. The distance must have been Z.
Great.
So, I mean, sorry, the airspeed must have been Z, right? But it's a calculation. You don't know the distances between those 2 points. You don't know the true airspeed. You just have a time and a coordinate system, as was pointed out by DJ.
Great. And I love you, T-Dub, that you want to talk to me, because I don't finally somebody normal to talk to. DJ is great as well. Listen, T-Dub, but okay, let's assume we got a messed up system of globe and we go off of that and we don't know the distances between continents, yeah? But you would agree with me, if you guys claim Earth is a flat plane, you would need to present an arrangement of continents on a flat plane Earth. How do you get that? Please answer me.
He literally just ignored everything you just said, T-Dub.
I don't need to.
No listening, man.
He's not listening at all.
Come on, man.
T-Dub, what you said, you don't need to do it. You said you don't need to do it.
That's what he wants.
No.
What do you mean you don't need to do it? But that's what I'm telling you. If you have a flat Earth plane, you cannot do it to make it sensible, yeah? Because then the continents, if you put it any way that on a flat plane, our continents we know today, the distances of plane flight would get distorted so much we would notice it, yeah? Because on current model it works, but if you put it in a most how would I say, the most logical way of putting continents we know of on a flat plane, flight paths and flight times wouldn't make sense. But you say you don't need to do it. What does that mean? You don't need to do it. If you claim Earth is a flat plane, you absolutely need to do it.
Yeah. No, I don't. I just need to show that it's a flat plane.
So you're saying you can prove one thing and then you control the whole point in which we operate. Is that it?
Yeah, my argument isn't about flight times. I'm not relying on flight times, flight distances, continental layout in order to demonstrate that the Earth is flat.
So you're saying you guys cannot arrange planets in such a way that would fit on a flat Earth model?
What model?
I'm not attempting to do so.
There you go. Thank you. I rest my case. I rest my case. All rise. And
your claim
very much, fellas.
We got a winner.
His claim is literally that maps are distorted and it wouldn't work on the flat Earth. It wouldn't work for the globe neither. That's why the globe have correction. You do understand all maps are distorted.
Now, T-Dub, you want to get into a 24-hour sun. That's another point.
He literally running away from me. I get it. He's afraid of regular Joe.
Anybody want to get into a 24-hour sun debating here?
Okay. He's afraid of regular Joe.
Completely 24-hour sun's going to make the ground curve.
Huh? What you say, Deeb?
Is the 24-hour sun going to magically make the ground curve?
No, but what I wanted to bring up is you cannot have 24-hour sun on Earth's poles on a flat Earth, and nowhere else does. How would it? Give me because you need to give a model of how would it work. We have a model on how would it work on a globe Earth.
Yeah, but we debunked your model already, so you can't use that anymore.
Yeah. Okay, let's say you did, but we have a explanation of how it works on a globe, but you guys don't have an explanation how it works on a flat Earth.
Who cares? Who cares for your explanation?
Yeah. We already debunked the model that has the explanation within it, so you can't use that anymore. So that's dead.
Your explanation requires your explanation requires the surface of the Earth to be curving, and it isn't. Therefore, it's incorrect.
You guys are saying you're not interested in proving how a 24-hour sun could work on a flat.
No, I'm not interested in trying to prove something about the 24-hour sun. I'm interested in proving that the Earth's surface is not curving at a rate which makes it a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers.
I rest my case with a 24-hour sun, Dan.
What is your claim?
Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. Let's go.
We got a winner.
Is he like? resting his
Another
case
one, my
on
boy
his
signed by another one. But okay, let's go.
Gunslinger, rest of the case, man.
failure of
Resting, I'm resting.
Entertaining himself right now. Let him
Okay,
entertain
guys.
himself, pat himself
he's
on the back.
resting his case on the failure of proving curvature. What
Okay,
is he doing?
guys, I wanna bring the final point. The final.
Yeah, it's no more
The
proof. You didn't prove curvature.
I want to ask you
Oh, he's almost done.
your
His final point, finally.
Gunslinger,
final point.
One sec, Gunslinger. Do you have Reg Joe turned muted?
No,
Or
I
just
don't.
turned?
I got. No, I just turned him like on 10%, so I hear when he speaks, so I don't speak.
Technically, he got me on mute.
No, technically, I don't got you on mute. There you go. You don't even understand technically means, but okay. No, I don't got him mute.
Well, let's address what Reg Joe said. Are you resting your case upon the premise that you have no measured curvature?
No, I'm resting my case on a premise that you guys are being ignorant about explanations that are offered to you about globe model.
Yeah. You don't understand
yes, no, we're not being ignorant. We're stipulating that your explanations require the Earth's surface to be curving.
I understand.
We can demonstrate that it's not. You're ignoring that part.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying let's assume the Earth is a. Let's assume you guys are right. The Earth is not curving, but globe model still offers an explanation about 24-hour sun and the what were we talking about before 24-hour sun? We was talking about flight paths and arrangement of continents. That's what I was saying, because you got on a flat plane. There's no explanations for arrangement of continents to match flight planes and flight times and the 24-hour sun. But
he got he's just going to keep talking because you see my screen lighting up. I just want to explain to everybody in the room. This is the unicorn fallacy we were speaking of earlier, where you're just going to assume that your model is true, and then you're going to find other things to match it, without proving that your model is actually true first. So you have a premise that the Earth is a globe with a radius value of 3959. Circumference value of 24,000 or whatever. And before you prove that, you want to prove other things first to match it. And you want to use those other things to say that your premise is true.
Gunslinger looks like the burden of proof is on you, man.
Okay, without proving your premise to be true first, we're calling that the unicorn fallacy. Because you don't have the actual proof that that thing actually exists, but yet you want to use that to prove other things to be true.
So what I wanted to get to, Felix, as I said, the final point. Bottom line, homies. I didn't even ask you guys this, and I've been here for 3 days, man. This one I want to ask you, Felix. Why would people lie about goddamn globe Earth? That's what I wanted to ask you, Felix.
Okay,
you guys, please, everybody except Ray Joe. I'm not. Everybody can.
Because they're assholes. There you go.
Who is asshole?
They hate you. Yeah, who are you talking about, by the way? That's a great question, actually, that you bring up there. Who are you talking about that's lying?
Right.
I don't get it. What you talking about? Like from the Aristophanes till today, 2000.
What did Eratosthenes lying about? What was he lying about?
Those are conspiracy theories.
But all the people that said the Earth is a globe, they lied. But why? I'm asking why.
How are they lying? Yeah, they believe that the Earth's a globe, probably. As far as we know. Do you have proof that they were lying about that, or that maybe they just believed that the Earth's a globe?
You heard what I asked.
Yeah, maybe they believed the Earth was a globe, and they're not lying. I don't know.
But why would every scientist that is involved in exploration or working above 100 kilometers lie about?
The subject again?
There's no scientists working above 100 kilometers either.
Okay, but why would you know what I'm asking you guys? Come on now.
I'm pointing out the flaw. Okay. So we didn't claim that everyone's lying. You're claiming that all these people are lying. Now we're asking you to back up your claim because we didn't claim that everyone's lying.
Yeah.
I think all the scientists that you're talking about which you don't know what their personal opinion is. Okay, let's say the majority of scientists, right, genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, because that's what they were taught at university, and they probably never tested it or questioned it. So I don't think that they're lying. If you're claiming that they're lying, then you're going to have to provide evidence that they're actually lying.
Okay, let's dumb it down a little. So
you guys got Gunslinger debunked.
So you got every astronaut lying out here, right?
Lying about what?
Is he
lying about what? Around and they orbit.
No. I think that you could be an astronaut and fake going to the moon and still believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not lying that the Earth's a globe.
What?
Probably. Yeah. So if you fake something, right, like the moon missions, let's say Neil Armstrong. Hold on, listen to me, right? So let's say Neil Armstrong pretended, right, he didn't go to space. He didn't go to the moon, which is pretty obvious, okay? But let's just say he didn't go to the moon, okay, but he still believes that the Earth is a globe.
Right. Okay. I mean, why wouldn't he? Because he thought the Earth was a globe before he went to the moon. So why would he be lying?
Okay. So
I mean,
let's even dumb it down even more. So you're saying
they didn't go to the moon to prove that the Earth was a globe. They went to the moon because they was in a race with other countries. That's what they made that claim for.
So you guys are saying
so technically
every human that work on a satellite, every astronaut that was orbiting the Earth, they're lying about what they did actually. Let's put it simply, so you guys don't escape my question.
We don't know what they're doing, actually.
I'm asking you, did every human that worked and sent a satellite in space, and every astronaut that orbited Earth or went into space, they lied?
That's a loaded question. That's a loaded question.
That's a loaded question.
Mm-hmm.
We're not saying what they're doing. Why is she so focused on these humans? You should just be proving it exactly exists now.
Because astronauts are saying they're going to space, and you're saying they're not.
Right. That's better. They claim. So when you say, so every astronaut that went to space, right? That's a loaded question. But if you say so every astronaut that claimed to have gone to space is lying, right? Then I have to say yes. But not necessarily, too. So some people might have gone in a device, been sent up really, really high, right? And then come back down again. Did they lie? I don't know. Maybe they did that. Who says that they went around a ball, though?
Admit of doing that. Most of them admit of going into.
Every astronaut says they orbit. If they went into space, they started orbiting. They started orbiting the Earth.
Oh, could they see themselves? Could they see themselves from a third-person perspective?
No, they could see like Earth. They could see themselves zipping across the Earth. Flying across the Earth.
And what did they say that it looked like a ball?
They say they were orbiting it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. Maybe they think that they were, but they actually weren't.
But bro, why are you making this so difficult? Listen to my question. You are, bro. Why do you guys think people fake that we are in space? That's my question. Why do they fake it? What's the reason?
I mean, first off, that's an appeal to motivation fallacy. We don't have to basically.
Man, come on, man. No, somebody normal answer me. Come on, man.
Every time I shut down your
ear, talking about fallacy.
They could be getting the food stamps, you know.
All right. Okay. So if I told you I went to the Empire State Building, right, you could conceive that that's a possibility, right?
Yeah.
Right. What if I told you I scaled the outside wall like I was Spider-Man?
I had a hard time believing you, but I don't know you, so
right. So it's the same thing. So a guy got shot up into the sky really high. Okay, cool. That's conceivable. Oh, then he says he orbited the Earth. Yeah, cool story, bro. Just like me scaling the Empire State Building like Spider-Man.
Bro, please. Okay, what about the humans who were on the moon?
But you gotta ask yourself, why is it absurd for him not to scale the wall like Spider-Man? I mean, he said he did it.
What about humans on the moon? They're lying about it.
But
like
why wouldn't T-Dub be lying when he said he scaled the walls like Spider-Man? Why wouldn't you believe that?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I still didn't get your answer to my question.
Your question, you don't want to answer it. You asked us one, we answered it. It's our turn to ask you one. When T-Dub
You didn't answer me, Ray Joe. Do you know how a question works? I know you don't, but I'm asking you. That's a rhetorical question. I'm asking you right now, and you don't know how it works.
Here you go. Audio chaos. T-Dub gave you an example about the Empire State Building, right? Let's stay on that.
I asked you a question, man.
It's definitely relevant to the topic. Why wouldn't you agree, or why wouldn't you believe that he could scale on a wall like Spider-Man? Let's not just run past it. Why wouldn't that be believable?
Anybody else except Red Joe can answer me this. Why would humans, all of humans, I'm not talking about NASA, I'm not talking about no CIA, no FBI, MK Ultra shit. I'm saying Soviets, Chinese, Indians, Americans, South Africans, ESA. Why would everybody fake about working on space stuff, spend money? And why would people who work for them confirm their stories if it was all fake and they were playing pretend? And
can you give a specific example?
Oh my God! I just gave you everybody who works on satellites or
it's a bit broad and vague.
What is it broad and vague? They all do. They all work.
Okay, give a specific example and give names. Let's
Yuri Gagarin.
Yeah, what about him?
Why would he lie? He went into space.
Maybe he got shot up really high in a rocket, and then he was like coasting along in the sky for a little while before he came back down. Now he was told, "Hey, did you know that while you were in that capsule, you orbited the Earth?" And he's going to say, "Oh, cool, I orbited the Earth." And he's going to tell people, "I orbited the Earth," right? Because he was told that he did that.
Where you at?
Okay.
How does he know? How does he know he orbited the Earth?
Okay.
How does he know he was in quote unquote space?
Right.
Okay. Why would India fake a lunar rover 2 or a year ago? Why would India fake landing lunar rover on the moon a year ago? India.
Because they want to be seen. They want to be seen as more capable. They want to be seen as. They want to be seen. Probably the similar reason that America did it, right? Because they want to seem more powerful than what they really are. Okay, so the India moon landing footage is literally a joke. Even the Indian people that come in here laugh at it and say, "Yeah, it looks completely fake," and they probably faked it.
Yeah, you know what's a joke? I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead, Neil.
You know what's a joke? It's kind of sad because how the mighty have fallen. Do you realize that QE is doing a show right now on what we just spoke about maybe an hour ago? It's quite sad.
It is sad, bro.
Just showboating,
desperate for
man.
content. Desperate.
What are you talking about?
Freaking sad. First of all, they're lying.
Neil, let QE do what he does. What he wants. Let him do what he does.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So you're saying if Indians fake the landing of their lunar shit, you're saying everybody else who landed anything on the moon, who landed else?
Yeah,
the Japanese landed. Japanese, I think, landed.
Yeah,
China's footage is fake, bro.
Yeah, man.
You're saying, so you guys saying, if I'm getting it right, every country fake landing anything on the moon.
Yeah, man. It's just for the clout, man.
Dude, it's a freaking backdrop.
Great. So we established every country lies about.
Yes.
Gunslinger, I'm going to post some footage in the side chat, right? And then you're going to defend the footage and look like a fool if you do. All right, so just give me a second. I'll just pull up some footage for you.
Let me just ask you a question while you're putting up the footage. Didn't all countries unite not too long ago and lock down the world? Are you kidding me?
What?
Yeah.
Lock down the world. Which time?
Yeah. There was a major lockdown over something, wasn't there?
Who Japan enemy with?
What I'm saying is they got together to lock down the world, didn't they?
Gee, man, I telling you, man, they only do for the cloud, man.
No, I'm not Puerto Rican. I don't speak like that. So at least get it right. I'm Italian from Brooklyn. Get it together.
Italian.
Learn your
But
accent.
you're not real Italian. We are real Italians. We are descendants of Romans. Not you, man. You American.
Yeah, you heard me.
But yeah, we from. I mean,
Listen,
not some.
don't embarrass Italians by claiming moon landings, please. The region's fake itself.
Huh? I didn't hear you.
The region is fake.
Who is fake? What region?
Outer space, the vacuum.
Aight.
It's a violation of natural law. It's fake. It don't exist. They sell it to you.
Sorry, what?
And you think you landed on the moon, or India landed on the moon, or the great Americans landed on the moon.
Okay, chill, bro. Listen. So what I want to get to is your guys' reasoning for countries lying about like space exploration is because they want to seem like they're more technically capable from one another. Listen. Let me finish my point. So they want to seem more technically capable than one another, but they all know each of them is faking it.
Okay, he just gave you the reasoning. It's impossible because it's violating natural law. The reason why I was getting to what T-Dub example he gave you is why you would not believe that T-Dub actually scaled the wall, because you would know naturally that he cannot do that, because humans don't have the capability of scaling a wall like Spider-Man. And since T-Dub is not Spider-Man and he don't have those natural abilities, of course you're going to say, well, T-Dub must be lying. Maybe he did go to the Empire State Building, but he didn't go to the Empire State Building and scale the wall like Spider-Man. So, of course, if you talk to someone that claims that they flew in the rocket, right, and went into a space vacuum, well, you will know that they're lying, because that violates natural law.
Okay, so I'm asking you guys, why would like every of those countries that landed anything on the moon want to like prove they're like technically more capable than one another if they all know everyone is faking it? Why wouldn't one single country out of them like blow the whistle and uncover it? Or why would they want to do it if the other country know they fake?
We don't have to know why. They'll be appealing to motivation.
Humans definitely landed on the moon. There's solid proof from multiple independent sources. Apollo astronauts brought back 300.
Chill out, small man. Chill out.
Thanks, ChatGPT.
Chill out, man.
Yeah, so how would the other country so the head of the Russian space agency literally said that NASA faked the moon landing. Literally the head of the Russian space agency.
Can you show me there where he said it?
Oh, you don't believe me? What if he did say that?
I don't believe you.
Man.
Okay, and then there's a Polish astronaut who said the Earth's flat as well. And there's also a Russian cosmonaut.
That was a joke.
Oh, how did you know he was joking? Did you ask him? Because he didn't seem like he was joking. He had a photo shoot with the guy, and he said it multiple times.
Yeah, man.
His colleagues, not his colleagues, but some guy from Polish, some Polish researcher explained that he had like he had a sense of humor, and he said it as a joke. Also, let me point out that this what you said, that Polish astronauts said the Earth was flat. One guy in here 2 days ago, when you brought it up, said that Buzz Aldrin said we saw animation of Apollo 11 landing on the moon. But that was being willfully ignorant, because Buzz Aldrin said that because when they landed on the moon, and the animation was shown to just so you could picture Apollo 11 landing on the moon. It was an animation, but this guy in here said, but we saw an animation. Buzz Aldrin said it.
Not what he said.
There's one guy in here, I don't remember his name. He was one of you guys. And he said, Buzz Aldrin said we saw an animation of a moon landing.
Gee, man,
That's what he said.
wait a second. Gunslinger, I have a question for you, man.
Let me hear it, Samba.
Can you read minds?
Hell no.
There you go.
What you talking about? Yeah, but DJ, that's what that Polish guy and that Russian guy said it as a joke.
No, he didn't say it as a joke. He didn't say it as a joke.
So why wasn't he interviewed again after that and repeated the same
thing? He was. I just literally posted an article saying former Russian space chief repeats false moon landing conspiracy theory.
True. VOA News, man. No proof U.S. landed on the moon.
That's mind blowing.
Dmitry Rogozin.
That's mind blowing, ain't it, Frankie?
Roscosmos, I love that name, Roscosmos. It's so like, Bratan, Russia, bled, space.
Yeah, so the only people that have actually gone high enough, right, to see the curvature of the Earth have been the Apollo astronauts, and that was over 50 years ago. And when they interviewed NASA and said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said, we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology. And it would be a painful process to build it back.
But hold on, if you guys, why are you bringing this guy up? When he was, wasn't he head of Roscosmos when he sent the first man into space? But you're saying that Yuri wasn't even in space.
We can't confirm exactly where these people went, can we? You know, they tricked a whole... Do you think that they could trick people into thinking that they went to space?
I think you can measure if something is 100
Answer
kilometers.
My question, please. Answer my question, please.
Yeah, what was your question? Sorry.
Do you think you could trick people into thinking that they went to space?
Helium.
No.
Okay, so back in 2004, I think it was 2004. Okay, there was a TV show called Space Cadets in the UK. And they literally tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they actually went to space, right? But it was just like a reality TV show. It was one of the most expensive reality TV shows in history, where they actually built a fake space capsule on the Earth, and they put these people through all of this training, right? And they literally faked it and pretended like they had these big giant screens out the windows. So they went up to space, right? And they were looking at the globe from space, and they were all freaking out like, wow, this is amazing. And then it turned out that they were just pranking them. It was just completely fake. But they genuinely believed that they were in space. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I saw that. The guy is named Travis Scott or something like that, man.
So you gave me a point where they took like, I don't know, 50, 100 people off the street, show them some fake-ass image. I could show my grandma.
No, that's not what happened. Listen.
Nah, they got a group of people. Travis Scott. He even has a song named Space Cadet.
Yeah, so this is what they did. So they got a bunch of people, and they told them that they're going to send them up to space in a capsule, right, into low Earth orbit. And then they built a capsule, which never left the Earth, and it made it. It was kind of like a ride, right? Basically, like, so they went into the capsule after all their training, and they literally thought that they were getting blasted off up into space, and thought that they were up in orbit looking at the globe out the windows from space, right? But it was all they just tricked them into thinking that they went to space.
DJ, you think there are humans on this earth that are not dumb, that would believe that somebody chose them for whatever reason? I can guarantee you there weren't scientists that was chosen. There were normal people.
Yeah, they were. That's exactly the point.
Jedi, let me finish. And
I'll post it in the side chat also.
And you think there is people who would believe somebody would just randomly select them and send them into space?
Yeah, they thought it was part of a TV show.
And those people are not dumb.
In the age of Big Brother, yeah.
2 years. Oh my God, bro. This is what I'm conversating with. Jedi, chill now, bro. Me and DJ got something going on.
I don't get upset, dude.
Don't try to control the conversation, bro.
Yeah, I've just posted it in the side chat. I watched it, dude. Doesn't sound like you have.
I've seen with my own eyes.
Bro, look at this. Look at these people. These are regular Joes they select.
Oh shit! Yes, we know. That's the point.
You can. Why? What's the point? You can fool some idiots about.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah,
you cannot
like
fool
you.
scientists about it. What about there is no scientist that says we didn't go to the moon, the Earth is flat.
Oh my word! He's getting upset now. He's going to start appealing to all scientists.
Hey, Jedi, I have one question, man. Like, I'm on your side, but I'm just curious. Like, if the Earth is enclosed, right? How do they have to change the air, right?
Sorry, what?
Pardon? Like you know, if you don't like air out your flat, you know, you get stale air, man. You have to change the air, man.
All right, are you trolling me, dude?
No, it's a legit question. Like, if it's
so you understand that the air around us, the fresh air, is produced within the system and reproduced. It's absorbed. You understand that, right?
Got you there,
bro. The reason why it smells fresh when you're like walking on grass and within a forest.
Oh, right. So
are you okay?
Plants produce so plants,
where do you
like,
think gas is produced, dude?
No, I'm just curious. Like, plants, like they filter the air. Plants, so that we have
plants, the nitrogen cycle, the soil, the water. Why is 5 people talking? The phytoplankton in the sea that produces our oxygen. You said it would go stale. The environment reproduces, and absorbs the gas. Are you okay?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Okay, so Jedi, let me ask you. You're a normal guy. Let me ask you a simple question. Let me just ask you a question. Why would people lie that Earth is flat and then we went to moon and outer space exists? Why would they lie, Jedi? Answer me that, big fella.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I haven't asked them. Who are they?
But what's the point then?
To clarify the question, who's the they? Who are they?
Every person that claims and works.
Like a school teacher?
Yeah, like a school teacher.
They
all
got
the way
taught.
Up to
that's the story. Dude. The teacher, they got taught that's the story. Okay. They're not lying. They're just repeating what they think is true. Like 99% of us. Right? Not intentionally lying, just repeating what we believe to be true.
Okay, what about the 1%?
I don't know. I haven't asked those people. I don't even know who they are to ask them. And if I asked them, would I expect them to tell me the truth? I don't know the motivations or wills of other people, dude.
What's the benefit then of realizing the Earth is flat?
Well, if we take the cosmology where the Earth is a sphere that had its creation narrative from a Big Bang, and we understand that the Big Bang can't have existed, create a sphere, because that's not real, and we ask the question how the Earth was created, the flat, stationary, ordered system, then we might lean more towards intelligence created this system. Some people call God, but that's just my idea, dude. I don't know.
Could you repeat that last sentence, like before you said about God and things?
Pretty much the same thing I said to you. I mean, like a few minutes ago.
Ray Joe, chill, man. Jedi, what you said the last sentence?
The last sentence was I don't know.
No, before that, the sentence before that.
Dude, I don't know. I'm trying to tell you that to ask the question about how the Earth got here that's flat and stationary, you might lean more to one side and that's intelligence. But I don't know.
So you're saying people would be more intelligent if they all realize that?
No. The leaning is towards the answer how the system was created. To have a creation, you need a creator. That would be God. So maybe the reason why they tell us that the ball came from a Big Bang that is devoid of God, this is a natural process, maybe they're trying to make people not believe in that idea. But I don't know.
So you're saying you don't know what's the benefit of believing in flat Earth?
I'm giving you speculations, but I don't know the motivations of other people.
control of people's perception about reality, their place in it, their purpose, what reality is, and how it got here, and is it here for a reason fundamental to the human condition, right? Now, if these questions have already been answered for you, we're kind of accidentally created from this process that happened for some reason, and some kind of interstellar one-night stands where eventually we'll turn up to turn around and ask the question, how the fuck did this get here then? If you can control people's idea about reality, then you've got them.
Yeah, but why ask a flat earther what's the motivations of astronauts anyway? Why don't you just ask the astronauts?
Great. So let me ask you this, Jedi. Since you've been doing this, I believe, for a long time, you've been believing the Earth is flat. What benefit has it brought to your life that you know the Earth is flat?
Now you want to know.
To interesting people like you.
Except that I know. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I find
you don't want to say.
Why do you want? Why is it so important? It seemed like you didn't want to talk about you proving gravity exists for your satellites earlier.
Listen, fellas, I'm going out for a cigarette, man. Yeah, have a good one.
Me out.
And we'll be back on here, yeah? We'll be back on here pounding the flat earth arguments once again.
Next time I'm going to ask you for your evidence.
My evidence for what, man? T-Dub?
For the evidence for the people, for the claims that you're making about the
same people
apparently went to the moon.
The Earth is a sphere.
The proof that people who went to the moon said they went to the moon.
So
you talk about that, T-Dub.
Yeah, the people that you're asking why they're lying.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, what's their evidence?
What's their evidence they went to the moon?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's their evidence for that?
Okay, cool story, bro. Might as well. That's the good ass.
Hey, Gunslinger, instead of fobbing that off like you just tried to, why don't you show us video evidence of these gentlemen that allegedly went to the moon swearing on the Bible, telling us that they went to the moon?
I swear I'm going for a cigarette.
You put your hand on a Bible.
But this is a very long goodbye for somebody who's got a nicotine addiction. Just go and then come back later.
I ain't going to come back later because I'm coming back later because I gotta get to some loving later. Bro.
Enjoy a cigarette. Bye.
And I gotta get to some loving later, bro. I ain't trying to debate all day. I gotta get to some loving. I need me some love out here, man. Not only a globe love. I need some women love, man.
He's still here.
I'll get you.
So I'll be back. That's a good ass point, T-Dub. That's a good ass point. We're gonna get back on that. We'll go get back on that next time I'm around. Samba, peace out. Everybody else, peace out. Red Joe.
Okay, man.
And I hope you get civilized. Learn how to conversate, fella.
Okay, man.
Hi,
Next time,
JD.
about gravity. I won't ask you about it next time.
Man.
Man.
All right, man.
Hi, JD. It's been so long.
Really?
Jedi? Who's JD?
Oh, no.
JD is my boyfriend.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No.
Stop behaving like a stranger. I know you are.
Sorry, no. It's when you start saying that I'm your boyfriend on the internet, some people take that fucking seriously. No.
Of course, that's
welcome
serious.
back. It's nice to converse with you again. How have you been?
She got a nickname for you, pet name for you, and everything, Jedi. JD.
My JJ.
What's up? How are you?
Oh, that was it. She was just wanted to announce her love for her JD.
Yeah, good stuff. DJ, we running an event at the moment. Nope,
I shared you the bottle of milk. Please drink it.
Oh my God, she's not wrong.
Hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's a
right now.
There's a stage event at the moment, but as soon as that ends, it should end soon. I'll fire one up. Yep.
Cool. I scrolled past the Quantum Eraser. You're famous now, so am I.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I'll probably have my treatment soon.
Yep, the quantum Karen treatment. Look out.
Well, at least you're not in a numpty clip, so that don't mean he completely hates you.
Hello, everyone.
What
Hi.
happened? This Alula came back, JD.
Jedi, that's Jedi. The pronunciation is Jedi, by the way.
No, it's nickname for him. It's JD.
Hey, JD.
JD is her nickname for him. She's just in love with Jedi.
Yeah, right. I'll see no one in a bit. What the fuck?
Let the force be with her.
Hi, JD.
Fuck off, man.
Stop it. I know how much you loves me, JD.
Shit, she might be sick.
He's feeling shy. That's why he just muted himself. He's blushing.
Wow.
Lola, are you just getting jealous?
Of course not. He's 45 years old, so joke's on you.
Wow, that's very fantastic.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like jealousy, though. I mean, you ain't have to say all that.
What rubbish? That's not jealousy, to be honest.
That's jealousy. I can literally see
I
that.
like people who are youthful, you know?
Oh, sure you are. But the woman you is totally in love with the 45-year-old that kicks your ass on this flat earth thing every day.
What rubbish? No, he never does that. And stop this, kicks my ass on flat earth. Every day I make a valid point, which is amazing.
Yeah, I'm 49. If we're going to be clear.
Oh my god, that's literally very fantastic.
Oh, and she even more attractive to him now. How you feel about that?
Yes, I'm even more falling for you. You know, JD?
DJ, help.
Yeah. You know, most people on this VC are at the age of 40.
Oh God, he's still hating. It's real.
But guys, I'm 18. Only 18.
All right, that's cutting it close.
Well, I think, yeah.
अरे गधी पूछा है वो बताना.
हाँ, वो है.
Disgusting.
Speaking the same language?
Sorry, JD. I thought you were single, but I got to know that you're married, and it's not good to flirt with you.
Yeah, he's married. Leave him alone.
Yeah,
Oh my god, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, I forget it. I'm your wife. How can I forget it? Yes, of course you're married with me.
I don't know.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun.
I'm going to go walk my invisible dog. I'll be back later.
Okay, guys, listen. I want to push forth a point, okay? See, it's a very intellectual thing.
I mean, this like your best chance that old girl over
No. Who will volunteer for this game? This is like a very amazing game. It's related to flat Earth itself. Don't worry.
Is it
It's
a
a
dating
geography. No. It's a geography game. I mean, I want people who are good in geography. At least like 4 people, okay? I just, want to check the knowledge that
We
do
just
you
want
have
you to
the
put forward your proof of curvature.
Right,
That's
that's all.
all.
Wait a second, Alula. I want to say something. Okay, so JD and me are going to have fun. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Anyways,
yeah,
what's your
you can just put forward your proof of curvature. Yeah, that'd be great.
Who all are intelligent here? Please raise your hand. I mean,
That's one of the moderators. He said, "Put forth your proof." That's what you have to do, sir.
but that's my different technique.
No technique.
We're not worried about your technique. A little secret. If you've got data that is true and correct, it will present itself. So we don't have to play silly games in order for you to try to get some kind of one-up or I've got your moment type crap. Just put forward your evidence and we'll assess it. If it rings true, then so be it. If it does
fine.
not,
That's
then
what you're
please
saying.
try again.
Okay, in short, I cannot do that. Fine, I'm being quiet. Oh, go ahead.
You don't have to be quiet. So that just tells me you've got nothing to prove that you believe you live on a globe to back up this belief system.
That just tell me he just got a script that he need us to follow behind.
Yep. Which is pretty common.
It wasn't a script. I just thought I made it right now. But anyways,
Follow. Then all you need to do is just present your evidence.
no, leave it. Y'all are not allowing me my own scientific method. Then what's the point?
Oh, so you have a scientific method. So what was your naturally observed observation?
Your own scientific method.
Yeah.
It's not scientific method.
I'm like, scientific personality myself.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No, you don't have a scientific personality. You have the opposite of a scientific personality. You have an imaginative personality.
Who are you to label my person? That is disgusting.
I'm the personality police.
Yeah, because you was just in here trying to play a game. The scientific method don't apply games.
Yeah, I mean, haven't you known any, like, in science, we have certain tricks and scientific methods and simple way to understand certain great things.
They prove cause and effect reasoning. There is no game in that.
Oh my God. Fine, guys.
So-
I'm not doing the game. It's okay.
Yeah, so if there is no science in what you was talking about, there's no game in science. There's no science. There's no imagination science. All predictions, guesses. There is no hypotheticals in science neither. It's only proof or hypothesis testing and cause and effect reasoning. That's it. Do you have that?
What is this behavior?
Do you have that, or else one of these moderators is going to get on you?
Fine, I'm quiet. I'm not playing that game anymore.
That's not a game. He's just put the facts down, and obviously your game doesn't fulfill the requirements of the scientific method.
The game is systematically designed to clarify ideas and to kill doubts.
That's science. You want to try again?
No, guys. Y'all have your fundamental arguments. It's fine. I'm stepping back.
This is not even a fundamental argument. This is a statement of fact. What you just demonstrated is that you don't know anything about science. You thought it was a game that we was going to play with you.
No, it's a scientific game developed by a geographer, an earth scientist.
Science don't deal with games, and even when you teach it to kids, they're not playing games.
Well, how old are you, mister?
So what are you dealing with? Geography. So
yeah.
How in geography are you going to, let's just pick one, are you going to science Australia?
No, fine, leave it. It's okay. I'm no more gonna do that, of course.
You realise that the scientific method doesn't really fit in geography.
No, I realize that you guys are very rigid. Not open to new ideas.
The whole time
We're very rigid. There's probably a reason for that. Probably because the Earth is measured
Because you
as flat.
simply deny. When I ask, even
You don't want to acknowledge that bit. You just want to talk all the way around it.
Even without knowing the game, you simply
You don't
said,
want to
"No, we are
acknowledge that
not."
bit. You just want to talk all the way around it.
Fine, I'm not doing it anymore. Stop.
Not you. You didn't even listen.
What? What's your point, say?
Exactly. The Earth is measured as flat. Okay? The only
I
way
accept it.
you're going to counteract that is not with games, is by measured drop over distance. Okay, so this is not a matter of philosophy. This is not a matter of science, because this is not a scientific endeavor. This is just straight up measurements, geometry. That's it. Really simple stuff. For some reason, a lot of you guys seem to, for some reason, want to overcomplicate things. It's very simple. You go out, you measure it. If you measure drop over distance, you bring it back in here and you drop it down.
Yeah, I really don't understand. I really don't understand why they try to go to science in the first place. I mean, that's called for the fact reasoning. But what is the Earth, whether it's curving or it's flat? That's direct reasoning with measurements. Even more direct than a scientific theory. The scientific theory has to be tested multiple times by multiple peoples. This is just a measurement in geometry, actually. So you're talking about geographical position, and then you're trying to apply science to it. Just already let us know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just, overcomplicating it for absolutely no reason, which also proves you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But that's just being nice.
Oh, wait. Oh, hello, guys. How's everyone doing? Hello, wonderful people. What's going on?
Hi, I'm the most wonderful people.
Oh, really, Alola?
Yes.
Yeah, he want to play games with you.
Oh, so who here thinks that Earth is a globe? Anyone?
You, last time you were here.
Your mic is not very good, I would say. You're not perfectly audible.
Hello. Hello. Can you guys hear me now? Hello.
It's still so low. Let me just raise your voice from my personal. Okay, can you say hello again?
Hello.
It's your buddy or something.
Fine.
Hi, Reg Joe. Hello. Do you believe Earth is flat or globe?
I don't believe in anything.
What have you observed? Is it flat or globe?
Why? Are you like dead from it, depressed or something? Couldn't contemplate any thoughts.
Yeah, it's flat. So what do you believe?
Well, I think that my belief system shouldn't be matter of your concern.
No, it's not a matter. No, you want to.
Damn, bro! Shots fired. Alola just fired shots. Holy shit! That's
Cause of course they will say that I'm dumb. I will be.
What happened there? Alola just cut in when Reg was answering you.
Oh,
so that's what happened there. So Alola might just want to click the little microphone button, and Mono and Reg can have their conversation.
Right. So you asked me a question. You said, "What do I believe?" I said, "I don't believe in anything. I know the Earth is flat." What do you believe?
Oh, I'm a flat earther myself. I know it's flat. I have tested through 3 different observations. Before I used to believe it's a globe, and then I applied some common sense, and I came to the conclusion that Earth is actually flat. I thought you believed that Earth is a globe.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, and I have observed it. I have made 3 observations that made me believe that it's flat.
So the sentence should be you know the earth is no, the sentence should be
Are you cutting your foot?
I believe the Earth is flat because I have made personal observations that have verified and given me enough evidence to believe that it is flat. Now, I have tried to experience that whether it has a curvature or not, or whether it is a globe or not. And all the experiments that I did, the observations I made, they are aligned towards the direction indicating that it is flat. I couldn't have the sufficient evidence to make believe and prove that it is globe. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
why I believe that Earth is flat.
I'm not going to jump down your throat about these experiments, but what observations that you discovered saying that the Earth is flat?
Oh, so the first one is we have a huge lake in my city, like big. It's like 7 kilometers
Can you
long.
tell me the lake name, please, in your city? Which lake?
Hey, can
Yes.
you?
So let me please speak, Alola. Let me speak.
No,
Do
at
not
least give
interrupt me.
at least give the specification. Gandhi Sagar. I know all the
I marked 4 perpendicular corners in the lake, and I went to the each side. I lied down, right, and then with my left eye closed, with the right eye open, I tried to look at the surface to see if I could figure out or see any curvature, anywhere, a little bit of bends. There were none. It just seemed to be straight, flat surface. And then the second, I did this with all the 4 directions, and it all seemed straight. And
I mean,
the second observation, and the second observation I did was, yes. So sorry, Reggie. Speak, please.
I was going to say before you move forward, you said you went to a lake and you seen that it was straight. I mean, what lake or ocean or did you wasn't straight?
The surface seemed pretty straight. I couldn't see any curvature in it, like a little bit of bend. Because if Earth has the curvature, there should appear to be a little bit of bend somewhere, But it just seemed to be straight, horizontal, straight thing. No bends. There ain't no curvature. None. None curvature was found. It was flat as a flat thing. The flattest flat you could ever observe. That's what it was.
Well, I mean, that's what convinced you.
No, not just that. I did another experiment as well. So, I have my college building, right? It is very tall. So I went to the top of it, and I took a binoculars and I looked at my home building, which is like very far away, right? And I marked this sheet at the corner, and I made a point at it. Now I went to my home building, the same spot that the point aligned with, and I looked at the mark. And guess what? It was spot on, ditto, copying, like perpendicular straight. If there was any curvature, even a little bit, the point would be a little bit down or a little bit up. It wouldn't overlap. The points overlapped. If there was just no curvature.
But making this very vague. That's why most, including the flat earthers, is going to basically say you sound like you trolling.
What? I'm not trolling. I made these 2 observations, and these 2 observations, they were pretty good to convince me. I didn't need to further ask any questions. After the lake surface and the points overlapping from my college building to my home, and from my home building to the college building, that just convinced me that if there were any curvature, the points would be a little bit, either down.
How far was the lake surface that you looked?
The lake surface, I think it's about 2 kilometers in the radius. Actually, I think it's a lot more than that. 2 kilometers probably.
I don't want to be a glober here.
Wait, are you a glober? Are you a glober or not? That's my question.
Oh, because if I was a glober, I'll be your friend or something? I'm just asking you.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm just curious. Are you a glober or not? I don't think so. It has to do anything with anything with a friendship or not.
So you say you believe that the Earth is flat because you went to a lake
I went to the lake and I did the other thing, the overlapping points thing from my college building to my home, my house building, and my house to the home building. These two things,
right?
These two things convinced me.
And you saying too far, right?
The college building was the distance between the college and the home building was a lot far than as compared to the lake. The lake was very small.
Basically, you're saying too far. You know what you're missing? You're missing the part where the Earth has a radius that the mainstream people that came up with this Earth is a globe, they all agree to, whether it's an average or not. And you basically saying that you try to observe this radius value of having the physical Earth curve edge, and you saying that you did
Radius value, not the radius value. I just wanted to observe the curve and I couldn't find the curvature. That is my point of observation.
Yes, the curves have a very specific radius value that they calculated.
What is the radius value?
I mean, you should be telling me. You don't want to say you did an experiment.
I didn't find any curvature, so I didn't do any radius value thing, because I couldn't find the curvature.
How would you know where to look if you don't even know where they say it's at?
What are you talking about? I'm saying that it's flat. I'm saying there is no curve.
I said, you don't know
what are you pointing to? Are you saying there is a curve and there is a radius value to it? Could you please tell me how you figured that out?
All spheres have.
No, how did you figure out that it is a sphere? How did you figure out that Earth is a sphere? Please tell me. I would like to know. Where did you find the curvature?
Hold on, sir. Don't get it confused.
No.
I'm not making a claim that.
Where did you find the curvature to say that it?
Mano, how about you start listening instead of repeating the same dumb shit over again? He heard you the first time. You made a mistake. You're not listening. Reg is not claiming that he lives on a globetard.
Oh, I thought he was saying it's a globe. I thought he said it's a sphere.
No,
I'm saying,
you might want to listen.
I'm saying if you're going to go around saying that you're a flat earther, right? That you believe in a flat earth, which you shouldn't be saying you believe in a flat earth, but you say you believe that there is a flat earth because you have observed no curvature looking at a lake, and you observe no curvature looking at a college. Well, it's going to be questions that's going to follow behind that because they're going to say, well, have you calculated where the curvature is supposed to be? Then they're going to ask you, have you calculated refraction and where that's supposed to be? Have you done any of those things?
I didn't need to do the refraction and all because what the experiments that I did by pointing the things at the end of the lake, I couldn't see any curvature in it. So there was no need to do any further experiments. Did you do any experiments to believe that it's flat?
Okay, first off, these are not experiments; these are observations. And the observation.
Yes, I mean observation. Did you make any observations of your own to believe that it's flat? Could you share some?
Listen, the observation that you made, everybody in this room makes that observation walking around daily. No one experienced curvature, period, including the globe. That's our challenge. But if you're saying that you're going out to debunk the globe, you're going to have to basically know the globe rhetoric to begin with, which means that the globe have a mainstream radius value that they prescribe to, even have a calculator to calculate it. It's a mathematical model, right, that they use in all their little maps and spherical systems, the way they travel and create maps. So you're going to have to really study that and go out in the world if you want to go ahead and do a observational study and debunk that by knowing all and then test that. That's just
Okay, so basically, what you're saying is that your observation to prove that made you believe that it's flat is basically like you made no scientific observation. You just believe in it by just walking, like it's a straight road, it's a straight things, and you didn't do any observations.
It's a bit more complicated than that. The point, I do apologise, mate, but the point Reg Joe's making is our base observation of our realities. It's flat and it's stationary. So if anybody says that it's different, then we have to see those claims and be able to verify them, right?
Oh, I see. Well, I just did the lake thing and the buildings from my home to the college and college to the home, and it just didn't make any sense to have any curvature. So that is what made me believe that it's flat.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the reason you're doing that is you're doing that to debunk their radius value. You're saying whether or not that radius value is true or is it untrue. But if you don't know where to look, then you're just looking at everything. You're just looking at what everybody else looking at. The Earth being flat and stationary in its first instance. Nothing wrong with that, because it's really up to the glober to come to you and show you where the Earth curvature is at.
Huh. That does make sense. So you're suggesting me that I should do more observations to find the flatness? Where did he go?
I believe that if you use that telescope and just like sit in the beach or something and like look to the other country on the other side of the ocean, you will not see it because of the curve.
How far away is this other country on the other side of the ocean?
Wait, I will search it.
Okay.
It would sound very much like gunslinging.
I mean, I can look over a sea and see another country. It's going to depend on the distance, right?
And again, at first you're going to have to prove Earth curvature to begin with in order to make the claim that it is due to Earth curvature. It's the reason why you can't see.
It's 380 kilometers.
Okay. There's a lot of air between you in that country, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that the light is going to diminish through all of that air?
What is the meaning of diminish?
Diminish, get less.
No.
So you don't think the light is going to reduce. Why do you think that you can look at the sun on the horizon at sunset or sunrise, where it looks like a big orange ball, but when you look up at, say, noon, you don't really want to look at the sun because it's really, really bright and it'll hurt your eyes? Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Do you think it's because of the amount of gas that the light is passing through, causing the light to disperse? Why do you think you can't look down to the bottom of the ocean?
It is dark, like down there.
Yeah, it's dark, right?
Yes.
Why is it dark down there?
The light can't reach.
Yeah, good. The light can't reach. All of the water's in the way, right?
Yes.
If you dive down, it'll get less and less bright. So that's water. That shows that a medium where light passes through it, the medium diminishes the light, makes the light distinguish, get less with distance. It's the reason why you can look at the sun at sunset or sunrise, right? Where it doesn't burn your eyes like at midday, because all of the air that the light is passing through. So when you're thinking about looking at a country a few hundred miles across the ocean, there's going to be a limit to how much light can pass through that gas at distance. I think it's called the Rayleigh Atmospheric Extinction Coefficient. It's basically a load of mathematics that will make a prediction as to how much light will pass through gas at distances
but the light is even, right? The light is even on the surface.
Okay, there's probably going to be some weather systems in the way. It might be raining. You understand that moisture, the temperature differential within the air is going to cause light to do different things. I'm just pointing out that at distances, looking through that, the light is going to struggle to get to your optic at distances over 300 miles.
Yeah.
Now, the limiting factor should be the curvature of the Earth. And I understand what you say if the Earth is flat, then we should be able to see forever. It's not necessarily true. We've got a lot of air to look through, especially when looking horizontally over distances of hundreds of miles, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about what if I used like a telescope or something?
A telescope, yeah. So that's just an optic receiving light. Now you can increase the technology, binoculars, high-powered zoom cameras, whatever, and you will increase your ability to see the things at distance because the angles that you couldn't resolve will be resolvable by the optic. But the problem is still going to remain that the light has to pass through all of that air. Doesn't matter if it's just your eyes, binoculars, or a high-powered zoom telescope. We're requiring the light to reach the optic at distances of, you've said, 300-400 kilometers or whatever. So same problem still exists.
Yeah.
You might be able to, excuse me, you might be able to change the wavelength of light you're making the observation in. Sometimes we use infrared. Now, we don't see in the infrared spectrum, but we understand infrared has a lower refractive index than the visible spectrum, what we see in. So when we use the high-powered zoom camera with the infrared filter, for example, we see miles and miles and miles and miles. Now, we still might not be able to reach the 300-mile barrier from sea level, but if we were to go up in an aeroplane, for example, out of the denser medium and start looking down with infrared filters, we can start seeing hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 miles across the surface of the Earth. I'll put it into context for you. If you're in an aircraft at 35,000 feet, the geometric horizon should be approximately 220 miles away. So in infrared, we can see 800 miles, for example. There are other ones 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 1,000 miles. But that's because we're out of, let's say, the denser medium of the air, which is going to cause the light to distinguish.
Yeah. So if this is like this is very controversial. So why, like, there is no books and like other scientists,
there are books
like that is based their science or knowledge on flat Earth, like flat Earth, like
Okay. Now, you can still find books regarding flat Earth cosmologies, right? There are loads that you can find on YouTube that flat earthers have kind of created audio books from. The books from, say, like the 1718 and early 1900s, like 200 years ago, for example. Because back then, everyone was talking about this. It's just nowadays that these books aren't common. There were, say, scientists back in those days who were advocating for the flat Earth. Now that position has, again, kind of been reduced because of the current narrative.
Yeah, but I'm talking about why there is no, like, such a, like, for example, a billionaire or something, or a millionaire that is creating a company and ship company or something to discover the borders of,
yeah.
And other
Why
stuff.
isn't there always somebody else to come and fill in your gaps for you and for me, right? And for everyone, there's always somebody who's going to be doing something. And in this instance, it's kind of appealing to the future. Why isn't somebody doing something, like somebody with the funds and so on, blah, blah, blah? I don't know, dude. I can't answer those questions for you.
Yeah, but I mean, it's logical because it's so expensive to discover these places, and you have to have authority because if they are doing this on purpose to hide like the flat Earth, like reality, they are gonna like prevent you from like discovering that. So in order to like to discover that, you have to have the money and authority. That's why like asking for a billionaire or something that believe in flat Earth.
I get when you say billionaire, right? But the authority is kind of the main thing. And the reason why I point it out is this. Not everywhere on the surface of the earth is free to roam and go, right? There are restrictions, international restrictions, where you can freely explore as a citizen of the earth. For example, you can fly in an aircraft, but only up to a certain altitude before the altitude becomes military airspace. And beyond this area, you need permission to go, right? Also, certain latitudes on the Earth, like ecologically protected zones, the Arctic and Antarctic, for example, you need permission to go there. That's for sure. So, yeah, the money might be one thing, but the authority, well, that lies in the hands of people that might not want you to have the ability to explore these latitudes or higher up in the sky.
Yeah, so who has the authority to like prevent you from discovering the North Pole or the
okay, so specifically on the ground, the Antarctic Treaty and signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. I think there's a Northern Arctic Treaty as well, but there's not so many countries involved because the North Pole's landlocked. The Antarctic is surrounded by sea, so it's slightly different as to the way that the land's divided up. The Antarctic Treaty, though, if you want permission to go there and freely explore, because you can go there as a tourist if you get the correct visas and so on, which are provided for you by the tourist organisation, which will take you there anyway. But if you want to freely go there, I would assume that it's going to be all of the signatories to that treaty, specifically the country that you come from. So, for example, I would have to go through the British government here in England. So I'd have to go through them, and then the process would also cost me a lot of money. But saying I had the money, I'm still requiring to meet all of the criteria, and it's within their hands whether they let me do it or not. So the authority lies deep within the government legal systems, right? International legal systems.
But you believe at some point there is like a system that's gonna be like revoke that and try to like make like free reality or something to
I don't think anything like that's ever going to happen, dude. What the hell? The people who are in power are going to stay in power whether the faces change or not. That's neither here nor there. But we're looking at a world at the moment where freedoms are being taken away. So I don't think we're going to go in the way that freedom is going to be ubiquitous for all in all places on the earth. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. That's so depressing, actually.
Yeah. I wouldn't stress about it too much, mate.
Because I think if they are trying to like push this agenda, I think the purpose behind it is to hide like lands of the elites or something.
Yeah, I would suggest there's more than one reason why they're lying. Right? There's obviously benefits, and there might even be money to be made, right? And they could be hiding, for example, like you said, extra lands, which by consequence could be extra resources, minerals, those types of things. But I don't know. I really don't know. Some people like myself say it's more of a philosophical, theological reason why they're lying. Potentially to hide our own identity from ourselves, maybe because they're hiding the place that we live, and have obviously given us a creation narrative that would be evolution. If these things aren't real, then we've probably got a creator God alternative left with regards to the flat earth. Maybe they don't want us to know that. There are lots of religious systems in place, thousands of religious systems in place. You can literally make your own religious system up these days. It's crazy, right? Your own way of thinking, your own personal truth. So they obviously, whoever they are, they obviously like to control the way that we perceive ourselves and the reality in which we live.
Yeah.
We're surrounded by mysteries anyway, right? We must remember that just because the current narrative is the technological space race, satellites and, remote control cars on Mars, we think that everything's solved. If we look on the Earth, we've got architecture everywhere that we still scratch our head and go, I have no idea. How did that get there then?
Yeah.
How was that built? Right. What's our true history? Right? We're only fed at best the current best guess, really, and that's what most people will say. We don't really know, but it's our current best guess with regards to, I don't know, the pyramids, for example, or any other ancient structure. There's always competing ideas and theories. Some of them are quite esoteric. Some of them speak more about, again, things not of this earth. So it's a crazy world in which we live, right? And NASA's also kind of one of these. Sorry, mate, go on, please speak.
I'm sorry to cut you, but you spoke about the pyramids. Like, historically, if you go back, like there is the Library of Alexandria that had a lot of knowledge because the ancient Egyptians gathered a lot of knowledge about the ancient world and how things were built and the technologies and other stuff. And when the Romans came, they burned down the library and took their knowledge and hide it from those guys. And there is also videos, a lot of videos that is getting removed from the internet. They have been leaked about like a secret cult or something. I think it's about it's related to the world order. So when they occupy some lands or something, or they create an excuse to occupy some lands, they go and dig for historical and other knowledge and other stuff. They take it back from the public to destroy it or to preserve it in a secure place.
Yep. It's literally history of the British Empire, yeah. But same with the Romans, right? You speak about the Library at Alexandria, right, and that being burnt down. We must remember, right, information and knowledge is power. And whether you keep the information and knowledge to yourself or destroy it so other people can't find it is obviously something that we kind of see scattered through history. The Library at Alexandria being a really good example, but something that today we don't even really think about. This happened a long time ago. A library got burned down. It's a bit of a loss, but when you dig deep into it, like you did and like we all do, we understand that the invading nation have reasons for their invasion, and sometimes, if not the majority of the time, it's to take over traditions and religions and social kind of etiquettes, I guess. So yeah, it happens everywhere.
Yeah,
but we must remember that, right? So it's information is power. We also get fed a lot of information that is not true. Even today, I'm still finding information that I thought was, kind of truthful or whatever isn't so. So you still discover things today that you learned a long time ago aren't necessarily, the actual facts of the matter. And that can widely depend on, the country that you live in, the tradition that you have, potentially the religion that's overarching or the society, whatever, the government structure. It's all going to depend on the narrative that you're fed. We're not all fed the same narrative, though, from country to country to country. We must also remember that and understanding that propaganda exists for a reason, and it exists everywhere. and you should be very much aware that it exists in your country first of all, even though we're kind of built up in the kind of national pride idea, where it's everybody else has got the problem, and we get this in the UK, right? You can, like, with regards to, say, the BBC, you kind of view them as a potential authority when you're talking about news, but they're as corrupt as everybody else, right? So we must understand that the lies are all around us. It's not just the flat earth. It's not just this, and the reasons of why for are complex and varied, right? Very complex and varied, but we must understand that it is taking place. So from that standpoint, we're at least a little bit wiser.
Yeah. I think also, like, in what comes in mind, like the technology stuff, if you made people think that something is like the flat earth, for example, and like the oval earth, they, like, if they made you think that it's 100% like the earth is round or like oval, so you can't create technologies, and they can't seize it to themselves based on this theory, like, alone. Imagine what they are doing to another, like, things. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's when, for myself, and I know many other of my friends, flat earthers, like from 24/7 in the channel, when we came to discover and understand that the earth was flat and stationary, we have more questions than most people, right? Even the ones that you're talking about. If we're talking about organizations, governments, militaries, whatever shadowy arm of any of these things, what technologies and abilities do they truly have that ultimately that they don't want us to find out about, or would keep away from the public? And this isn't something that, I or anybody else is making up. I'm 50 years old. I've seen this over my lifetime. I understand this takes place. Yes, again, going back to the information and knowledge being power, militaries of the world and those types of organizations, spy organizations like MI5, 6, and all of those types of things, secrets and secret technologies and all of these, they're kept well out of the public eye. So the speculation about these things obviously abounds because there are questions out there that we have and we can't necessarily find the answer. We think they might be out there and somebody does know it, but really it's a struggle to find it. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, or I have heard lots of stories from, say, on YouTube, audio books and things like this, like kind of, let's say, mythological, historical stories, with a kind of scientific narrative to it about things that we have done but have been kept from the public eye. We get told these stories. You can find them in like the Encyclopedia Britannica, like stories about drilling technology that has been used to drill through some kind of wall that's in Antarctica, and stories about particular types of ice and ice that falls from the sky, like the ceilings falling down. There's lots of stories out there that lend
credence to the narrative regarding the flat Earth being a contained system. Lots of stories from antiquity about going north, particular maps that show like 4 continents there and 4 dividing rivers, where today we're told that the North Pole is just a frozen sea. It's not actually land, it's just frozen water. So there's all of these mythologies out there that kind of lend credence to the flat Earth idea. But when you look deep into them, they're just stories, right? We can't necessarily use these as proof that the Earth is flat because somebody 200 years ago, came back with a story when they went sailing for a year around the Earth, or went to the North Pole, or made claims that they'd, come in contact with some kind of barrier. And you even hear stories as well that like governments have sent drilling technologies to Antarctica to drill through the wall, that after they drill through it, it makes itself back again. So the hole that's created heals itself. There's all of these crazy stories that you find out there, but if they get attached to the conversations that we have in here, then obviously people can think that we're all crazy when we start talking about these types of things. But they are interesting questions, right? What technology does exist? What technology would you need to explore the world if it was a contained system? Because obviously if you're inside a container, then a container is all around you. It's not just out wide or up in the sky. How far do they dig down? It is crazy when you think about it. But anyway, I'm obviously rabbiting on quite long, so I do apologise.
Yeah, I love that. There is a channel actually is talking about this, like you mentioned.
What, a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know the name of the channel?
No, I don't know it. I'm just asking you.
Oh, okay. There's quite a few, dude. I've hundreds and hundreds of random channels on my YouTube description now.
What is your favorite?
I don't have a favorite, mate. I really don't. I find, dude, I've been looking at YouTube for like 20 years. Sources that I trusted then, I don't trust so much now. I understand that even with the best intention, people have a bias that sometimes blinds them. It also depends what subjects I'm looking into, because they are vast and varied as well. It most definitely isn't just the flat Earth. There's loads of other things that I personally look into. But trusting, I don't necessarily trust. I just, if it resonates with me and I like it for a bit, I mull it around in my head. If it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, then I'll move on.
Yeah. Like, I think people need to like take some conspiracies theory like serious, because if you think about it, or if they think about it, like every reality has like a conspiracy theory that once people mentioned in like back then. They said like no way that's true, but it turned out to be the actual reality after several years. So people should like take some of those stories serious and not debunk it like for 100%, or like saying it's not like fully true or something.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends what it is. Again, we understand it's very, very, very muddy waters we're looking around in, and it's muddy for a reason. There's bullshit. There's psychological operations, right? There's admitted bullshit that governments tell us that they tell us, right? Organizations like the CIA, MI5, all of these types of things, right? These social programs and these social engineering things happen. So when we're looking at conspiracy theories or things that are alternative to the narrative, let's put it like that, then again, it comes down to you as the individual must be able to critically think about the information that you're being given. One, can you verify it? Two, this source that they verified it, is this just somebody's theory, or is this is this theory based on actual facts, or again just spurious information? Again, you can also look at popular people that are out there. But lots of famous faces like Joe Rogan, who has lots of interesting people on his podcast. I stopped watching him years ago, to be honest, but personalities like this, even YouTube channels where there's unknown people that appear to be putting a lot of information together, you have to wonder about that information and where it comes from and the intent of why it's there. See, when looking at conspiracy theories, you have to also understand what type it is. The flat Earth, I would say, is kind of unique to most conspiracy theories. Let's say JFK, this assassination, 9/11, what happened like 5 years ago with the worldwide pandemic, or everything in between. With flat Earth, you can literally go outside and measure it. With the other conspiracies, you're relying on the digging through of information or somebody's interpretation of something, even though that interpretation that she's 9/11 might be really, really good when you're talking about engineers that would know about this type of thing and all of that type of stuff. You could probably say that, yeah, it is the way that, it isn't the way that the news and the governments will let us believe that it is. But again, it's always going to come down to the type of conspiracy theory that you're talking about. Some are blatantly obvious, though. We must understand that the term conspiracy theory is just as two people colluding behind a group or someone's back. That's literally just like organising somebody's surprise birthday party, right? Conspiracy theories are everywhere. But the ones with regards to government, the ones with regards to, say, emotional and mental health, physical health, the nutrition that we have, the medicines that we have, all of these things in one way or another, you must understand that there's money at the end of the day that really gets to decide the narrative and how it will continue. Usually because of some organisation or company's profitable gain because of the produce that are being put into law that we're allowed to have or not allowed to have. So conspiracy theories are everywhere, dude.
Yeah. And I think people should like question those things because, like, for example, the recent event, like, it got heavily censored across the years, the reality. But when people start questioning, a lot of evidence came, like raining, and like leads and other stuff. So it's maybe censored. Like you look at YouTube, it's like the most source of like people like information and other stuff, and Wikipedia and other stuff. There is a lot of like evidence that they are censoring stuff 24 hours, like all is working. So of course they're gonna censor like critical information and like sensitive information about other stuff. So people need to like watch out from that. So they take it seriously, not like 100% think like, okay, that's true, but at least don't trust the government and trust like the information you take as 100%. I agree with that.
One thing that a lot of people say when they come into this channel talking about the flat Earth
is this idea that we have done all of these things, like when they say we've been to the moon, and we've got technology and we understand the Earth is flat. This kind of we idea. Within that we idea, though, that the benefit of mankind and aren't we smart? We must understand that we also go around and kill people and rape people and lie all of the time. People, humans, all right, we're quite smart and we can build rockets and stuff, but we're also awful. The human condition is disgusting. When you look at the depths of things that we do as human people, there's people that are locked up in prison that we've had to sentence to death, apparently, right? So when people come in and say we have done this, been to the moon, and then people struggle to understand why they would lie, because of the human condition, because somebody somewhere is benefiting from this. Right, for whatever, I don't know, possibly evil, psychologically broken, warped idea that they've got, whatever it is, we have to understand that the question about why lies are being told or why would they lie shouldn't really be hard to answer. People lie all of the time, right? Yeah, like I said, we can make rockets, but people are disgusting too. So it shouldn't be hard to, for people to understand that answer.
Yeah, correct.
DJ, you there? I noticed you were deafened earlier.
Hey, what's up, Jedi?
No worries, man. Were you deafened because you couldn't take it anymore and you had to go and watch Quantum Karen?
I tuned in for like 2 minutes, scrolled through a few bits of the stream, and yeah, just crap, as I figured it would be.
Really? I don't know whether I'm gonna. I've not watched any of the stuff that he's done for like months, obviously. This has got my name in it, so I want to see it. But the other side of me is I can't be fucking asked.
It's really annoying because he just stops it every 2 seconds, right? Because he doesn't want the listener, it seems, to actually listen to the context or the entire point that's being made. So he pauses it every like 2 or 3 words and then talks for a few minutes, right? And then they all get a chance to talk. He just bullshits about everything, takes it all out of context, then plays a few more words. It takes like an hour to get through 5 minutes or 2 minutes worth of freaking show. Your bit, it was just when you and AI Overlord are talking to Vaxwax about like elevation angles and stuff like that. Just it was just boring, so I just switched it off because they just keep pausing it and you can't really get any context.
Wow. Painful. You say they, when I scrolled through it earlier, Brian, is there anybody else on the panel of they?
Oh yeah, Flatsy Klein, yeah, he's a panel of experts. God. Really, it's like Brian, Flatsy, that drunk guy, I forget his name, Adam or something, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, not many people. I think most people have left his. Yeah.
I miss Flatsy. That's one thing that's annoyed me. I miss Flatsy, dude. She was part of like us for a long time, man. And she seems to have decided that that's the camp that she wants to go and sit in. I mean, fine, fair enough. But I'm annoyed that she doesn't feel like she can come over to 24 with us. That she had to choose sides, man. It's weird.
Yeah. Probably not allowed. Not allowed to. I don't know.
Well, I know she held John in Quantum Eraser, in like quite a high regard and so on. So I can understand that
loyalty sometimes. That's probably the reason why she's doing it. She wants to feel loyal to him, but I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just weird.
It is.
But apart from that, has anything interesting been going on? Any new people?
No, man. It's been a bit of a troll fest in here today. We've had these Italian guys that keep saying man, everything man. Yeah, I forget what their names are, but just bricked arguments. Like he was saying that they mapped the Earth out, right? They know it's a globe because of the magnetic field lines, because of the magnetic poles, and that's how they mapped the globe out, and that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. What else was he saying? That we know that okay, so he showed Starlink, right? And he said we know that Earth's a globe because here's some pictures of Starlink satellites in the sky, and that would only be possible if we had gravity. And then we asked, because he said, and then he was talking about orbits and things like that, right? And he said that's only possible because of gravity. The cause of that's gravity. And we said, okay, well, can you prove the cause? And he said, yeah, the cause is that we see these things orbiting in the sky.
Right, okay.
So we know that gravity is real because we see them orbiting, and we can prove the cause by seeing the things orbiting. So yeah, that was his argument there. And you wouldn't be able to fly from Australia to South Africa, and then also from Australia to Indonesia if the Earth were flat. It wouldn't work.
What?
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
Indonesia and South Africa are places that from Australia you can't get to. What?
Said it just wouldn't work if the Earth were flat. It only works if the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
And that he also
India's
said that
just like kind of northwest of Australia, though, isn't it?
It's real close. It's like a 6-hour flight, 5-hour flight, or something like that. Yeah, you just fly across the pond a little bit. It's right there.
Okay.
And
maybe not all Mercator projection maps are the same in different countries. I know in England we get one where kind of GMT's in the middle. I know in other countries you get, like in China's in the middle. Maybe they've got one where Italy's in the middle and Australia gets cut off from fucking Indonesia or something. What?
The gelato-centric projection.
Pasta Earth.
Yeah. But he was also saying that the people that originally mapped the world out, they're the ones that made the maps, and they're the ones that proved it was a globe. But he said that they were flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah. So flat earthers proved the globe by sailing. It just bricked people.
Oh well, sounds fun.
Mm.
Are you planning on running an event soon?
They're still running this freaking English for interviews class. They have 3 people in the audience, and it's been going forever. Maybe I'll just...
Wow.
Yeah, we're not meant to start events while the stage is in.
That's fair enough. English for interview? I should come down here. We can turn your interview into an interrogation. This can be level 2. Oh yeah, the main reason why I'm not watching Quantum Karen is because it's going to make my blood boil. I can see me getting really angry with him. Although I don't care. It's kind of ambiguous. It's pissed a lot of people off, and by proxy, he's pissed me off too. But if he does this and I see him do it, I'm going to get really angry. I don't necessarily want to get really angry. So it's probably just best for me not to look at it because I can see him pissing me off.
Yeah, because he lies a lot, right? He just keeps misrepresenting what you're saying, he was doing that with me for the first, like, he was listening to what we were talking about in here with Neil for the first, like, 40 minutes or something of his show. I was just scrolled through a little bit of it. And yeah, he was just trying to misrepresent, like, everything I was saying. It was ridiculous. He'd just pause it every 2 seconds. He's like, I haven't listened to this before. And I would say, like, the first 2 words out of a point, but somehow he would know what the whole rest of the point was going to be about. And then he would just completely misrepresent it and say that I'm backing up NASA and all this shit. It's just crazy. Pure craziness. This is all I was saying, right? I was making a point about the list of questionable flat Earth arguments or
I know the bit. That's the bit that I saw earlier. Yeah. I was like, like 30 seconds.
Just about how aerospace engineers and also aerospace engineers for NASA aren't admitting, right? They don't say that just because we write that the Earth is flat for our calculations, right? They're not saying we're admitting that the Earth is flat right here. They're not, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that we think the Earth's a globe, but for simplification purposes, we assume it to be flat for our calculations, which is weird, right? Like, obviously, okay, so you have to assume it's a flat Earth, but they're not admitting it's freaking flat. And that's all I'm saying. I'm like, they're not claiming it's flat, right? You didn't find a secret document where they admit that it's flat. They're not claiming that. They have an excuse for that, which is that's all I was trying to get at. So when flat earthers say, oh, there's secret NASA documents that are being found and NASA is admitting that the Earth is flat. No, they didn't leak some information by accident where they're admitting the Earth's flat, right? All of the calculations that are done for aircrafts by aerospace engineers, they assume a flat stationary plane. They assume a constant mass. There's a whole list of things they assume for their calculations. That doesn't mean that they also think that the Earth is flat. Like the people that are writing the freaking, flight dynamics summary for the FAA and things like that, they're not necessarily flat earthers, right? They're saying for simplification purposes. They're saying for simplification purposes, not me. I'm not defending them. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. And I knew that we hadn't heard the last of this list. I thought Quantum Eraser would start going into it, so I wasn't surprised when I saw him going through it earlier. But wow. I'm done with it, man. What the hell? I'm so bored.
Oh, it's boring, man. That's why I just skipped through a bit of it, and I was like, oh, this is boring. They just stop and, circle jerk each other for a bit and then misrepresent what we're saying, and then play 3 more words and then pause it again and then talk for a few more minutes, and then it's kind of boring.
I mean,
surprised that anyone watches it, to be honest.
Being as you mentioned about conversation with VaxMax, were you in the conversation that I had with Adam Meakin whilst Quantum Eraser was in the channel talking about celestial poles? Was you around for that?
I don't remember.
All right, because I couldn't have the conversation with Quantum Eraser. We were starting to butt heads, so I had to kind of retire from the conversation. But we had the conversation through Adam Meakin as the interpreter. I literally just spoke to Adam whilst Quantum Eraser was gnashing his teeth in the background. And me and Adam reached the agreement of 2 celestial poles, right? We had it was a good conversation. I managed to exposit the position really well to him, because Adam and I go kind of way back into like 2018-19 when I started doing this. So it was always good conversation with Adam back in the day. So it was one of the reasons why me and Adam had this conversation, and Adam was kind of nodding along and in agreement. Now I'm just interested what the conversation about celestial poles is like between Adam and Quantum Eraser, being as I couldn't have the conversation with Quantum Eraser but found it relatively easy with Adam.
We'll have fun listening to that if you choose to.
No, I'm not going to, man. I don't want to. Like I said, he'll piss me off. And I got enough going on in my personal. I'm moving this week, and I got enough going on in my personal life to get angry with Quantum Eraser. It's just whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. There's a video I'm watching at the moment on the other window called Why Do Things Disappear from the Bottom Up? It's a new one by Shane St. Pierre, even though I don't agree with everything Shane says. This is a pretty good, like, he's showing some great examples of, how things can disappear due to, like, angular resolution and compression, like compression due to the angle of view.
Yeah.
And things like that. I'll post it in the side chat. It's a good one. It's just lots of great. I'll take a whole stack of screenshots from this one. So he's showing some lots of real world examples of it happening.
DJ's going to be taking screenshots. I can see you compiling your evidence. I'll tell you what, dude. This is me taking my hat off to you. Over the last few months, the way that you articulate arguments has improved. I'm not saying it was bad at the beginning. I'm definitely not saying that. But the way that you articulate and go through with the screenshots, and I've already thought of the questions that are coming, obviously, because we've been asked them already before, and you're already waiting there with the screenshot or the citation or something that, they're going to be asking for in a couple of questions' time. So, like, dude, man, that's awesome
thanks,
stuff.
Man. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm trying to organize my giant folders and make it so I can grab all of this stuff and bring it up. Well, we got the mains are back. Samba, mate.
You're doing the God's work, man.
What's up, mate?
What's up, mate? What's going on, man?
I think you guys should rename this channel to Copium channel.
Copium?
Copium,
yeah. Yeah, I think you might be right, because this is where Globe Earth has come to cope. Yeah.
Nah, you guys are dedicated to Copium, man.
Okay. Have you gone away and had your cigarette, and that's given you enough time to protect your own ego and come back and decide to start attacking us?
No, I don't smoke cigarettes.
What's the other one? This is like the other guys, like Buddy, Troll Buddy.
Gunslang.
So you've had a little bit of time to think, and you've come back and just the attack point fingers at us.
Like we have been over many points, so I'm just here to kind of listen to you guys.
Yeah, if I may, what's a copium? What would be the copium that you're talking about? What does that look like?
I mean, your whole belief is copium. I mean,
all of it. The whole
I mean,
thing?
it's not actually copium. It's
Okay, so it's not that. Okay,
like
what is it then?
brainwashing.
Brainwashing now. Okay.
Yeah, but you'd like to cope when people present evidence for globe Earth.
Like what? What evidence?
All of it, man. Like,
Okay,
what
well,
do you mean, what
which
evidence?
Which one thing? What's the best thing that showcases copium?
Well, when somebody says the shadow of Earth on the moon is curved, then you copium. Then you start to drink.
From
copium.
how do they know? How do they know that?
When
Well, no, hold on. Let's go. Slow down. So a shadow of Earth on the moon. When does that happen?
Yeah. What?
When does that? Yeah. When do you see that? When have you ever seen that?
Shadow of Earth on the moon. I've seen it every night when you look through your window. It's
I wonder when the copium will actually start and who
this
will
is
start
great.
coping.
So, do you think lunar phases are caused by the shadow of Earth on the moon? Is that you're trying to tell me that? That's your proof of the globe, that the lunar phases is Earth's curvature.
I don't have to prove anything. You
Yeah,
guys
I'm not saying that you have to prove
explain.
anything. What I'm trying to figure out here is your belief when you say every night you look at the moon and you see the curve of the Earth on the moon. Are you talking about lunar phases? The lunar phases?
I'm talking about the shadow of Earth on the moon.
When?
At night, right?
When?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, not every night.
Can you?
but,
How about this? Can you show me a picture? Can you just post a picture in chat?
no, I'm in game, but you know what I'm talking about.
No,
when the moon looks like a crescent, when it's going through the phases throughout the 28-day cycle, are you saying that the shadow that's on the moon through the phases of 28 is the shadow of the Earth?
The shadow of on the moon when you have a half moon, right?
Yeah,
is a shadow of Earth, and it's curved.
Okay, so from this point onwards, right, let's see who actually copes. Because within the heliocentric model, moon phases are not caused by the shadow of the Earth. What's caused by the shadow of the Earth is lunar eclipses. Now, you understand that obviously English isn't your first language, so I'm giving you the opportunity. Hold on, my friend, please stop. I'm giving you the opportunity to correct yourself before I just go and get some NASA videos for you.
she don't pull up NASA videos. I mean.
Yeah, which explain to school children why we observe moon phases and why we observe lunar eclipses. And we understand that moon phases and lunar eclipses are different. You seem to think that all shush.
Moon phases.
Yeah, pardon?
I'm talking about the moon phases.
You're talking about moon phases, but in the heliocentric model that they teach to children, that's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon. That's the Earth in shush. That's the Earth inside the circle of the moon, and how the sun is shining on the moon as the moon moves around the Earth, and how we see it. For example, when the moon is between the Earth and the sun, we call this the new moon, because the far side of the moon is being illuminated by the sun, and the side that we can see is in darkness. Conversely, 14 days later, when the moon has changed its orbit around the Earth, where the Earth is between the sun and the moon, the light from the sun can be cast directly onto the face of the moon that we can see. Conversely, it's at this stage within the cycle that lunar eclipses will happen, where the phase of the moon is full and then the shadow of the Earth passes over the full moon. Now, this isn't me coping, this is me educating you on your own
story.
I don't know why are you explaining this to me. I want you
You're wrong.
How you doing?
I want you to explain how, like, what's the shadow on the moon? Like, which?
Well, let's put it like this.
What object is the shadow on the moon?
First of all, you must understand that I'm not going to make a claim to an object casting a shadow. But within your understanding, is the moon a flat surface or a curved surface?
It's not a flat surface.
Okay, then that's going to be a problem for shadows that are cast on not flat surfaces.
Okay, even if the shadow, we've been over this, even if the shadow is distorted, from which object that shadow coming from?
I don't know, but we wouldn't see a true representation. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, okay, you don't know.
Okay.
Hold on, Jedi, can I ask him a question real quick?
I don't want
one question.
Okay.
Samba, do you have the internet? Like, can you go to Google?
Oh shit! The internet? I don't have the internet.
No. Do you have it? Do you have a browser handy? Right. And
Yeah.
I just want you to type in one thing. Right. Okay. Are lunar phases caused by the shadow of the globe or the Earth? And then read out what the response is.
Good call, DJ.
Because now you have to say Google's in on it or cope. You have to cope.
You said moon phases?
Yeah. I'll do it right now for you if you like. Okay, so I'm on Google. Okay, so are the moon... It's going to think I'm an idiot. Okay. Are the moon phases caused by the shadow of the Earth? No. The moon phases of the phases of the moon are not caused by the Earth's shadow. They are caused by the changing angles from which we see the sunlit portion of the moon as it orbits the Earth.
And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the shadow on the moon. That's like there's a shadow on the moon, right? Like when you see a half.
That's not even the claim.
There is, bro. There is, yeah.
Hold on, shush for a second, bro. Hold on a second. You said the moon phases, when you go out, you see a crescent moon or a half moon, like you said, right? You said every night when I look at the moon, basically when it's not a full moon or a new moon, that shadow that you're seeing, and you're claiming that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. That's not even the claim in the globe model, right? They teach that to little kids at school. Most people don't make that silly argument.
Is the moon a globe?
We're not talking. We're just pointing out. Samba came in here right now. Samba's in cope mode now. Now he's got to try to cope with the situation he's put him in. He said something really, really dumb, right? That the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. Right now he needs to admit that was incorrect. Now how are you going to cope with the situation, bro?
Yeah. Do you think it's not logical that the moon is like covered by the shadow of the Earth, and it works by phases?
What education? What country do you come from? Serious question, dude, because I'm worried about your educational standards.
Are you talking with me or DJ?
Anybody who claims that the phases of the moon are caused by the shadow of the Earth, the only thing that's caused by the shadow of the Earth is lunar eclipses.
I mean, the moon phases are caused by the sun.
Lunar eclipse. How do you explain a lunar eclipse then?
I don't.
Oh, you don't.
I don't know.
But the phases are caused by the sunlight.
Okay. And whatever causes the lunar phases.
But you can't.
Okay. This guy wants to talk. What did you say?
I said we can explain how lunar eclipses.
No, you can't. No, you can't because you failed to address. Hold on. Because you failed to address the curved surface of the moon. It's like you guys must be aware of shadows, right? You know how shadows are formed on, say, flat surfaces like your wall. Now, if your wall was a curved surface like a sphere, then obviously the shadow that's now cast on this curved surface would be distorted. In actual fact, it will be distorted over time as the shadow moves from one side to the other. So to make the claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is a true representation of the curved surface of the Earth, then for that to be true and recreatable, the moon must be flat.
What?
What? But the moon's not flat. Yeah, we know. According to you, it's a sphere. That would distort the shadow.
If it was flat, when you see
you just need to wonder, before you start asking questions, you all need to imagine shadows and how they are cast on flat and conversely curved surfaces. Maybe even try to do it yourself. Get a light source, get a ball, get your wall that's flat and cast that perfectly curved round shadow on it. Then try and cast that perfectly curved round shadow on something that isn't perfectly flat, like curved, and watch the shadow over time be distorted.
Sorry for interrupting, but can you demute that guy? I think he has something to say, and mute him.
How rude. You still need to address the shadow, and somebody turning around and saying, but we can explain it. No, you can't. You can't recreate it. You get a light and a ball and a surface. So that's a few things that we've pointed out. One, that sometimes globe earthers don't even understand the story that they're defending. And two, when you point out something really, really obvious, like we've just done there with regarding to shadows and how they are cast on different surfaces. This isn't us coping. This is us pointing out your narrative and us showing you what you can actually demonstrate for yourself.
Was the same thing.
I think you overloaded their minds, and now they have to try to cope with the situation. Samba, do you think the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth? Do you still think that? May.
Or you're coping.
I think it sounds like you're coping now, Samba. Coping with the situation that you put yourself into. You cooked yourself. We didn't even have to cook you.
If it comes down to either A or B, A, the Earth is a globe, and moon phases are caused by Earth's shadow. The Earth is not a globe. Which one is it? Watch him cope.
It's like saying that if a cat has 4 legs and the dog has 4 legs, a cat is a dog. Like, bruh. Like,
no, it's not like that at all.
Responding to Clipboard because he said that if the sun is a globe and the Earth is a globe, then the sun is Earth. Like, bruh, what?
No. Clipcord's a flat earther. Are you a flat earther, Killmat?
I know, but I don't know. But I'm just responding to that guy.
Yeah. So if something else is something, that doesn't mean that another thing is also the same thing, right? Like, if I see a tree, that doesn't mean that I'm a tree just because I can see a tree, right? Like, it's a different thing. It's just like crazy that I have to say such a thing. But just because you see something else in the distance, you shouldn't assume that what you're standing on is also that. right? That would be illogical, but I understand why people think it because they grew up with the heliocentric model deeply ingrained in their brains, right? So they think they've been taught that Earth's a planet and it's floating around in a big space vacuum, okay, and that there's all other big planets and stars, right, that are circles or balls floating around in the vacuum, so therefore the Earth must also be that, right? I get where the illogical conclusion comes from. It's still illogical, though.
I get the question, is the sun a globe? And then he said, is the sun the earth? So you believe the earth is flat, but you don't know the shape of the earth, so you don't know if it's a globe or anything like that.
No, it can't be. It can't be a globe because when we go and test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature. Think about this, bro. Right? Think about this. If they tell us the size of the globe, okay, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be over 20 miles. Okay, it's 266 feet over 20 miles. That's how much curvature there would have to be if the Earth's a globe. When we go out and test it, it's not there. It's completely flat over that distance.
Well, see, that's not my point around the Earth, but my point was around the sun, the sun. So here it says that. I mean, what was my point? If you don't know the shape, you say that the Earth is not a globe, and then so it's not a globe, right? And the sun cannot be Earth, so the sun can be a globe. There's a probability.
Yeah, I don't know what the sun is, right? That's my honest answer is I can't empirically validate what the sun is. I don't know what the sun is. Yeah.
Yeah, same. I don't have the measurements, and I have the equipment, and I don't have just my own eyes. And with my own eyes, I cannot even know. Premises, conclusions in one sentence? That's crazy.
Yeah, so we don't make claims about things that we can't validate, right? So anything that's too high in the sky for us to test, right, or validate, then we'll be honest and say, yeah, we don't know how that works. Right? We're not going to replace all of the explanations that the globe model has with something else that we can't validate. Right? But we can test the surface of the Earth and prove that it's not what they tell us, right? It can't be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles because there's no evidence that exists.
And then if you guys give evidence, it's always some scientifically illustrated cope rather than something that's testable.
I mean, even science has hypothetical numbers that it just based in, like the distance from the Earth and the Sun. It's just hypothetical. It's approximation. It's not exactly true, but it's still an approximation that is very, very near the truth. I mean.
Yeah, we don't know that. Okay, so they say it's 93 million miles away to the sun. I mean, you're saying it's not completely accurate, but it would be close. Like, come on, man. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of assumptions baked into that number, right? One of the first ones is that the Earth's a globe with a certain radius, which there's no evidence of throughout all of history. You still coping, Samba? Samba, mine?
Mine.
Oh, shit.
Thinks the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the globe.
Are you going to start the flat Earth debates starting soon?
Flat Earth debate starting soon?
Yeah, when I come in, I just joined. It says flat Earth debate starting soon. Too interested. And then if I click it, if I click it, I can start it.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a it says English for interviews. It's like a class event that's going on right now. But there's only 3 people there, so let's just start our event. Yeah. All right. I clicked it.
I mean, don't you find the it's obvious that the moon, for example, is a globe.
No, come on.
Oh, that's obvious for
It's
me.
funny when you guys say it's obvious this and that.
You say the same thing. It's obvious that the flat is Earth because you can see it by your own eyes. I mean,
well, no, you can measure it.
Well, you come on, you say that it's obvious.
No, you can. It's called planar surveying.
Anyways, I'm saying for myself that it's obvious for me, and I'm not talking about
It's
anyone.
not obvious for you. You're just wishful thinking and hoping.
Oh my days, let me talk. Oh my freaking god. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, if it was actually flat, for example, let's say the moon is flat. Why would it be a flat circle in space?
I'm not saying anything about the moon.
Yeah, we didn't make claims about the moon, bro. But I do want you to have a look in the side chat. Okay, can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
Yep, that's a globe.
Okay, so the one on the left is a globe? Is that what you think?
It's in 3D dimension? 3 dimension?
Are these, well, can you tell what shapes they are by looking at them? Imagine they're up in the sky, right? And you're looking at this same image up in the sky. Are they globes or are they, what shape are they? They look like globes, right?
Yeah, but if they were globes, actual globes, they would look the same.
Yeah, but only one of them's a globe.
Well, second on the left, from the left.
No, that's incorrect. It's not.
Well, my first thought was actually the left one, but still.
Yeah, they all look like globes, right? But they're not.
Hey, when you look at them, it's actually like a circle, but if you take an actual globe, it would look like the same.
One of them is a globe, but you already picked the wrong one. Which one you thought is a globe, right? One of them's a globe.
Yeah, like I said, it would be the same, not different.
Yeah, but one of them's flat. Okay, one of them's a bowl. One of them's a bowl. And you said they're all globes, right? One of them's half a globe, right? One of them's a globe. One of them's flat. One of them's a bowl. But you can't tell, right? Because unless you can actually empirically check, right? You can't make the claim to say I know exactly what shape they are.
Yeah, that's what I said. But here, there's no evidence from my own eyes. But that's why I said obvious, because I'm imagining why would it be? Like I said, why would
See, I told you we're just making it up. You're using your imagination. That's what I was trying to tell you. Now you admitted it. I just
You have
imagine.
a boosted mic. It's actually hurts my ears, bro. Let me just finish my sentence. So what I was trying to say is, I said that even if it's a globe or a flat circle, like I said, I wouldn't differentiate between the two, because even if I see a globe in the sky, I would still think that's a flat circle looking at me and at his face. But what I said was like, it would be like if it's a flat circle, it's always looking at the Earth and just turning around on it, turning around the Earth. And if it was a globe, that would be more simple. It's just
This is the point that I'm making, man. Like you can't always make 100% statement, bro. You can't always make 100% statement when you don't know for sure. Okay, so you just like these.
Oh no, I didn't make 100%. That was just my thoughts. I said just my thoughts.
Yeah. But this is also the logic as well. Let's say I was to grant you that the moon was a sphere, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth is also a sphere. You could have round lights on your ceiling, but the floor in your room measures flat. Okay, so it doesn't matter what lights are on the ceiling, what shape the objects are on your ceiling. It's not going to change the fact that when you test your floor, it's not anything to do with those lights. It doesn't have any characteristics. And to say because my lights are round, then my floor must also be round, it would be completely illogical.
No. But anyways, and Professor, stop rage baiting, please. Bye.
You get the logic though, right? Just because something else is something, it doesn't mean that the Earth is that as well. Okay, because when we go out and test for the curvature, there's no curvature. Just we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Then when we go and test it over long distances, where there would have to be many hundreds of feet of curvature, there's not any.
Is it safe now?
Oh, present your case.
I see the moon. I see the moon. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Globe logic.
How can it be anything but a globe? It's always turning exactly the same way, like this picture. Always doing this exact same thing right here. It's either not doing the first one, but always doing the second one. Always exactly that. Isn't that crazy? Not the first one. That's what would happen if you had a gyro stabilizing it. If you had a gyro, it wouldn't go around facing one direction around it. And globers think opposite.
Meh. She.
Hey, new rule, Samba.
Yeah.
Next time you say mine.
Mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get muted.
5 hours. 5 hours voice and 8 hours text.
Yeah. Next time.
Can I say she?
No, you'll be copying. If you say it again, you'll be copying.
Wasn't it funny how you said that we're coping and then you went ahead to like butcher a really basic argument claiming that when you see like a crescent moon or a half moon, right, the lunar phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. And then now since then you've been coping and only able to say main and she, right, nothing else. You're just in cope mode now. And then we're going to clip that. We're going to clip that out and it's going to go on a bunch of YouTube channels and it's going to go on a bunch of Instagram channels and it's going to make its way around the internet with a funny title saying something about how bricked or how you cooked yourself. Troll cooks himself, something along those lines. Globe Earther doesn't know basic arguments. Globe Earther thinks the lunar phases are caused by the shadow of the globe. Gonna be famous. Shit. Favi, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you been here before?
No.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You spelled donut wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Favi spelled donut wrong. Yeah. This is the English hub, my friend. You're in luck. right? The flat earthers can help you.
I speak English. You remember, like when you type in a word and you just forget how to spell it. Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Whoa. Why are you yelling at us, Favi?
Yeah, calm down, sir.
You hurt my ears.
You sound like you've had 20 Red Bulls.
I took 4 Red Bulls today.
What? Yeah, that's why you sound like you're about ready to go run around the whole town.
Is the earth flat?
No, you tell me.
I don't know. I'm confused.
Oh, yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know if it's a donut, square, round.
If it was a donut, we'd be able to measure curve. If it was a globe, we'd be able to measure curve. And we don't measure any curve, so it's not curved. How's that?
If it was a donut, it would have been eaten by now.
A cat would have knocked it off the counter. Oh, wait, that's not how it goes.
I guess there's only one way to find out.
Yeah, go check for yourself.
Yeah.
All right, take a big scoop of it and then put it in your mouth and tell me if it's a donut.
Oh shit, he's doing it.
That's got to work in some server, like, I don't know, but it don't work in here because your problem with the donut Earth is that space is fake, so you have a problem. It like that troll doesn't work in here, Favi.
I'm not trolling, I'm axing.
That's not axing anything. If the Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
Okay. Are there any non-lobotomized globe earthers in the chat that have any questions?
I don't know.
They can't even answer They can't answer my Frankenstein question today so far. That's my new question.
I'm just confused. Bro.
Okay, sit quietly until you're not confused.
No driver's license for that one.
All right.
You got to prove you can at least ride a bus at this point before we even let you steer a car.
On the spot suspension.
I don't know if he knows what's the bench.
How old are you?
I could be your dad.
Oh, Unc, what's up?
Call me Unc.
Celestial Joker says the Earth is a circle, the Moon is a circle, the Sun is a circle, everything is a circle, except for flat Earthers. They are flat rectangles.
What the fuck?
I see a bird in my yard, therefore I am a bird.
I really want to read that out in an accent, but apparently that's offensive.
The is a potato. The what? Dude, I told you your shit won't work in here. You're not good enough for this room. We are professionals.
He spelt two foods and got them both wrong.
Oh my god.
I knew
No wonder. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Let's see. Can you spell apple?
Done.
Hey. You win the prize. Have a meme for you.
Next challenge.
Favi, how come the apple fell out of the tree, hit me in the head, and then fell in the pond next to me and floated?
Because I don't know who fucking Albert Einstein is.
Because of bonyons. Gee.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my god, the bus just pulled up.
Zara, welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
From Egypt.
Huh?
Egypt.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Can you see the pyramids from your house?
What?
Can you see the Eiffel Tower from your pyramids?
I think English. He doesn't understand English.
Everybody knows what a pyramid is.
Are you a circle?
Are you?
See what happened when they made everybody stay home? They created a bunch of these.
Hello.
What's up?
So when
Oh,
are you
no.
guys? When are you guys going out and like bringing down the governments because they're lying to us and cheat?
Why am I bringing down a government, dude? I don't give a shit what those guys do. They should get real jobs is what they should do.
Gee. Word.
You should be mad at the government. You should be out rioting, not me. I just tell you what's going on with the truth. What you do with that information is up to you.
Word.
Who comes from Germany?
Germans.
NASA scientists.
Wait, is Argata real?
Did you get your list of questions off of the internet somewhere?
No.
It's got to be because it's like the third person today pulling the same script.
Yeah, and it's like 20 people in the last month, at least. Is there like a conversation happening somewhere where these guys are just like, "Hey, go ask them if they think Agartha's real." Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just trolling.
If what is
No, I told you your troll sucks, dude. It doesn't work in here. I told you that already.
Forgive me. I'm
Why aren't you
sorry.
ashamed that you sound like all the other trolls? Why can't you be original?
I said I'm sorry.
I know, now apologize.
I already did.
I got you to laugh.
Hey, what do you guys think about like radio waves, like Wi-Fi radio waves, or
Going straight lines.
I think this earth is a matrix.
Yeah, you would. You probably do. You probably think by now, especially after being in here, you probably think you're just a brain in a jar. You're not even 100% sure of anything anymore.
Exactly.
so do you think like radio waves, like
Yeah, they go in straight lines. I think they go in straight lines, dude.
But okay, but what I wanted to ask is, do you think like are they harmful to human health?
What do you think?
Depends.
Like Wi-Fi, let's say Wi-Fi.
I think
do you
it depends.
What do you think?
I don't think I'd wear one. I wouldn't wear a Wi-Fi router on my head if that's what you're trying to ask. No, I wouldn't wear one on my head.
Like let's say being in a room where there's a router, is that harmful to human health?
What do you think?
No, I'm asking you.
What do you think?
You're the one
I
that's
think
got
it's
the
not.
question from us, which makes me assume
I think
you
it's
already
not.
have an opinion on
I
the
think
topic.
it's
You
not.
want to know what
I think it's
I want
not.
to know what you think.
I'm telling you, I think it's not harmful. Now, what do you think?
I don't know, man. Do a study for me. Let me know when you get your results done.
I work with Wi-Fi all day long. I play around and design networks and shit. That they don't bother me.
I just looked it up and it said that the World Health Organization said it's not harmful, so it can't possibly be harmful.
There you go. It's not harmful there. See? Why would they lie?
Right.
Yeah, if the government says it's safe, man. Come on.
So you guys think it's harmful to your health?
No, the government says it's not. What? Didn't you just hear what he said?
Okay. What about red meat? Do you guys think red meat is harmful?
I like red meat. Lightly brown on the outside. Makes it even better.
The meat I'm okay with. It's the farts I got a problem with, bud.
No, I'm asking, like, do you think it's healthy or
Oh,
not?
yeah, red meat's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody loves red meat in the world.
We're not going to get into vegan chat, are we?
No.
We're talking about steaks now.
Good. As I tuck into a lamb doner. Good.
Yeah. So, like, how do you like your fillet? I like mine medium rare.
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me?
I can. You're coming in clear.
Okay, my voice is right clear now. And I listen to you. Your accent is so great.
Okay.
So thank you so much for helping me. Actually,
You
I'm trying to increase my listening strength. So that's why I'm listening you.
Do you guys?
That's awesome.
Do you guys believe in reincarnation?
No.
No.
Yes. No. Some of us do. Some of us don't. And?
You know, the cult leader Pythagoras, who came up allegedly with the globe, right? He thought that he was all sorts of different things, including a bird, and all sorts of different things. Yeah, he was crazy, batshit crazy.
Isn't that what the Hindus do? That you start off like a bug and then you evolve all the way up into a human?
It has something to do with the way you treat others or the environment around you. And there's like this scale that determines what happens to you next.
Okay. Do you guys believe in global warming?
That's hilarious, dude.
Those
I had 4 inches of snow today, and the winter hasn't really even started yet.
Yeah. Globes aren't real. So why would I think global warming would be real?
So you don't think in climate change?
What do you mean
you don't
by
believe
global warming?
What I mean?
Yeah, what's that?
Like it's in the word itself.
What, getting hotter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where?
Does it mean environmental change? Right. We're experiencing more rain here, for example. Okay, our summers are a bit hotter, our winter is not as cold, but are definitely as wet. Are we talking about environmental change? Are we talking about the cause of it? What do you mean when you say global warming? I get it get hotter, but what's the cause of this?
Well, the cause of global warming is basically human activity. Human activity.
Okay. So, no.
Okay. So
believe in pollution.
I was just curious. Do you believe in global warming or you don't?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Do you believe that the sea levels are rising?
Yeah.
Well, how come the pictures that we have from 100 years ago, the sea level hasn't even increased by a half inch?
I have something to say about that. So I live in Brazil, and the south part is covered in water right now. It's flooded, actually.
Yeah.
And?
Well, the water rose.
No, it's not rising.
Well, it did.
You can just
sounds like a local issue.
You can just check in the New York Harbor. It's always the same.
Maybe it's only local warming and not global.
Yeah, you said it rose. Did it recede back to where it was, or did it stay risen? And here's another thing I want to give you. Here's another thing I want to give you. Environments will change, and we're not going to deny this. Companies pollute. We do hurt the earth by doing the things we do. But dumping PCPs into a river doesn't cause my city to get hotter in the summer. It just poisons the water.
I think it's more about there's this one thing. So let's say fabrics, they release CO2 onto the atmosphere. CO2 creates a hole in the ozone layer.
No.
And that reflects a lot of UV light.
CO2 doesn't create a hole in the ozone layer.
The planet, and for example, the north.
Incorrect, sir.
Where
Incorrect.
it's cold.
We need that carbon for life to exist.
Then water rises. That's how it works, kind of.
CO2 doesn't cause a hole in the ozone layer. Wrong gas.
It causes trees to grow, dude.
Yeah. Because we're carbon-based life forms here on the Earth.
CO2 causes trees to grow, especially white pines. They'll grow 4 feet in the summer. Yeah, if you got some smoke around them. Those things grow so fast. 4 feet a year.
Boy, we should be swimming in oxygen by now.
Yeah,
so then we should just blow a lot of CO2 on the tree and see what happens then.
It does, yeah. When Canada sets their country on fire and it blows over Lake Erie and all we see is smoke here in Ohio, then our tomato plants grow twice as big.
Hey, Radwin, isn't CO2 heavier than O2? How come we're not sloshing around in CO2 if gravity pulls heavier things down?
Oh, because gas is going all directions.
Linda, listen for a second. Let me give you some truth that you can look up yourself right now. Cannabis companies that grow large quantities of cannabis for the commercial market now because it's legalized pump CO2 into their rooms when the lights go off so the plants can thrive. Go ahead and research that. It's a truth. They actually monitor the amount of CO2 in the room, and an hour before the lights turn on, they shut the CO2 off and start drawing it out of the room. Go ahead and look that up.
Yeah, and I think that they grow
You're
like
saying the plants
30%
love the
better.
carbon?
Yeah, they love it. They think you get like 30% more harvest or something like that, don't you?
My tomato plants, yeah, some 2 years ago, the tomato plants, I must have got, just off one plant, I probably got, 60 tomatoes. And then this year, I didn't get that. I got 20. So keep Canada on fire in the summertime, you guys. Keep going.
All right. I just want to state about the ozone layer thing from what I know. Like, so basically, what I've heard is that the sunlight it goes through this hole that is made with CO2, and since CO2 is, I don't know if it's more reflective than the oxygen, something like this. It causes the UV lights or the heat to be stronger, and it kind of just melts the ice in the North Pole, or would be. There's another detail. For example, if you look up to the sky at night, you're not gonna see as many stars as before. There's a lot of changes in. If you look at the horizon, you're not gonna see it very well. You're gonna see it foggy, even if it isn't foggy at all, like in a day.
I wanted to let
heavily where you live.
Okay. So
I want to let India or AV know I'm burning as many trees as possible daily up here in Canada for you, bud.
Thanks. Hey, so does this thing that you just heard and explained to us, which we've heard and also understand, does that require the Earth to be a sphere?
Not if you have a layer of ozone. Layers are flat. They're not curved like turtle shells.
Yeah, but here's my question:
No. I know he jumped over you, right? But my question was to you: does that require that the Earth is a sphere?
It depends. It depends on the response for does a flat Earth has like a dome or something? Because
No. Okay.
No.
Your
Then it would
claim,
probably-
the thing that you believe and you heard and you understand and told us, which we heard and also understand, did that require it to be a sphere?
I wouldn't say no, but I was just talking about the team. It's the team. I don't know how you say this word, to be honest. But it's about like ozone, the global warming, right? So it involves the ozone layer, which is a layer of pure oxygen. I just want to say also
outer space, which requires the sun to be a distance, and then it's dangerous, and the sun kills you. Yeah, I know. Your explanation of the thing that you heard does require that the Earth is a sphere. So I'm going to ask you, in order to validate that thing that you told us that we all understand, you need to explain to us how you know that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, there's a lot of evidence, but for example, if you get one of those balloons and release it into space, you're gonna see the Earth is round. But there's a better example. In the North Pole, there are some seasons where it's like 24 hours. The sun is always on. If you stay there for 24 hours, the sun won't disappear, and you can look that up.
Yeah, but the sunlight will disappear like in the winter, right?
But the thing is, who changes the batteries in the sun, Mike?
No, the question was
Mute him. Get rid of that dude. Just get rid of him. Here.
Yeah, I heard it. Yep, go for it.
So in the summer, which is dictated when we see the sun, you're saying that we see the sun, and when in the winter you don't see the sun. Okay, I don't understand the problem.
So no, but the thing is, how in a specific season is the sun gonna be 24 hours in one area? because it does. I don't know if it's in the north or south pole.
The seasons are dictated by the course of the sun.
What's the course of the sun?
Sorry?
What's the course of the sun like?
Moving.
How does it go?
It appears to be, let's say, observable in the north in the summer, and then not observable in the winter when it goes away. But in the south in the summer you can see it, and then in the winter it goes away. So it's the sun that's moving, causing the phenomenon. You're saying seasons. You seem to be confused why, when we look up at the sun, the thing that dictates the seasons, why we can see it in a particular season. It's the course of the sun, dude.
So considering the sun is exactly close to a flat Earth, you would observe an area.
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean by close?
So not. It depends. How is the module you imagine? Where would the sun be?
I don't know. You said close. That's really ambiguous, right? I don't make a claim with distance to the sun. I don't need to. We just observe it. Your question was why we see it and why we don't. I'm pointing out to you it's because the seasons are dictated by the course of the sun.
Yeah, but then you would have the flat Earth has the poles around the Earth, right?
What?
The poles are
Whatever you heard, read, or looked at on the internet before talking to us about what flat Earth is, take that, throw it in the trash can, and then listen to what we're telling you. Don't pre-assume anything.
So where would the poles be? The cold
poles? The poles be underneath the celestial points in the sky.
Celestial points in the sky. Where?
It's where we get geographic north and south from, right? We know we're there when we look up. Polaris, the North Star, right? We know that we're at the North Pole because when we look up, it's above our head, more or less. Even though it's a circumpolar star itself, it, like the other northern circumpolar stars, rotate around a unseen fixed point in the sky, right? So we know that we've got there when we look up. Same with the south, although we don't have a visible star close to the center of rotation, we use other southern circumpolar stars to figure out where the center of rotation is. So north and south are underneath things in the sky.
Yeah, but like, you know, like for example, north Antarctica, where would it be?
Underneath. A point in the sky.
So how would the map look like, though?
Oh, I don't know. What do you mean by map? Right, maps come in all different shapes and sizes for many practical and non-practical reasons. What do you mean by map?
So basically, for example, if you look from the outside perspective of the planet Earth.
Sorry, I'll cut you short right there. I have never had an outside perspective to compare any map to. So thank you for saying that. That cuts that conversation really short. We got to the point right away. I don't have that perspective, dude.
But here's the thing. Even then the problem would be we do have imagery of the planet being a globe or whatever.
Yeah, and we'll cut to the chase right away. There is imagery of the Earth being a sphere of a certain dimension, like how big it is, its radius, circumference. But with that image, it shows us, because of those dimensions, that we most definitely should measure curvature over the Earth. In other words, we should be able to verify those images to be true by measuring the curvature of the Earth that's depicted in the pictures. We don't. We measure the Earth to be flat, which by validation would demonstrate that those pictures are unvalidated. Can't be true.
So then it would be. So hold on. How about like? No. The shadows thing's a little bit more complicated to me, to be honest. But
ready?
Calculus from the Earth. How that even work? How would you how to make a calcul like a thing?
Sorry. Say that again a little bit clearer, a little bit slower for me, please.
So
He said,
how
"How do
would you
cow poos
calculate?
work?"
How would you calculate the curvature of the planet without getting out
How
of
to
it?
calculate the curvature of a circle with a radius? How do you think you'd figure out the curvature rate of a circle with a radius?
Well,
these are geometric questions. These are mathematical questions, right? We understand that geometry follows some very certain rules, especially dealing with things like angles and circles and the rate of change of slope, right? Radiuses, diameters, circumferences. If you're given the radius of something, that by consequence you know the diameter, by consequence you'll figure out the circumference, by consequence there will be a rate of change of slope over that arced surface. So we would just use math to figure out and verify the claim. The point is, why are we choosing this geometry when there's no curvature to be measured?
Choosing which geometry?
A radius, a sphere. Why is the Earth a sphere? Why do we beg the question that it is a radius value to plug into the equations when we measure a horizontal water surface on the Earth?
Well, I get an argument that is, why would it not be? Since, for
Why would it
example,
not be? Because we measure a horizontal surface.
yeah, but look at the other planets. They are all round, right?
Okay. And they have curved surfaces, they're spheres apparently, that move. That means by consequence of that claim, the Earth being a sphere that moves, we should be able to measure those things. One, rate of change of slope over the distance of the Earth, and its motion. We don't measure curvature of the Earth, we measure it to be horizontal, and we definitely don't measure any motion.
Then the Earth would be an exception. Why would that be? Because, for example,
know. This is a
Jupiter-
highly philosophical question, dude. Highly theological. But it's like to put it simply, right? It's like asking why are things different? Because they're different and they serve different purposes. The Earth is obviously serving its purpose, and the things in the sky that we can see are serving their purpose. But they're different, measurably different. The Earth doesn't fit into the category of planet if you define it as a sphere that moves.
But then, if the Earth, could I assume that like the Earth would be used to make life basically it's habitable. Like you can live on Earth, and that's why it would be flat.
What? You can live on Earth, that's why it's flat. I misunderstood you, right?
I agree with him.
Why would it be flat?
Why would it be flat?
Yeah.
You ever try to live on the side of a mountain?
Right? You understand this is a deep question, but
Why are things different?
Yeah, go live on the side of a mountain.
Yeah, the difference is a mountain isn't a whole planet. As you can see, the bigger the planet is the mountain. The mountain is part of the planet. The mountain is a consequence of the gravitational.
Oh, hello, we're off into story world, off into consequences of things going down now.
Yeah, because
what's the observed phenomena? Like, at the moment, well, sorry, dude, I do apologise. I might have broken your train of thought, but you said because of gravity, okay. Right? Because of gravity, and I assume that's because what things go down.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
things go down by consequence of things going down, and to be clear, that's vertical perpendicular to horizontal. By consequence of things falling in this direction, I'll give you rocks, not all things, but for sake of argument, things go down. By consequence of this vector downwards, things are a sphere. All of a sudden, everything gets pulled into the center of it.
Well, there brings me another question. If things fall down, why is the sun still up? Why is the moon still up? And why do black holes pull things?
I don't know. Right, the things in the sky are obviously working on some mechanic that keeps them there. Now we're dropping things to the floor, and for some reason, people are sitting underneath trees and apples, comparing them to going around and around in the sky. These are not the same phenomena. So I'm still trying to figure out how you go from dropping things on the floor to only be spherical.
Because it would
just
make
prove
sense.
that gravity.
Excuse me.
Sorry, that was Timbo. He obviously just got attacked by a kangaroo. Back in a minute, we'll just fight it off.
All right. So what I'm saying is like it would make sense because, for example, if you have too much mass, you end up creating a black hole.
Oh, sorry to keep in. Sorry, I do this and I do apologise. The only reason why I'm interrupting is because when I hear somebody say certain things, I must warn them that all of a sudden you are begging the question. Right? This is you're already pre-assuming that this mass and this sphere exists, and this is the mechanism that makes the reality go round. No, this isn't the reality, dude. This mass and this sphere and this gravity are only applicable to the story about the Earth being a sphere. But the Earth isn't that. So when you add things like mass into not that story, then we're going to have a problem. They don't jive with each other. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not saying that the Earth is a sphere. I'm saying it would make sense since we have other spheres that behave like a black hole, for example. If you compress too much mass in one place, like a star, you probably will have a black hole that sucks things in.
Dude, slow down. Slow down.
Mass.
What?
You don't compress things in a vacuum.
No. For example, let's say something gets too much energy, or because energy equals mass or whatever. Let's say there isn't mass, but a black hole is formed. The black hole pulls things in, and you could say it's a different phenomenon, but it's a sphere. It's like the other spheres, and the other spheres do the same. For example, why would the gas of a certain planet still be on its surface? Why would, for example, then that wouldn't fit the module of the flat Earth, because I would be talking about the sun. But yeah, why would these phenomena act like this, and the Earth would act completely different?
The Earth is the floor. Sorry, dude. Because the Earth is the floor underneath the things in the sky.
And why wouldn't
not the same thing?
And why wouldn't we beg the question?
Sorry, because you said mass. Because you said mass.
I'm sorry.
That's talking about gravity, which is assuming that the Earth is a sphere, like all of the other spheres in the sky, and the mass is the reason why they go round and round. Even though that's an antiquated idea. I say antiquated, that's 110 years out of date with regards to modern thinking and cosmology. Like Einstein, right? Special and general relativity. Right? Although it's got mass in it, it's distorting space-time fabric. So I'm misunderstanding which gravity that you're actually trying to talk about. But again, those stories talk about the Earth being a sphere within inside this cosmology. The Earth isn't a sphere within inside this cosmology. Those phenomena are things going round and round. When you experience the Earth flat and stationary underneath the sky and you drop things to the floor, why are you coming to the conclusion that the Earth is like the things in the sky going round and round?
Because it's a pattern that catches, and Earth couldn't only be an exception. Because, for example, if things actually fall down because the Earth is flat, then why is
the Earth got any? What would you mean?
For example,
the Earth, that's the soil underneath my feet, is what? What's happening to make the rock come back down to it when I've picked it up? What's happening here?
What would happen with Mars if?
No, not Mars, dude. I drop a rock after I've picked it up. I'm asking you, what's happening to make the rock go back down?
From what I understand, from my point of view, of course, I can only explain like this because the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction that makes gravity. And the planet Earth is a huge amount of mass. It's got to be like something like the planet Earth, right?
What's mass?
And mass is the high accumulation of energy. For example, a star is a star is
I'll tell you what. Stop telling me stories about things in the sky. Here on the Earth, I've got a rock. Now, what's mass?
Mass, in the sense of Earth, would be like in the sense the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction. I think it would be weight. For example,
Mass is
if you take
apparently
weight.
Yeah, because if you pick up a big rock, it's heavy,
Weight
right? Because of its
singular
mass.
pressure vector.
What?
Weight is a singular pressure vector, as in your rock, it only goes down. The pressure on the scale is in that direction. That's singular, just one pressure direction. You're saying that is mass? That's
No, I'm saying that's gravity. I'm saying mass causes
that's
gravity when it's too much.
Okay, dude. I'll see if I can help you, right? And I'm not patronizing you. It's just, this isn't the only story with regards to gravity, right? This is why I brought up Einstein. You're saying that the mass of the Earth, which is the amount of substance in that space, I'm presuming you're going to say, is attracting instantaneously over distance the rock, another substance of mass. And this isn't the current idea of what gravity is, though, right? You brought up black holes. That's the bending of space-time. That's Einstein's special relativity and general relativity, right? Where the mass of an object is within a 4-dimensional coordinate system, right? Time and the other 3 dimensions, height, width, length. And because of the amount of mass, it can pull and distort those straight lines of space-time and make them curved. So the reason why you've got black holes is because there's a huge amount of mass and it's distorting that space-time fabric so much that, wow. Same with the sun, right? It's creating a gravitational well that the Earth and other planets are trapped in because their otherwise straight paths are curved by the curvature of space-time due to the displacement of mass.
Kind of, yeah. You explained it really well, to be honest. Because, for example, if you get a fabric that is straight and you dip your hand right on the middle and then you just spin, so it would be very specific, but it's almost like that. There's a
yeah. Let's reify this bed sheet into existence. Yeah, cool. Time's got something to do with it as well. I know, and yeah, I appreciate. Yes, I explain it quite well. It's because what I'm hoping that you'll understand that you've got 2 ideas. So we can literally ask Slim's lady to stand up, right? Which one is the real gravity? Being as there's 2 proposed different causes. One, consequently, actually violates the other. That's why I was at pains to explain the instantaneous action over a distance, which requires no time to act. Where in Einstein's mathematical field equations and within his theory, everything takes time. So one violates the other. One is the old thinking, not the current scientific rhetoric. But both ideas are begging the question that the Earth is a sphere with inside the cosmology of the sky.
Okay, I have a question really important to do.
Did you understand what he said?
Right. I have a very important question to do. The Earth is flat, right? And the perception of the way this module, right? The Earth would be flat. That's the main thing.
Yeah. The Earth is flat.
Where would it be floating, standing in something? How it would be?
Yeah. So again, it's for me anyway, and I say it to other, like it's easy for them.
Oh.
Good.
Okay, I want to say something. Then would going to the edge of the Earth cause you to see the space or like some kind of wall?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You're putting two cosmologies together, though.
So, my last question, because I really want to go out, is...
Hello? You're putting two together.
Listen, if you have a flat Earth, and
Obviously
you
doesn't
haven't
care.
seen any, like, for example, point of view from outside space, you haven't seen nobody go to the edge of the planet, what would lead you to believe that...
Bro, neither of you with the globe, so what's the point?
Hold on. What would it take?
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, Timbo, I do apologise, but I was eating.
Teed up.
Oh, is it? Fuck it, no, it's not. Don't lie.
No, it wasn't. It was Timbo. Don't believe him.
No, it was teed up.
Now I've even forgot my point. What the fuck?
All right. So basically, what I ask is like, what would lead? So it would be like holy. My bad. I'm not very good with talking in general, to be honest. But what would lead you to believe? Would it be like a certain mathematical equation that would make you believe the Earth would be flat?
No, it's a measurement of the surface.
Yeah, that would be the evidence that...
Yeah, that is the evidence of what the surface is, yeah. The measurement of it. It's like if I had a building and I would measure the building, its dimensions, its orientation, whether it was, angled slightly, all of these things would be compared to some kind of standard level of measurement. But because that's how we would identify it, by what we look, how it is observed and how it is measured, its attributes. So we figure out the attributes of the Earth by looking at it and measuring it. And by that standard alone, we come to the conclusion about what it is.
But then my last actual question that I would want to ask is deemed on... So we have all of this stuff that leads to believe the Earth would be flat. How wouldn't we have imagery? How wouldn't we have events like happening, for example, at the edge of the Earth, or something like this?
Sorry, what? Are we back to the edge of the Earth again?
Huh?
What?
I think he's saying like if we measure the Earth to be flat, then where's the imagery of it being flat? I think that's
because
kind of what he was saying.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people in the world, and everybody loves to explore and everything. Humanity is always progressing.
If they told you it was a sphere, right, and then they found out they were wrong, but they'd given you all this stuff about a sphere and told you for hundreds of years you live on a sphere. But do you think that they'd just go, "Oh shit, we were wrong"?
Yeah, I would do that. I would go like, "Holy shit, the planet's flat." But then it would be a planet.
Here, dude, let me help you out since none of these guys will. Space is fake, so stop talking about Earth being floating in a space, because it's not there to float in.
So where would it be? Oh yeah,
it is.
We're on the floor.
It is
on the floor. Anybody stepping on the floor?
What if Earth was all that there was? Right.
Older than it.
The Earth is anything above water and it's under your feet. That is Earth.
Oh, you mean the element, right? Or I don't know anything above water. Okay, no. Then
when you go outside and you touch grass and you experience the world around you, that's Earth. And that's the only thing that you will ever exist. The only thing you will ever experience. The only thing you will ever be able to prove without a shadow of a doubt to anybody around you. Earth. That's what they're talking about.
We don't think that Earth is like a disc in space, bro. If that's what you're thinking.
Oh, it's on the floor, like the other one said.
Yeah,
like the triangle said, there's no space.
Then it could be anything.
And planets aren't worlds. Prove me wrong. planets are not worlds. Okay,
Well, you could
prove me wrong.
look at it with a telescope. There are imagery.
Earth is not a planet. Earth is not a planet, and planets are not worlds like Earth.
Oh, you mean like Mars is not like Earth, but they behave differently.
Yeah, it's not a place. Yeah, exactly. It's not a place like you could go to, walk around on, experience being upright. Right.
You can go to Mars and do all that.
There's no remote control cars there. There's no nothing.
No, we're gonna burst your bubble. Mars is not a place you can go to. All the pictures come from Devon Island in Canada.
All right.
Or a studio,
we're on
or
a
other
floor.
locations.
We're on a floor and things are floating above us.
Earth is Earth.
How was that?
No. What do you mean things are floating above you?
Yeah,
we don't know what those things are. We don't know how the light's manifested. We don't know how the light's manifested. We're not making a claim.
If the only thing you can prove, my bad for like interrupting you right there, but if the only thing we can prove is that Earth is what underneath our feet, then why would it be on a floor? Why would it be? It could be anything.
Because it debunks the globe, and then all your globe shit goes away. Distances to lights in the sky, global warming, tectonic bowls floating around out there, islands of land moving around a ball. All that goes away. Asteroids hitting your house, that's all gone.
But all right, yeah, I just wanted to know what you guys were on about. But this is a cool new module I haven't heard before. So we would technically be like on a floor.
It's not a model. No, you're wrong. It's not a model.
No, but like the perception of planet Earth would be
perception, dude. It's not even a perception. What we observe, touch, and measure. So you observe exactly the same thing as what we observe. We just say, okay, it's representing itself as it is.
Exactly.
You're the one that has to come up with a story that it's a sphere. No one else
I didn't come up with a story.
Well, okay, you're defending a story that someone else came up with.
Yeah, technically would be that, and it could be a story, it could be not. There is a way to prove me wrong right now.
Well, it is a story because we've been telling you that it is a story because the surface measures flat. So if the surface measures flat, that means it can't be a ball because there's no curvature.
Who measured that?
Yeah, you can't prove us wrong, dude. I know. I just heard you sneak that in there. It's impossible.
Yeah,
Nobody's been able to yet.
Yeah. From this call on Discord, I don't think we could prove each other wrong.
Linda, listen for a second. How about this, Sichuan? Aside from what you and I can observe freely, the only other thing we see is what's presented to us by others, meaning NASA or a space agency. So if you want to believe what somebody else is showing you and showing me, then that's your choice. But when I see something from NASA, please don't speak over me. When I see an image from NASA and I look deeper into it and I see a guy that says, yeah, that's a photoshopped image. That's what I believe the Earth to look like from the data I was given. I created that image. Then I can say to myself, okay, that's not a correct proof. That's a man-made image. Okay? You could do the same, or you could see that image and go, yep, that's real, and not look deeper into it and hear from the artist who created the image. That's your choice as well. But other than that, you and I both see the exact same thing with our free eyes.
Yeah, we see the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. We can't prove each other wrong. It's not prove me wrong. It's not prove you wrong. It's prove us.
We measured.
Yeah, I can prove you wrong. I can prove you wrong, dude.
Go on.
We measured the surface with lasers, right? So if you point a laser out from your point at horizontal, so perpendicular from plumb, right, which would be horizontal, shoot a laser out over a certain distance. If the Earth is curving, the laser should rise up at the receiving point. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't know, because there's a phenomenon.
So the consequences of a sphere would make it do that, right?
I would say the planet
Like
Earth
a ruler,
as
like a ruler on a
Let me.
basketball. I just want a definitive answer. I don't care about what you're saying. I'm asking you a question so I can show you something.
He clearly
Right,
doesn't know, so you shouldn't be trying to push for an answer.
Okay, how about you shut the fuck up and go on mute while I'm talking to this guy? How about that?
No, sorry, you don't start being rude for no reason.
I'll be whatever I want, mate.
Hey,
no, you can't.
Is that Timbo? Sorry, Timbo. My job is to get rude for no reason. That's
Yeah, that's
not
right.
Timbo's job. Yeah, leave it up to me.
All right. Yeah. So what? Say you have a basketball, right? And you put a ruler across it. So in this case, I'd be using the laser as a ruler. Like what happens to the ruler? Right? Like the distance between the surface and the ruler starts to increase. Yeah.
There would be a problem with that in the way.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you: Do you agree with this? This would happen if the surface was a sphere, right? Any spherical
surface would be a small sphere like a basketball. If it's literally a basketball with a ruler, I would agree that would happen. But if it's Earth with its,
so let's increase the size to Earth size, and we'll use the laser as a ruler.
Then it would have, for example, Earth. Not Earth.
Yep.
Let's talk about Earth.
10 miles. So
Earth
10 miles.
It's
if I shoot that laser for 10 miles, that would be 66 feet. 10 miles would be 66 feet of curvature.
There's a thing about gravity. If you shoot something around, straight ahead,
dude,
close to the planet, it will turn around down, right?
I'm not
that includes
talking about
a laser.
gravity. Gravity doesn't affect light. Sorry, mate.
That's my argument to my position that I'm defending. It's a round planet. It has gravity, and the gravity will pull the laser
can you show
down.
me? Can you? Okay, then. Before, if you're not going to answer this simple question, then can you please show me
my question?
An experiment that shows light affected by gravity.
Actually, no, but there is. You can research that up.
Can we go back to what?
Bent by gravity. I guess. I'm guessing.
Okay, so we can go back to what I was just talking about then. We'll see if we can come to a conclusion.
I would just agree with everything you said from now on, to be honest.
I don't want you to agree with everything I say just to agree with everything I say. I want you to understand what I'm saying and then agree with it. Only if you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to treat the laser as the ruler, and we're going to increase the size of the basketball to Earth size. All right, so over 10 miles, it'll be 60 feet curvature. Right? Agree with that?
My bad. I can hear because.
Don't worry, man. I'm wasting my fucking time.
Okay. Yeah, so that was it. That was my questions, to be honest. Anyways, I'm going out. Have a good day. It's all right if you believe the planet is flat. I don't see anything harmful about that.
Thank you. Thanks for the permission.
Not a belief. I just told you I was demonstrating how it was measured, but you couldn't listen because you didn't want to hear about it.
Well, I have 2 years. I was listening about it. I was just not agreeing with you. That's the difference.
I wanted to say thanks for allowing us to think freely.
Oh yeah, because I rule the world. I am the master of all things. I tell the truth.
You're pretty chill, really. Not
yeah, I wish I could listen more, but that's why I didn't want to get angry or annoyed or anything. But I do wish you'd listen more.
Well,
yeah. Listen here, you.
Me. I'm listening. Hear me.
Oh, good. Next time.
He doesn't know what a ruler is, though. He doesn't know that we can use a laser as a ruler. Oh, yeah, I'm a builder. Look, I'm a builder and a plumber, and we use lasers as rulers all the time. All right. Now, if you're saying over big, long distances with dumpy levels and everything, right?
I'm a bit chill now.
Now,
Yeah.
if you're saying that I can't use that as a straight line, then we've got problems because all of our buildings turn out perfectly fine.
Yeah, because well, okay. Let me explain my point of view. So the Earth is round because of
No,
the
I
gravity.
know your point of.
I would say.
I know your
And the
point of
light would
view.
bend
I
with
know what the point of
everything
view
else.
is. Okay, can
No,
you
but
demonstrate this?
I can't.
Can you
But this is
demonstrate
my-
it?
This is what I think. But
It's
can
a
you?
story, right? I can demonstrate
demonstrate
that these. I can demonstrate that these lasers are straight because we use them every day in a practical sense. When it's really important, because if they weren't straight at the foundations, the building would not end up straight. Right? So in a practical sense, the laser is flat, straight, and level, not being affected by anything. You're saying the laser is affected by gravity, and I say, when can you demonstrate that? And you say no.
Yeah. But
yeah,
for example,
so you're the one with a story.
If you grab for example, let's say you got a would it be, what is it called, a spyglass? My bad, I'm not, it's not my main language, of course.
A magnifying glass, a telescope.
Magnifying glass, yeah, telescope, something like this. If you look at the horizon, then I have to ask, of course, this is an obvious question that somebody like me who doesn't understand this flat Earth that you're talking about, I would have to ask, why wouldn't we see, for example, other stuff from the horizon itself?
Well, you can. If you go on different days, you're going to see things in different positions, right? So you're going to say, oh, okay, I can't see the bottom of that boat, and that boat's at 5 miles. You go back the next day, and you can see the bottom of the boat, and the boat's at 10 miles. So what does that mean? Is the Earth growing or shrinking? Which it can't be, right? So you have to say that the horizon is an optical phenomenon based on weather conditions.
I could say that.
Well, you have to say that.
But you could say anything. You could say,
well, no, because you can demonstrate it, right?
Let's say you're on the road. And
everything I'm saying is demonstratable.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's right.
You can't just make stuff up and just say it. You're saying, oh, you can say anything. You can't say anything. You have to back it up with a demonstration.
There's one thing you can do. For example, when you're traveling and you're going down a road, right? If you look at the edge of the road, it will have the same optical illusion. You only see things starting to appear in a very thin line.
That's heat distortion. That's from heat.
Yeah. Yeah. And that'll change from day to day too. So on a colder day, you'll see further. On a warmer day, you'll get more distortion, more turbulence in the air. So it'll change what you see. So it's an optical phenomenon, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It is.
So not the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. I mean, it's all right. No, I actually want to go now together.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying, though? Like, in your world, if you live on a sphere, then the horizon, the physical horizon, should be in the same place all the time.
Yeah, in my opinion, I would say, in my perspective, my understanding, it would look like that.
Yeah, and it doesn't. So you can say, yeah, okay, well, you can use the same argument as I use, right? That it's it's the Earth is curved, but it's just the horizon is that place, but it's just an optical phenomenon. Like, you can still use that argument, but then you'd have to demonstrate that the Earth measures to be curved. So we demonstrated that the Earth measures to be flat, and you see a horizon at a certain distance and then at a different distance. That means the whole thing, the horizon that you see, that you claim boats are going over, is an optical phenomenon every single time. Otherwise, you'd have to demonstrate that the Earth is curved and the boats are going over this curve and it's not optical.
I have a good. So it's because of weather. Not necessarily.
What do you disagree with about it?
because I haven't seen the proof myself of someone going in different times to the same place, looking at the same thing in the same place.
So you don't really disagree. You just say I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not really a disagreement. All right. Well, look into it. Have a look at some videos on YouTube of horizons being in different places, and see, get their explanation. Come back with that explanation. We can talk more about it.
Well, then I would guess.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like you were starting out like saying that the horizon is a geometric consequence and result of the Earth's shape and size, right?
Yeah, because the Earth is round, and then your vision would just end at a certain point, right? That would make sense.
So you're invoking the geometry. So if you take the observer's height into account, and then you're looking out across the surface, let's say, of a large body of water, then the horizon should be at a specific distance, right?
Then, for example, why wouldn't lighthouse light, like, for example, like just go straight outside, like,
Right.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. But what if we showed you observations from 1 foot, even lower than 1 foot, let's say between 8 inches to 6 foot, even higher, of where the horizon is not in its predicted location. It's actually a lot further away.
So you could show me a video or something about it. Tell me something, because I really want to.
What would be the implications of that mean? What are the implications of an observation like that?
I just know that explaining this wouldn't work, because I already tried many times. Because that's my vision, and that's just it. So I'll stop
You
here.
said you didn't experience seeing the horizon change, right? So I posted 2 examples. One ship, same distance because it's anchored, from the same spot on the beach, right? I got 2 images. There's 4 pictures of this one boat. Different times of day, you can see more or less of that boat.
Yeah.
There's your example. Now you've seen it. Do you agree or disagree with what Timbo was saying?
Hold on. Let me take a good look. 390.
I can give you another set of examples if you'd like.
All right, that would be good.
All right.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. There's the. Yeah, I would agree with that. That makes sense. It's an optical illusion. Makes sense.
Yeah.
You can see, for example, in the GIF, there's a zone that's actually stretched. It's high as hell. Okay.
Yeah, so that goes to say what T-Dub was talking about as well. There's videos of a radio-controlled boat going over a lake, and it starts disappearing from the bottom up at a distance where there should be no curvature. It's not far enough away yet for there to be anything blocking it if the Earth was a sphere. So it has to be an optical phenomenon. It can't be anything else.
All right. I would ask another question about, for example, sunlight. If you take a drone in the day, like how far would the sun be from the Earth?
Oh yeah.
How we get to the sun?
Yeah, because
apparently.
Hang on. Before we get away from what we was talking about, I posted another set of examples. 2 oil rigs.
The oil rigs are consistent.
Yep. Same rigs. and they appear to be different. Right?
Okay. Then I would
All right.
agree with the optical illusion thing.
All right.
So
I
the
would have
horizon
another.
is an optical illusion?
Not the horizon entirely, because you still can see the oil rigs. But yeah.
So in one of those images, right, you can see that the horizon is well beyond both oil rigs. It's behind them. The oil
would you
rigs are
say-
blocking the horizon, right? That's further than 9.4 miles. So the question is, if that observer is at 1 foot elevation above the water's surface, how far should they see it, as predicted by the globe geometry? How far should the horizon be away?
I wouldn't know that very well, but I would have another question.
I can tell you it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Would this optical illusion have a certain type of limit to it?
With the what? Sorry? What?
A certain type of limit.
Yeah, the limit
According
would
to the
be
globe
how far you
geometry.
can see, right?
Yeah, according to the globe, the claim of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then it would be a geometric consequence that the horizon would be at a distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That observer is at 1 foot above the water's surface. So where should the horizon be? 1.225 times the square root of 1.
Hold on.
That would be 1.225.
1.225 miles. That's how far away your horizon should be. If you're 1 foot above the surface.
Hold on, let me
But it's
see one
not.
thing. Hmm. That plane.
You can double check it. You can go to any online distance to horizon calculator or Earth curvature calculator. And it will tell you exactly what I just told you.
Let me just see one thing real quick. Okay. Hmm. Okay.
What are you doing?
I was just reading something. Honestly, I didn't absorb it at all because I was under pressure. But anyways.
So
I would
were you
say
listening
that-
at all, or reading while T-Dub was talking?
I was reading and kind of hearing, but
What did he say?
So basically, it said, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really didn't absorb any of that. I was trying to do two things at the same time. You know what? Have a nice. I don't know what time it is there because it's night here.
It's
Have a
10
nice
o'clock in the
time.
morning.
Arrivederci.
Ciao!
Ciao.
Oh, quite a pleasant guy, but just doesn't listen.
Why is everyone leaving?
I don't know what happened.
Were they? Was that his posse? Was it? Like, did he have some
Content.
cheerleaders in there or something?
And he didn't get the content he wanted. It didn't go the
Nah.
way he.
I'm here to destroy flat earthers. Oh shit. What are the other guys watching? Are they watching something keep on seeing messages, them talking about are they watching a QE stream or?
I think so. Starring.
Starring who?
Jedi and AI Overlord.
Are they over there? Are they?
No, Jedi's here. I don't know where AI is.
If AI goes in those streams, he just gets muted anyway. I was listening a few times on YouTube, maybe about 6 months back, and anytime he said something, fucking, who was it? The English guy, not Neil, the other one. Can't remember his name. And just mute AI.
Well, today Neil came here and said that he's not about that life with disrespecting Jedi because Jedi is the one who opened his eyes, according to Neil. So maybe it's not Neil, unless Neil is double speaking, which I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say no.
Yeah, Trace, it's interesting that there's actually there's some contention and an argument about exactly what the definition of an optical illusion is, and that some of the experts will declare that mirages are not optical illusions. They actually get quite upset at people describing them as that, because a mirage, an optical illusion, they'll say is really a mental thing. It's the way that the brain is processing the different wavelengths of light to tell you that something's happening or something is what it's not. Like, so like red dots moving on a blue background or something like that. Like, they're not moving, but your brain is processing the information as being able to move around. But whereas a mirage is something that's actually physically taking place in the external world, and that the information being received is a result not of the brain trying to understand the information, but the result of something that's happening externally from the observer's point of view. That's the mirage versus optical illusion thing. Yeah. David, what's up, man? Welcome. We've been waiting.
Thank you. I'm doing well. What about you?
Yeah, all right. Can't complain.
That's
Not
good to
that you
know.
wanted to listen. What brings you here?
Just chilling. And curious.
Have you been in here before? You talked to us before?
Oh no, it's my first time in here. In the room.
Oh, cool. What about the topic at all? Have you discussed the topic at all before? With anyone?
I don't know.
Like in passing? Have you got friends that talk about flat Earth? Or no?
Oh no, I got enough friends from the server in here.
No, I mean, in general, have you spoken with anybody about this topic before?
Yeah, we've talked about that with some kind of people before.
All right. Do you think you'd understand why people in 2025 say that the Earth is flat?
I think that there's it's not about the different, but I don't have a lot of details, to be honest.
All right. Hey, just wondering, any other guys in here free to speak with David, so I can mute up for a bit?
What's up, David?
Thanks, Cycling.
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. What about you?
Very well, thank you. So, what have you heard about this topic?
I've heard some kind of things about that astronaut and the traveling to the moon before was a kind of fake, and I've heard
What do you think about that?
Sorry?
What do you think about that? Do you think they did? Do you think they went to the moon?
Well, I don't have a lot of information about that. I can't tell.
Yeah, it would just be a belief either way, wouldn't it? Even if you did have information, you just have to believe that it's true or they're telling you the truth, because no one can actually do that in reality.
But why?
But why?
Why can't they go?
Why can't they go? Well, think about it. You ever tried going to the moon?
Oh no, I don't have any kind of resources. I mean, not even technology to even think about it.
Yeah, so there's like 30 people that claim in human history that they did go to the moon, and everyone just has to trust them. Does that sound like a good basis for a worldview?
So you're saying that we can't trust those people? I mean, the 30 people? Or 13 or...
Well, how would you know if you can trust them? You don't know them personally. You don't know if they're trustworthy. Would just be
What about this? Oh, hello there.
Like, can I speak or do I have to mute?
I'm in the middle of speaking to this guy, but if you've got a good question, maybe.
So, like, what is this thing about, like, 24, the flat earth Discord?
Yeah, we're pointing out that the Earth measures flat, so it can't be a globe.
So, like, the people are present here, they believe that earth is flat?
No, they accept, well, it's a mix.
Kidding me?
Some people are globe believers, some people accept observable, measurable reality.
I'm just not getting it. Just give me a break. Like, how can somebody think the earth is flat?
Because it measures flat.
This is the same thing.
Because it looks flat.
It measures flat because of our size. If you
No,
comparatively
it measures
ask
flat
human
because
being,
it's flat.
Sorry, it measures flat because of our size.
I didn't hear
That doesn't make that. Sorry, that doesn't make sense.
Are you kidding?
It measures flat because of our size. What do you mean?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
It's just saying we're too small. It's so big.
I want him to break it down, Cycler.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. And again, Cycler, it's a statement. Now that I've been doing this for 10 years, makes less and less sense every time I say it.
I know.
So what do you say about the International Space Station?
No.
And the
I want
solar system?
addressed what I asked. We measure it flat because of our size. What does that mean?
It means that your size is too small comparatively Earth.
Sorry, when we say that we measure the surface of, what distances do you think we're talking about?
We are talking about thousands of kilometers.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth, all distances, not just the water in the surface of your cup when you pour yourself a drink of water.
Who am I talking to exactly?
You're talking to Jedi, and you said that we don't, or we measure
listen.
the Earth flat because of our size. First,
Do
that's
you
a
believe that
concession that we measure the surface of the Earth flat. Why is he talking through me?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to go back to David.
Like, do you believe that is flat?
Yeah.
We experience it every day to be flat. It's measured flat. It's practically used as flat. You do too. You just believe it's a ball. So no, it's not really that we believe it's flat. We don't believe that it's a ball.
I have a good question. Then what do you say about guys? Then what do you say about the all thing just happened? How are you gonna explain the events that are happening in Earth?
What event? What are you talking about?
What?
Like seasons, like day
The World
and night.
Katy Perry.
Wimbledon.
No, I'm talking about the natural events.
What natural events?
A volcano.
What kind of
An
theory do you
earthquake.
have? How day and night happen?
The sun
If somebody
moves.
turns on the light and somebody turns off the light.
Sorry, do you see the sun in the sky move across the sky, or does it blink out of existence when it's in the middle of the sky? We observe the sun move.
The Earth is flat, right? Earth is flat, and you believe the sun is on above us. Is that it?
No.
What?
You asked us how we explain day and night. We just very simply said that's the sun moving.
Yeah, have you noticed that the sun moves?
Sun is moving. Sun is
Have you
moving,
noticed
right?
that? You notice the sun moves through the sky east to west every day? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Have you noticed that the sun moves through the sky east to west every day?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so why do you think the sun is appearing to move?
Because the Earth is revolving.
No, it's because the sun is moving.
No, this is
horror.
the same thing. Listen, this is the
So
same thing happened.
You think the ground
Yeah,
is moving?
No, yeah, the
No.
ground is moving.
The ground
That's
is not
right.
moving?
The ground is the one who is moving.
Okay. How fast do you think it's moving?
The speed of Earth. Let me Google it.
I'm going to throw up. I'm going to be seasick. I'm going to be seasick from the spinning Earth.
See, if you have to Google how fast it's spinning, how do you know it's spinning? It sounds like you don't know.
I don't know everything because I know how the internets work and how the things. I know how the science works, but I can't
feel the ground?
understand everything.
Hold on.
I know how the nuclear bombs work now, but I can't make it.
Do you feel the ground moving?
Just let me search the first revolution speed of Earth.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. The revolution on Earth is 30 kilometer per second, or
Wow,
in
30
American
kilometers
term,
per second. That's pretty fast,
yeah,
isn't it?
30 kilometer per second. And according
That's
to in
very
miles
fast.
for Americans, it's like 67,000 miles per hour.
Right, that's very fast, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, very fast.
Okay, do you
And you know what the craziest part about
feel
the
any
Earth
motion?
revolve?
Do you feel any
The
motion
Earth?
of the ground?
No, I don't feel,
Oh, okay. So how do you know that's happening?
because we are the part of the Earth. We are part of this system.
Yeah, but how do you know it's moving at 67,000 miles an hour if you don't detect any motion?
Because you can prove this by science.
What science?
You can prove this thing. You can be in rocket and you
Okay,
can go
so who proved it?
travel space station and you
So
can
who
see
who
that
proved
thing.
it? Did you prove it?
So you
No,
are telling me
you
the
just
whole world,
believed it.
the government of United States, the government
You
of
just
Russia, they are
you
the
just
super
believed it,
elite,
yeah?
and they both are.
Well, you're telling me someone proved it. Who proved it? Since you didn't, you just believed it. Who proved it?
Damn, I
Okay,
didn't believe in myself.
so no one proved it.
Hey, calm down. That sounds like you're crying. What's wrong?
I'm not crying.
He's just figured out that the Earth isn't moving.
No,
Oh shit! That's got to be destroying some shit in your head, huh?
no, I just can't believe that I'm just arguing about the Earth is not flat.
You're not arguing because
No,
you'd
you're
have to
not.
present an argument.
No argument yet, dude. You haven't presented anything.
You even conceded that we measured it flat.
Let me
Yeah, that was like your
the
first thing. We measure it flat, remember? You think it's because of our size, which is weird, but you're right about it measuring flat.
If I was a giant, would I measure it curved?
Sorry,
If I was
one more
8 foot
thing.
tall.
Sorry, one more thing, son. Saying it's not flat doesn't make it curve.
Well, I'm interested because you're saying the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. That is incomprehensibly fast. But you're telling me no one's ever proven that. No one's ever measured that.
Listen, according to the science, your body can only feel the sudden acceleration, not the constantly motion.
According to the science.
Science isn't a person that speaks. So saying according to science doesn't make any sense. Just give us a scientific experiment that proved Earth is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. Wouldn't even be a scientific experiment, but in your language, just give us whatever you think science proved the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour.
That's weird.
Because so far, all you have is the sun moving, as you seem to be still beneath it.
Listen. If you climb high enough, just for take an example of Mount Everest or the K2, the second highest peak in the world, you can see this thing by yourself. Earth curves. Like
you see
can
flat,
see.
motionless Earth.
No.
No, you see flat, motionless Earth from a mountain. So think about that. You've admitted. That's all right. We can stay on that, but I just want him to kind of appreciate and really think about the fact that he's just said he experiences himself to be still and the sun to be moving. That's what you experience, right?
So I posted a picture of Mount Everest for him so you can see the Earth curve. If you look in there, you can see it's a 360 shot.
What's this guy's name?
Me and I.
Jason from IT.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Steve from Microsoft.
All right, Steve from Microsoft. Do you appreciate that you just agreed that you don't detect any ground movement and you do experience the sun to be moving? Yeah?
This is the same thing happen. You don't you can't feel the. I'm just telling you, you can't feel the constant motion
Yeah,
thing.
I know. You're saying you
You
can't
just feel
prove
sudden
any of the globe
acceleration.
claims. I understand.
He's also agreeing. He's just convoluted. He's given us an excuse as to why we don't. So we don't then. That's the point. We don't feel the emotion. You can have an excuse as to why we don't, but the answer is we don't.
Yeah, there's no scientist that ever proved any motion or measured any 67,000 miles an hour. Where do you think that comes from?
In order to use his statement, he has to have Earth in motion and then compare it to Earth not in motion and see if you can
So,
feel the difference.
so what do you say about the country, the Norway? Let's take an example. The sun don't set for 6 months and sun don't rise
Yeah, it's
for
the same
other
thing. It's
6
the
months.
sun moving above a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, so you are telling me the Earth is flat. Then
Yes,
how
correct. Earth
can
is flat.
things can be on in the light for the whole 6 months? How do you
It's
gonna
not whole
explain this?
no, that's
To carry
incorrect. It's
the
not whole
another
6
sun
months.
just taking this part-time
Sorry.
job or something?
No, it's not 6 months. It's closer to 3
No,
months.
it's 6 months around. If
And
you
that's
take
just the
in
sun.
Closer to 6
Again,
weeks.
That's just
I
the sun
just
moving again, remember?
again, it's just because people have come in today and said a lot of wrong things. Like I have to them. Summer only lasts 3 months, not 6. You can see the sun for a total of 6 months in the 2 summers, one in the north, one for the south. But for the 3 months in between, 6 months, you don't see them above the horizon for 24 hours. So just to be clear.
Yeah, this is just the sun's position relative to that location, moving in a circuit above a flat, motionless Earth. Just like you said, we measure it flat, we see the sun move, we don't detect any motion of the ground. That's because there is no motion of the ground, the sun does move, and the Earth is flat. You understand, Steve?
May I get your social security number
Listen. So
and your password?
I have just Google it. So what do you have explanation about the ship? The ship disappear near the horizon.
Well, here we go.
Oh my goodness! I bet you that answer comes up the most on Google ever, because that just seems like that's all people search for now. Is how do you debunk flat earthers?
No, if the Earth is flat, the thing should be visible, right? Then how the ship disappear at the
It's
horizon?
just an optical effect. No, don't worry about it. It's not Earth curve. You don't see the boat tilting around a curve, do you? You see it sink. Like it's just horizontal, and then it sinks into the horizon. It's an optical effect, not Earth curve. Pretty simple.
Optical, can you prove it?
Yeah. It's actually
Show me the proof
categorized
or
as
the optical defense.
actually categorized as a phenomena in the category of atmospheric refraction. In this instance, it's named as sinking. This is when you have a direct line of sight to the object in question, but because of the air between you and the object, the light is distorted a bit. So to you making the observation, it looks like the boat is sinking. So it's just the air between you and it that's causing this and other phenomena like looming, like inferior and superior mirages. That's just because of the air between you and the object.
Seriously?
Yeah, Steve. It
Yeah,
sounds like
seriously, yeah.
it sounds like you're only going to
I
believe
think you
Google
can be the
anyway.
next Einstein, bro. You are just
Hey,
one step above to
dude,
beat
go onto
Einstein.
Google. Go onto Google and type in sinking refraction.
You can also zoom in the entire ship that you can't see with your naked eye once it's disappeared over your supposed horizon. And another
Hold
thing
on.
I'd like
I
to
will
give
need to
you,
make sure that
Steve,
he's
from
got this from what
IT.
Jedi was putting down.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted him to complete his ball after that boat goes over the curve. That's a pretty tiny ball.
Well, we can probably cut it off just at this point because you Google sinking refraction. Have you done that? Me and I?
Yeah, listening.
Google sinking refraction. Tell me what it says.
You don't have to type in the word Google.
What does it say? Come on, Steve, you were quick on the Google a few minutes ago. Stephen?
One moment, please, while I get my manager. Can we have your bank account routing number so we can straighten this out? Steve, I need you to deposit $10,000 into my account so I can make sure it's working, and then I'll transfer it right back.
All right, Steve, you giving up? We're going to move on? Leet, what's happening? You're fucking nowhere.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What brings you to the channel?
No reason, just curiosity.
Okay, you want to know why we say that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat?
You can just simply Google the International Space Station live footage now. You can see the Earth is revolving.
Steve, did you look up sinking refraction?
Steve, yeah, you don't need to
specific task.
Yeah, Steve, you don't need to be C blocking anybody. You need to be looking up stuff.
All right, Lee, what were you saying?
Nothing.
Well, do you want us to tell you why the Earth? How we know that the Earth's not a ball? Steve, why
Cyclone? Right whenever these two start talking, then Steve wants to talk.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, Steve. Just unless you've got the sinking refraction, I don't want to hear you speak, Steve. Okay? Leet,
No, bro,
you want us to tell you how we know that the Earth isn't a ball?
Oh, okay, you can continue.
Yeah, mute yourself, Steve.
Steve, I did you a favor, buddy. Hold 1 second. I did Steve a favor and I typed into Google, what is sinking refraction? And the first response by Google AI, at the top it says sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where objects on the horizon appear to drop below it as if they were sinking.
There you go. There's the boats. No Earth curve. I think Steve left, but that's okay. Probably got other calls to attend to.
He probably has, yeah.
Right. Jedi, DJ, Professor
Steve said the Earth is not flat. He said it was not flat before he left.
He did. One of you guys take over. One of you guys take over with Leet here. Good hearing you, boys.
Yeah, G-Man. Speeches indeed. So what's going on? Where are we at?
I think that's it.
Oh.
What about H125? You there? Leet?
Yes. Yo.
Ah.
Hello.
Hello. Which one of you has a good question?
That's me.
Leet? Do you have a good question?
What? No.
H125, do you have a good question?
Let me see. See. Is having a dog better than having cat, or the opposite?
I can answer that. If Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
No.
You can't have dogs or cats on a globe. They would just boil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their blood would boil.
Yeah.
They'd be like beef jerky in about 10 seconds.
Guys, so actually my level in English is terrible. Can you advise me how to learn English?
You need to start by fixing your microphone volume. That would be step one.
Oh, it's good.
That's good.
Okay.
Say it with your chest. Speak up.
Yes, so can you give me some advice maybe to help me out?
As a listener, I give you some advice. Raise your microphone volume a little bit.
I did.
Not
Okay.
enough.
Become better at raising your microphone volume. That is step one.
Okay.
That's the first thing that needs improvement.
Okay, okay.
Have you tried restarting your computer?
Yeah, maybe later.
Guys, we're talking to Steve from IT. He knows his computer stuff. Don't worry about it.
Go into the audio settings, click on microphone, and turn up the input value.
Okay. Is that better?
Exactly the same.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
What do you think?
For someone who works for Microsoft, you got a shit mic. Hey, Jedi, did you watch any of that? You watch any of that YouTube thing?
Okay.
Oh, about 10 seconds of it. I got bored.
Oh, what's going on there, mate? He's been a fucking dick, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess. God, you've been away, and God,
Yeah.
you missed out on quite a lot of
Mickey-
shit, man. We'll have to catch up.
Miggy filled me in on it. I had a private call with Miggy, and he filled me in on a lot of shit. But
Oh, okay,
not,
cool. As long as
not
if AD's cool,
details
that's
of
fine.
it. Yeah, no details of it though. But yeah,
Crazy.
interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I've been accused today of being a NASA apologist. That's what I am now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
Because I said NASA doesn't claim that the Earth is flat. So I'm a NASA apologist. Because you know how they have some of those documents where it's like, oh, it says NASA says the Earth's flat in some of these documents. I'm like, they're not. NASA doesn't think that
What
the
says
Earth
it's
is flat.
treated? Yeah, it just says it's
Yeah.
treated that way. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to admit that they treat it as flat for their equations, which is interesting, very interesting. But they're not. NASA doesn't claim it's flat.
He's such an apologist.
Apology. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing it again right now. Spokesperson.
Sorry, it's Steve from IT back, or
Does Steve know his name's Steve?
I'm not sure. What is his name?
Oh, God.
Stephen?
Oh, that's his actual name. Oh, he's not here.
Okay.
H125. What else you got for us? What's another question?
I don't have any more questions.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Did you say?
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, not really.
Interesting.
Just kind of a globe.
What about an oblate
Kind of-
spheroid?
yeah. Yeah, I think it's that. I met this guy called Science, and Science says that it's an oblate spheroid.
But it can't be 100% sure, if anything.
No, Science never is. He admits that. It was funny, right, DJ, on that stream I was listening to. That who's the English guy on QE's crew?
Adam or
Adam,
Brian?
that's it.
Adam, yeah.
Brian's Irish, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Adam, he was talking about AI, and he goes, "Do you see what this? If you're running your live stream like that, this behaviour is despicable, muting people and yelling over the top of them, acting all righteous and shit like fucking they've never done anything like that, you know."
Saying that about us. Oh, that's freaking hilarious.
About
bro.
AI Arden. Yeah.
Oh my god. Did you see
The mute a couple of times on VaxWax.
Bro, did you see where QE tried to do his treatment about me, about the atmospheric refraction? Did you? And I actually went on there to defend myself. And he wouldn't let me get more than like half a word out, and he would just mute me the whole time. The whole time, man, he just would not let me speak.
I'll have to go back and watch. I stopped watching him because they kept on taking like an hour to get through like 5 minutes of.
It's a tactic. It's a
dialogue.
tactic. Yeah. It's. I think it's a tactic, right? Because he doesn't want the audience to hear what the person that he's talking about saying in full context. So every 2 or 3 words, he'll just mute it, and then they'll talk shit for like 3 minutes.
And they'll analyze those 3 words. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how long ago? I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, I'll post. I'll send it. I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, sweet.
I knew he was going to do it, right? I knew he was going to mute me the whole time. I just wanted that to be exposed. That's fine. Only reason I went on there.
So this has been a contention, right? I've always wanted to have this discussion about something that they call atmospheric refraction, at least happening or appearing to happen. That's why the horizon appears to be in different places, right?
Yeah.
Something's going on, right? But no, you can't talk about it because it's not refraction. Okay, let's call it fucking potato and talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
Who cares what it's called?
That's what everybody was kind of coming to conclusion with, dude. Exactly as you just said it. You can see that boat over there looks upside down. Can't we talk about it?
Yeah. No, you can't talk about it. It's not refraction. Refraction is between 2 mediums. Okay, well, what's happening then?
The actual definition of refraction, right? It says like that it's just when electromagnetic waves deviate towards a denser medium, whether it be a sharp deviation like in Snell's law, or whether it be a gradual deviation like in a single medium that has a varying refractive index. It's very simple, and for anyone to deny that that's the way it works is kind of ridiculous.
Any time it changes density in the medium, it will refract, right? Whether it's slight or
yeah, it'll just it'll deviate towards the denser medium, and which is in air. It's the colder air, which is it's primarily controlled by temperature, and it deviates towards the colder air. That's why you look at the Skyfree's got an awesome channel where they demonstrate this all day, every day, in their house, right, by manipulating the temperature, and then all of a sudden it'll look like there's a light on the other side of the room that disappears behind the flat floor horizon, and all they did was manipulate the temperatures. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you can make the argument, oh, well, okay, this only happens in extreme cases. Does it, though? Like, it's got to be, you know?
It happens all the time, every day. Look at like Skunk Bay time lapse or anything. Like
I see it on the bay, like in Melbourne. You know, some days I can see the bottom of these boats, and then other days it looks like it's going over a curve, but the boats look closer. So it's got to do with magnification as well at that rate. You know. So I'm glad that we can talk about it now without someone fucking yelling and screaming and swearing when there's no swearing, you know? Like,
it's actually one of the best hostile witnesses to use against the Globers. They shoot themselves in the foot when they say refraction.
Well, it's a great, but it's also a great argument, right? We measure the surfaces to be flat, but we still have a horizon. So what's the horizon created by? And it's at different places at different times. It's clearly an optical illusion because the surface measures flat. Yeah, I don't know why we've been, had to throw it out so many times. Like it's just clear. If the surface measured curved and the horizon was in different places at all times, then okay, it's a globe and refraction exists. But the surface doesn't measure curved. The surface measures flat and creates horizons.
Yep.
Simple.
And sometimes it looks like there's shit hidden drastically behind the horizon.
Yeah.
That needs an explanation. Like, you can't just say, I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction.
Who cares? It's not refraction.
The Globers will laugh at you and think that you're just avoiding the question, and then you scream at them and mute them. That doesn't work. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't work. Because you've got to add in, right, if you've got this refractive, if you've got something that, let's call it refraction. I don't give a fuck anymore. Let's call it refraction. I don't care.
It's called refraction.
If you've got refraction, if you've got refraction happening, and it's like 10 k's away, right? And it's just a little bit. It's just making a little bit of the bottom of the boat disappear. If you get that, and then you add in the moisture in the air, and you get atmospheric magnification, right? Consistently bringing that image 10 k's away forward, because as it goes through, it gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. So it magnifies the further it goes. Now, if it already looks like it's slightly curving and going behind the horizon, that's going to bring that forward to you at an exponential rate, and it's going to make it look like that boat is closer, and it's going over a horizon that's closer, but it's not. It's further away and it's getting magnified. So that's why sometimes it looks, you go, fuck, it does look like it's curved, right? There's so many things you got to add in. But magnification will bring that closer to you and make it look like the curve is bigger than what than what the refraction is actually showing you on a flat surface.
Exactly. It's very easy for us to even just use mainstream citations to explain why certain things could look like they're hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah,
right? That they haven't accounted for that. If they want to claim that that's actually curvature and not just, say, sinking refraction or like what you just said, then they need to factor those things out.
That's right. Yeah. And if you've got a boat at the same height as you, 6 foot off the water, right? And let's say the light is curving. right? It's refracting down towards you at the shore. Then, if that light coming from that 6 foot that's 6 foot boat that's the same height as you is refracting 2 feet, then that light is not going to hit your eyes. So you're only going to see the light that hits your eyes, which is going to be 2 feet higher than what you're at. So you're going to see the part that's at 8 foot because the light is refracting down. So it's going to look like something's hidden behind the horizon because that light is not reaching your eyes. So you see the bottom of the boat disappear. It's pretty fucking simple. I don't know why.
Yeah, no need to avoid the the question if a glober presents it.
Well, it works better on a flat surface than it does on a curved surface anyway.
And we can demonstrate it on a flat surface, like on a small scale, on any scale.
Yeah, the RC boat demonstrates that without any supposed curvature. You've got a laser test which measure it flat, and then we see horizons. So therefore, we got horizons on a flat surface. We don't have any curvature. So you can't say that refraction is making it look flat because the surface is curved. That's fucked up.
It's a crazy claim. Like claims like that need to be backed up.
Yeah, like what have they got? They got refraction makes it look flat. They've got you can't feel it moving because it's moving. You've got it's curved. Look at all of it. It's just opposite world.
Yeah, that's they've like not that I like David Weiss much, but he makes a great point when he says they've replaced people's common sense with nonsense.
Yeah. How do you know it's moving? Oh, well, because it's not moving, we know it's moving. But what the fuck?
Hey, DJ,
how do you know it's curved? Because it looks flat. Sorry, man.
What's up, Dibs?
Why don't you like Dave Weiss anymore?
Oh, I like Dave Weiss as a personality, but he
makes stupid claims.
Yeah, he'll make a bunch of great points, right? And then all of a sudden he'll start pulling out some freaking crazy maps that look like big patchwork quilts with all these different like flat ponds all around them and like these maps with all these outer land ice rings, and he'll start talking about some wacky shit, which is just like, it's kind of like, I'm not saying he's controlled opposition or anything like that, but that's kind of what someone would do. They would make a bunch of really good points, and then they would say something completely batshit crazy. So I don't like it because he also uses memes, right, and arguments that he knows he's been schooled on before. He knows they're bad arguments, but he'll continue to use them because they seem effective, right? Like he'll pull out the 2002 blue marble and he'll put it next to the 2007 blue marble, and he'll say, look, the America looks 3 times as big on this particular blue marble and way smaller on the other one. And he'll draw like a line across them and he'll say, look, this is proof that NASA's lying, right? It's just bad arguments like that, which are disingenuous. And he knows, I've heard him talk about how he knows that's a bad argument, but he still uses it every show. And then he's pushing the AE map and he's claiming that this is exactly how the stars and the sun and the moon operate over the top of the AE map, which doesn't match up with the way that we see the sky in the north and south of the Earth. It doesn't match up. It doesn't have 2 apparent celestial points of rotation in the sky. It's impossible to have, say, a 24-hour sun on that, right? As far as we can tell, like it doesn't work, and he keeps pushing it. And that's my problem with him. Other than that, he does bring a lot of people to flat Earth, but he brings them with a whole bunch of bullshit, bad arguments, ice walls and A maps and.
Nice. Well, thanks.
But I have watched like tons of his videos, and he's very, very good at going over certain things. He's got tons of great little examples, and he gets out there. He puts himself out there. He goes on all the shows, and he brings a ton of people to flat Earth. I could credit him for where credit's due, but yeah, he
he could make that argument more plausible just by saying this could be the Earth, but I don't know what the sun is doing, right? You know, he said, well, this map makes sense to me, but I don't know how the sun would work on it. You know, you can say that because I don't know what the sun is. Like, just be a bit more humble and don't claim to know definitively what it is.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, he'd say, like, we don't know the true layout of the Earth. He does say stuff like that. Like, he contradicts himself. It's quite often he says, I don't know if this is the exact layout of the Earth, but it's something like this.
And you do understand, like, we do understand that it is a show he does, and he has brought a lot of people to the topic as well. So he's done some good. Yeah. He's just,
if you watch his interview,
to update himself.
He needs to update his script, exactly. But he does like an awesome show with Chris Jericho, the WWE guy or whatever. And it's just like like a 101 seminar. Like, it's almost like the Jericho's planned the questions out because he's secretly a flat earther. But yeah, it's shows like that. Yeah, it does a great job.
Yeah,
lots of good arguments, but then mixes in a bit of bullshit, and that's
where it's a chat more than when it's a chat more than a debate. He's not good in a debate setting. Good in a chat setting. If the host has an open mind and doesn't start arguing silly points, then just listens to him, then he's good.
And similar with Eric Dubay as well. You know, he's probably brought more people to Flat Earth than most Flat Earthers combined.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs an update too.
Yeah.
He hasn't updated his iOS in since 2014. He's still on iPhone 5.
Have you guys heard of the differential form of Snell's law?
Yeah.
So it's so Snell's law is, as you guys probably already know, is when you have two different mediums or media, right, that have different refractive index or indices, and you have a sharp boundary layer, and then as the light passes on an angle from one medium to the other medium, it will deviate towards the denser medium, and then there's a formula for it. It's very easy to calculate because it requires a very specific scenario. It would not apply in the air in one medium. But then there's another thing called the differential form of Snell's law, where it actually applies Snell's law to a single medium. And it's just a slightly different formula. It's something that Globers will say, they'll bring this up and they'll say, oh, Snell's law does apply to these. You can use Snell's law to explain these observations, but in fact you actually can't, right? Because although you can use Snell's law in this differential form with a single medium to do your calculations, it has to be uniform and consistent, unlike what we have in the actual Atmo. But yeah,
does it have a maximum as well?
Well, this is just about calculating the deviation towards the denser section of the medium. Using a different formula.
Not over a big distance, though. So small distance.
You could use it over a big distance if it was like something that was like consistent. If it just stayed the same, right? Like let's say you had like a medium of, I don't know, like something that had a different optical density. Just say it was like glass or something like that, right? It just stayed the same, stayed the same density within the gradient. Then you could use this formula to calculate how much the light would deviate within the single medium. But you could never use it where you have like a constantly changing, like over a long distance observation or something where you've got turbulence and you've got all sorts of other extra stuff. But you can use Snell's law in a single medium. So I'll put the citation for it in the side chat. And so it's if the refractive index doesn't change all at once, but instead changes gradually, then light doesn't bend at one sharp boundary, it bends a tiny bit at every step. Think of it like this. Snell's law is a single turn in the road. A differential form is a long road made of millions of tiny curves. And then it gives like an analogy here. It's like, imagine steering a car. Snell's law is like you cranking the wheel suddenly and turning sharply at a corner. The differential form is you drifting the wheel gently over a long stretch, making tiny adjustments. Both change directions just in different ways. So I'll put the citation in, I'll put the formula in the side chat as well. Just something to be aware of, because sometimes the Globers do bring this up and say, yeah, you can use Snell's law to explain long distance observations, but you can use Snell's law within a single medium, because that's what they'll say. They'll say, yeah, you can use this differential form of Snell's law in a single medium, but you can't use it for these long distance observations. Because the real atmosphere is messy, density, temperature, humidity, all vary irregularly, often in turbulent layers with small-scale fluctuations, gradients, non-uniform, plus mixing of thermal currents, etc., etc. That disrupts the ideal conditions under which the differential Snell's integration would yield smoothly. Stable, light ray bending. Even if a smooth gradient existed, the amount of bending from realistic changes in the refractive index of air is extremely small. Typical refractive index of air near the surface is very close to 1, and variations per meter in density/temperature yield minute changes. That means the curvature of the ray path would be minimal. I got a whole section on it here. Okay, you can force an academic extension of Snell's law into differential form, but the moment you try to apply it into reality, every one of its assumptions collapses. You would need a perfect, smooth refractive gradient, perfect uniform temperature lapse rate, no thermal turbulence, no micro-layer shear, no humidity pockets, no mixing, no ducting, no shimmer, no lensing, no inversion ripples. These conditions never exist over real conditions. You can't use Snell's law to explain real observations in the atmosphere. Snell's law only works for clean, uniform media or sharp boundaries between them. The real atmo is a chaotic mix of constantly shifting densities, temperatures, humidity pockets, and microgradients that change second by second. Extending Snell's law into a differential form is just a classroom idealization, not a real-world solution. If this methodology actually predicted long-distance visibility, surveyors, engineers, and optical designers would rely on it daily to correct for Earth curvature, but they don't because the gradients are too unstable and too weak to do anything useful. Using Snell to explain real sightline is like using a frictionless ramp to explain a car braking. The math is neat, but it has nothing to do with the messy real world.
Interesting.
It's the citation in the
Well,
side
not
chat there.
interesting. It's what we thought the whole time, right? You know,
Yeah, pretty much.
some people kiboshed it.
You know, that's actually what the original Black Swan argument was. Even just calling the Black Swan is kind of ridiculous if you think about it, right? Because every single observation is a Black Swan.
Is a black swan.
So why
The
would we
white
call it a
swan would
freaking
be
Black
the black
Swan?
swan, right?
Exactly. Like, they're the ones that need to find the Black Swan. Because all
Yeah.
swans are white when it comes to the horizon. And when I say white, I mean not matching a globe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all
even
observations are. Yeah, the black swan would be the horizon being in the position that it's supposed to be on a ball.
Yep. And even picking that original Black Swan observation when there's much clearer ones available was a tactic, right? And it was admitted to be a tactic because it was handpicked because it had a bunch of distortion in it, and the aim was to get the globe earther to say refraction, bendy crane, and then you can pull that Snell's law script, shut the conversation down with that.
Instead of actually having a conversation.
Yep.
Hello.
Glad we moved past that, though.
Yeah, it's relief. Such a relief. Hello. Done that like 5 times. So when you say hello and then someone says hello back, and you're supposed to like keep going with the conversation.
I just said hello and you responded me like hello and I don't know how to say now.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm sorry. So hello back.
No worries. Do you believe you live on a ball? Maybe I should.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Actually I do, but I'm not against out any kind of opinion. I'm here just to hear what you guys have to say because I like to know what other people say and thinks. And I'm not here to offend anyone.
No,
it's just just the way that I was created, and I'm a physicist, so I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm also a nurse, but in that case, it had more, I don't know, relevance. So, but I'm curious about what you guys think, because I care more like the human part, not about science and code stuff.
Oh, the physicist wants to hear about the human side and not the mathematical side.
Yeah, it's because I'm also a nurse, so I can think logically, but I'm also care about the people because I have a lot of patience. So I can do this with science, you know? But I'm interested in about what you guys have to say, you know.
Oh, ask away. Go for it. Ask whatever you want.
Why? I'm just curious.
Yeah, do you have a question?
Not actually a question.
Well, you said you were interested in the human side. So what do you mean by that? Do you have a question regarding that?
Oh, okay. I feel like I'm being tested, but I offer you guys no harm. I promise. I'm interested by like what makes you guys think the way you guys think. I would like to see what did you guys see that makes you guys believing in that theory. I'm just curious about that. That's
it's
just the case.
empirical, right? Yeah. So we measure the surface.
I'm not trying to prove you guys wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just interested in see other sides, other opinions, you know.
Yeah. So the Earth's surface measures to be flat across water. Right? So that's how we came up with this Earth is flat. Because, you know, they say 70% of the Earth is water. Now water measures to be flat and level when at rest. So that would say that most of the known world would be flat. Right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but don't you think it's just because you only can see an amount that is being measured, like before, I don't know, a certain amount of water, you now can see the curve, you know?
Well, they've given us the size. So the size of the Earth is what they've given us.
I really don't know. I won't lie to you and pretend that I'm no, and I won't open ChatGPT here. I'm just trying to. That's not my specialty. I'm more like into computer stuff, and now I'm a nurse for like 10 years, I guess. So I'm just think in some answers that question, like why you don't see it came around.
Yeah, okay. So if you were to take the dimensions that they gave us, 3,959 miles, that's the radius of the Earth that they gave us. And from that you can get the circumference, right? So then through the circumference you take an arc. You take a distance, so let's say 10 miles. So over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop curvature from your position.
Okay.
Now, this 10 miles, not very far, is it? So 10 miles, 66 feet. Now, there's images, there's laser tests, there's all sorts of things that have been done and never measured a drop over distance at a rate.
I don't have source here, but I think it has some tests that did that. It's so.
Yeah, we tested it. We tested it, and there's no curvature.
Yeah, but are you sure they're not tests? Are you sure they're not research? I never searched.
I don't know. You're the physicist.
Yeah, but I'm a nurse now for like 10 years. I'm here for asking questions, not to answer
but you don't forget.
questions.
You don't forget how to be a physicist.
Yeah, but it's not my area. My area is about computing.
I know, that's why we're talking, right?
If you ask something about math, I would like to answer you, but I don't know this.
I just did.
And I won't. I won't.
So the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There you go. There's an equation.
Yeah.
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 But it's never there. Yeah.
It's never there.
I've got to go back to work. So, does anyone else want to take over?
I guess.
I got to make some noise.
All right, man. Enjoy your day. So where are we? What's going on?
Well, we're speaking to a physicist.
Are we? Is my microphone working? I can't hear anything. Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't think you guys were talking about me.
Nice. Timbo had to leave the conversation because he's had to.
No, it's okay. He went to work.
You want us?
What are you talking about, mate? I'm still here.
Yeah. Fuck off, man. Stop doing it.
I'm sorry. I made a confusion. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you.
No. He's okay.
I'm someone different now. I'm not Timbo.
You guys not bad.
I'm not that kangaroo now.
Yeah. The only channel here that I get scared is Ask a Christian because they always get very mad with me. Very mad with me. Very fucking mad with me. And my research nowadays is about religion, and they get really mad.
So, are you religious?
No, I'm not. I'm just a researcher. I'm not religious, but my profession has a lot of religion sites. So I went to the religion site to research. So I don't have this knowledge by my birth. I had to research to give appropriate care. I do love my job.
Oh, if you're in the medical profession, if you're in medical care industry, I hope you care, because a lot of people in the industry don't actually care. Like, it's called healthcare, and you go there, and it's like they don't give a crap.
Yeah, my whole family is made of not physicians, but physicists, I guess. Yeah, physicists. But I choose be a nurse because I was along by my patient all the time. So that carried for me. So some people there is living the worst time on their life. So I want to talk to them, to give care to them. And nowadays I work in a mental institution, and I have a lot of people that I care a lot that believe in flat earth, and I want to understand this. No, I'm not. No. Calm down. I'm not trying.
Are you
to offend
relating
you
us
guys?
to people in mental institutions?
No, but people in mental institution is not that bad. Sometimes the people that different ideas get labeled by crazy, and I would like to hear about you guys. What do you guys think? Because I don't think that that kind of people should be there. I don't think they are crazy. They just have a different opinion. That's my opinion. I'm sorry if it sounds weird. Yeah, I know.
You're right. We're definitely not crazy. Yeah.
That about me?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So if somebody like, if I go to the ocean and somebody says to me, describe the horizon you see, and I say, well, it's flat. It looks flat, right? Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy.
Okay, cool. And if I go to like a large lake, like 5, 10, 20 miles across, and I see to the other side, and somebody asks me to describe my experience of the lake, and I say, well, it looks flat. Is that crazy?
Yeah, but it's not everyone that's that you can say it and you can call them to watch this. You know what I mean? A lot of
they can
people
see
there
it. They can see it themselves anyway. They can also
but
see it.
they all are telling they beliefs, and the people are not checking. Like you guys always just check. I know, but they
then if I said
check.
if you went and see all those flat surfaces, and then you said yeah, they are flat, but I live on a ball. Is that crazy?
I'm sorry, I was answering, DJ. I'm sorry. Can you repeat? No, I'm not trying
It doesn't
to
matter.
relate you guys to crazy people. I think that different
No, I know.
opinions doesn't make people crazy. That's
No,
what
but you said that
I'm saying.
you said that sometimes people with different ideas that go against well accepted
Yeah,
belief,
a lot
right?
of opinions
They
that I have to.
They get classed as crazy, right? They get classed as crazy,
I know.
especially in
It sounded
in times past.
rude. I'm very sorry. It sounded
No.
rude.
But you
Wasn't
did
what I meant.
say that. But you did say some people with different alternative views that clash with mainstream belief systems, right?
Yeah.
Well accepted beliefs, they often get classed as being crazy, right?
Yeah, I said that happens.
Yeah.
But
So I'm just pointing out that.
But I do not agree with that.
Right. No, that's good. Yeah. No, that's good. But yeah. So for another example,
A
would be
lot
like
of people there say things that I do believe. Another
yeah.
things.
Right.
And
Right.
that's what I'm fighting to.
Right. Yeah. So like somebody say ask me, do you experience the Earth moving? Right. And I'll say, no, I don't. Right.
No, I'm not.
Right. But if you say to somebody, well, my experience is that the Earth isn't moving, I have no reason to think that it is moving, someone will say, that's crazy.
Yeah,
You're crazy.
But you give. Oh, you can give the example about the bus. When you are inside the bus and you are sitting, you doesn't feel the bus moving.
But you know you are moving. You do know you're moving.
You know because you're looking across the window, okay?
Yeah, you see relative motion, right? So first of all, you approached the bus while it was parked. It wasn't moving, and you got on it. You watched the driver start the engine and put his foot on the pedal, and suddenly the bus is moving, right? You feel the initial acceleration of the bus, and then if he gets to a cruising speed where he's not accelerating, right? Yeah, you could say, it doesn't really feel like I'm moving, but you know you are because of your experience of getting on the bus and watching the driver start the engine and actually putting the bus into motion while everything else around you seems to pass you by, right? But we know that the bus is in motion. We know the reason that everything out on the outside looks like it's passing us by is because it's the bus moving. But we don't have that experience with Earth. We don't have that experience with Earth, do we?
I understood you, but you are thinking in a micro situation. If
you brought it up, you brought the bus up.
Yeah, it's for an example.
As an example,
I could say
it's not an example.
I could say about galaxies. I could say about.
One sec. No, I'm pointing out it's not an example. It would be an example if you knew the Earth was moving.
But I have another point about this.
Right.
It's about our existence. Our existence is so minimal that we don't have that knowledge. We don't have that capacity to determine this when it started, so what will happen. I mean, as a human, you cannot have this certain as you seen the driver starting the engine and driving the bus. It's very vague for us yet.
Right, so we can't tell if the Earth is moving. The best you've got is it could be the Earth moving, making everything in the sky appear to move past us, like stars and the sun and the moon, right? You could say it could be that the Earth is in motion, making those things appear to move, but our experience is not of that, is it?
Yeah, I get what you mean because even with the wind in the flat earth, I get it. But as you can tell, the things that we observe for a long time, even before the recent science, is giving patterns. Don't you believe in patterns in astronomy?
Yeah, there's patterns, there's regular reoccurring cycles of the sky.
Yes.
Like a clock.
Yeah, absolutely. So is the Earth being in motion? Is that an idea, or is it a fact?
It is a fact. It can be
What makes the
measured.
Earth spin? What makes it spin and never slow down? And it's always like a clock. We see everything moving exactly the same way. What
Gravity.
causes the Earth to spin?
Gravity.
No,
Center of mass.
gravity makes things stick to balls. That doesn't make things spin.
Center of mass.
No, you can't say that. I want to know what makes it spin and keep spinning.
Gravity. Because of the center of the
So
mass.
gravity causes spin now instead of pulling things to the ground?
Yeah, it pulls to the center of the gravity in the middle of the Earth and it spins itself because it has nowhere to go.
How come the moon doesn't do that?
The moon does that.
No.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't spin.
It doesn't rotate.
It just faces us the same direction.
We see the same direction because it rotates us too.
So gravity causes us to rotate, and then the moon is rotating. How come?
The moon is also rotating because it has a center of mass, and it also rotates all the things that you see in the sky kind of rotates because of the center of the mass.
Wow.
Its rotation rate is equal to its orbital rate, so that's why they say it's tidally locked and always facing the Earth. But
yeah,
I just want to go back to the.
My English is
me
not
too.
that good.
Back to the spin.
To this fact part. Yeah.
I want to go back to this. The Earth spins because of gravity. That's not even a claim by the globe side. You know that?
Sorry,
but I want you to explain how do you think that gravity would make the Earth spin?
I did. It's because the center of the mass, they pulls the gravity towards the center. All the matter tries to go to the center and it can't goes to the center because there's another matter in the middle. Okay, let's just explain my point.
But why is it spinning?
Makes it spin, and so that's why. And that makes it spin because it the force is so high that you go to, I don't know how to say that in English, tangents. I don't know what.
But that's not what they claim, right?
My English
they say that the Earth, when the Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago,
yeah,
right, it's started spinning because a cloud spun, and the Earth inherited that spin, and that it's just the conservation of momentum.
Yeah.
Not gravity. It doesn't say anything about gravity.
No, it's not. No, it's not about gravity because that's what did you say?
All right, so it's not gravity causing it to spin. So what causes it to spin since it's not gravity now?
I'm not saying that's not gravity. I'm trying to speak properly.
So it is gravity.
It's not good. Okay, I'm trying to speak.
I want to go back even further because when I asked you if it's an idea or a fact, you said it's a fact, and then you were about to say something about it's been. Were you going to say it's been measured?
No, I was talking about something. I was talking about something that you pointed. And in the other case, I was talking about a whole scenario. And professional triangle. I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no, that's all
saying
right.
that.
That's all right, because I wanted to bring it back even further to when I asked you, is it an idea
No,
or is
it's
it a
okay.
fact?
It's because the guys here are kind of understanding me wrong because my English is not that good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
That's all right.
About
Doesn't matter.
about the start of everything that the wolf asked. I guess was the wolf
It's
asked.
fine. I just what because I asked you, is it an idea or is it a fact? And you said it's a fact, and
To
it's
me,
been
it's
measured. Has it
yeah,
been
to
measured?
me, yeah, it has been measured. Yes.
How?
How? But
Yes.
how about
How?
what? About what? We are talking about a lot of things. About
How
star,
how
about
has
gravity,
how?
about center of mass.
No, I asked you. Is the idea is the Earth being in motion an idea or a fact? You said it's a fact because it's been measured. Who measured it and how?
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Who is measuring the velocity that the Earth spins?
Yeah, or has any kind of motion at all?
In a lot of ways, you nowadays can see it. You can see it with your eyes. It's kind of in everywhere. You don't need to be a scientist to do that anymore.
In that image
Right.
I posted with the globe spinning, I'd like to know how you land an airplane with the globe going sideways underneath it.
No, that image is perfect. It's because it's way smaller.
So you mean the airplane goes sideways when it's going downward like that? It's actually going sideways? Going with the earth? How is that possible? What if it turns around? What if it turns around? What if it turns around and just decides to go back to the airport it came from? Now it's going up.
That's why the pilot must calculate the
No, the pilot doesn't calculate that stuff. There's no earth spin or curve calculated with pilots ever in their whole life. No, never, ever, never, ever, ever in their whole life.
Okay, in that scenario, that's true.
So did you tell us how it's been measured?
No, I didn't know. I don't know. I won't lie to you.
You don't know.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know.
that's all
I
right.
don't know anymore.
So
That's not my area. And as I said, I was 10 years far away from physics. And I'm
someone
just a
told you
nurse
it has
now.
been measured? Did someone tell you it has been measured?
Hmm. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, you should have asked them for like proof.
About the measure?
I should have too. I should have too. When somebody first told me, yeah, the Earth's spinning or the Earth's in motion, it's orbiting, spinning, doing all this stuff, I should have said, what's the evidence? Because that's not apparent to me. When I go outside, it doesn't seem like that. It just seems like I'm still. Everything else around me is moving. But I didn't. I just accepted because it was put forward to me as a child by an authority, right, that I looked up to. Someone that I thought knew better than me. But by rights, I should have asked them for the proof of that claim. Because that is a extraordinary claim because it's very counterintuitive and contrary to my natural experience.
Mhm.
But now I do ask people that claim that the Earth is in motion. I do ask them for the evidence.
Actually, I was searching for this answer because I as I said, I don't know. I really don't know. That's not my area, so I don't know. I won't lie to you. So it says here that's an equation to measure, but yeah, you must believe. It's observing the stars and measuring that kind of movement. And about what I was saying, the modern tools like lasers, satellites, Doppler, GPS, and more like that. Don't you guys think that's true?
Sorry, I just heard a long list of things and don't.
No, that's an honest question. I just discovered that too. Don't you guys think that's true?
What which one out of this long list?
I gave you 3 items. I said the rotation. They measure the size of the Earth, and they plus the time that it turns, so they get the velocity. The translation. No, it's not translation. The word, I don't know the word in English. They measure the orbit plus the time of the year. And the third one was the modern tools like lasers, satellites, Dopplers, and GPS, and stuff like that. It's because I'm not from astronomy.
So what was the first one? What was the first one?
The first one, let me see. It was the word that I don't know in English. The measure the orbit plus the timing of the year.
Measured and calculated. Calculated, really. The time it takes the Earth to complete one orbit is calculated by the measurement of the sun's motion in the sky. And when it returns to a particular point, maybe a spring or autumn equinox or summer solstice or whatever. So measurement will be of the sun's motion across the sky. The calculation will be the yearly path of the Earth taken to orbit the sun. That would be a presupposition that the curvature has been measured. That hasn't been measured. That's also calculated. That's calculated on an assumption that we're going to be using spherical geometry. You said something about lasers and GPS?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. What was it about GPS specifically?
GPS on a super precise GPS. Like with triangulation,
Okay. So
and you can measure where the things are here in Earth and in the sky.
Yeah, in the sky.
Yeah.
So GPS works on a particular coordinate reference system, that being spherical. So the coordinate system is that's where longitude and latitude are kind of derived. So that sky phenomena, we know latitude because of how Polaris appears in the sky above the horizon, or the celestial equator appears in relation to the horizon. Longitude are derived by the motion of the sun across the sky. All of these things being measured in angles, right? You mentioned triangulation. So, yeah, the navigation is triangulation. What appears to us, the observer, as a hemisphere above us from a horizontal flat plane. So when you say things like GPS and longitude, those are coordinate systems based on either things in the sky relative to us, the observer, making the observations from a horizontal. So to keep it short, I mean, we know these things exist when we look deep into these particular subjects. What we find is an assumption somewhere that the Earth is already a sphere, so the geometry exists without any direct measurements of it, or things similar, like the coordinate system itself being spherical. Doesn't mean that the Earth is spherical, just the coordinate.
Yeah, so long I will probably will never see the Earth from outside. All that remains to me is belief. It's just like a religion, you know.
Hold on. What's a belief? The globe Earth or the flat?
The globe. The globe for me, the flat for you. That's a religion.
Okay.
Both of us will never know.
Let me see if I can draw an analogy. So, if I was to claim that I'm 6 foot tall, I would measure myself to be 6 foot tall. Now, after I've measured myself 6 foot tall, do I know that I'm 6 foot tall, or do I believe that I'm 6 foot tall?
For me, everything that I know about this topic, it's a fact because I do believe this. You know, I know that you say the difference between believing something and what is a fact, but I think when some persons believing in something, it turns to a fact to them. You know, just like religions and beliefs at all.
Maybe it's the language and not understanding first language, right? So I understand the terms that you maybe not in the way saying. So belief is acceptance without evidence. What I'm trying to point out is there's no requirement for belief when you take a measurement of something.
No, Tracy is right. I don't know how to answer it to you. Doing math, I don't know how to answer it to you, give you solid points. So this conversation is pointless because you choose just kind of test me besides to explain me why do you think that, and I would like to know that. I would like to know why do you think that, but
because
you kind
the
of
surface
just
measures flat.
so my only answers that can I give to you is that I do believe, and that's my point. So
Yeah,
it's
and we
because
understand that.
we are not just a sec. We are not
understand. It
discussing.
just feels
Yeah,
like you
we are
getting
not
emotional.
discussing here if the Earth is round. We are discussing here if the Earth is flat. I want to know why do you guys think about that? It's not me that must be
No, we were
answering.
out if it's a
It
globe.
measures flat. We told you. We're also trying to point out the difference between our knowledge and your belief. We don't have a belief that the Earth measures flat. That's demonstrable first-hand knowledge. We know it. Everybody else has to believe that the Earth is a sphere without any first-hand knowledge because they require somebody else to tell them and make fanciful claims that when we try to verify those claims come out as Earth. But we're just trying to point out the difference at the moment between our knowledge and the heliocentric belief system. Ours isn't belief.
Okay.
the reason why we say the things that we do is because the Earth measures flat, right? It's our everyday understanding of you do this, everybody does this. We all observe, measure, and then practically use for everyday purposes like construction, engineering, aviation, navigation, right? The Earth to be horizontal and stationary. We all do that. You want to put your shelves up because you want to put a plant pot on your. Those shelves will be level if you want your plant pot not to fall off. Now, level, that's a straight line from left to right. That's parallel to the surface of the Earth, plane of the horizon, right? It's where we get level from. It's also perpendicular to vertical at 90 degrees, right? So this is how we understand and navigate the world. Like when we understand our equilibrium, when we stand up, we know that when we're tilted a bit because our vestibular system tells us that we are not orientated correctly. That orientation is vertical, which is perpendicular to the horizontal plane. When we build upon this premise on all constructions, we will build upon a level. That level will be parallel to the plane of the Earth. That is primarily mean sea level. That's because we all understand the dynamics of water. When contained and at rest, the property of water is to remain level on the surface unless acted upon by an external force, like wind. So we understand this, right? It's our base perception of our reality. It's flat and it's stationary.
That's just like your belief, man. That's all I got out of that.
Yeah.
to breathe, the further up the mountain you go.
You're right. Just back to the natural phenomenon, dude. I agree with you. We observed that.
Yeah, of course, but you.
Why does it matter?
It doesn't. Well,
how is that evidence? There's this thing called outer space vacuum.
Because you can observe.
Because we're going to go right back to where we started. Because it goes down forever. Or does it stop?
That's the thing. Yes.
Then if it stops, why does it stop?
It doesn't
and you
stop.
go right back to the same thing is what causes the gas to stop, right? What causes the gas pressure in the first place?
No,
you're right back at the starting point.
No, that's the thing. When you say it stops, that's not like a real thing. Like it doesn't stop or whatever. Like it doesn't stop. No, it's that's the word stop has no meaning in this discussion.
It means that the vacuum state can't get any lower. That's what it means to stop.
Yeah, but it's meaningless in this discussion. Because that's not what the vacuum of space
does. I'm trying to explain why it means something. Because then we're just quibbling about where the fucking boundary is.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you actually do you believe that the vacuum of space actually exists?
No.
Okay, then what's the point?
I'm trying to tell you it's impossible.
Well, okay. So what's the point? What are we even arguing about? Like,
do you think it exists?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Well, that then.
Because you climbed to the top of the mountain and couldn't breathe, so you thought if you go a little bit higher, you're gonna fucking whiz around the ball?
No, it's one point of an information that I experienced that I can think about also because I have a brain that I can think about and say, okay, if I go higher.
So it's hard to breathe up a mountain. Where does your brain take you from here?
Obviously, hypoxia.
Mm-hmm. No,
I'm trying to figure out what your logic is. It's hard to breathe up a mountain.
Okay, from this specific point of argument, if you go higher up again, right? If you go increase your elevation, the air gets thinner and thinner, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So, what would that tell you?
When does it stop getting thinner?
Hey, this is your logic.
That's never, ever.
It never stops getting thinner.
Ask me a question and ask us what it tells us. I asked you. You go up a mountain, it's harder to breathe. It gets less and less dense. And the question's for you to finish. It's your logic, dude. You're taking us somewhere. Don't ask us the question.
Okay. I mean, this alone, I'm not taking any point of evidence by itself and not.
This was your evidence.
Included. No, I haven't made. Did I make any claim?
Yeah, we go up a mountain, it gets less and less dense. I'm waiting for the therefore.
Therefore, I didn't say anything after that. But you know.
Okay, so let me ask it like this: what was the point of the analogy being a caveman going up a mountain and he finding it hard to breathe? What was the point?
What does that tell us?
Discussion that we had before about.
What Jedi's asking you is, what does that tell us about space by him going up and it's hard to breathe?
I know you want to say
this is okay. Hold on. I think I know where the problem is. So what you're doing is extrapolating. You're going from one pressure area to another one by raising an elevation, and you're extrapolating a continuation of that state, of that change, right? That there's a gradient that continues changing. We're asking you, you're extrapolating to what, to where? Does it end lowering pressure? Does it continue forever? Because if it ends, then there has to be a boundary somewhere. Okay, and even if it goes down forever.
No, they don't.
Right.
Go on.
Well, even if it goes down forever, then like you're gonna have to have some sort of fucking infinite universe, which contradicts the Big Bang. So like,
no,
I'm trying really hard to avoid like some infinite regression fallacy, right? But the point is that are we quibbling about where the air pressure, this extrapolation? Because like I said, like you admitted, is that like, is this hypothetical? And you said, yeah, probably, right? So like where it stops, how does it continue to go down? What rate is it linear? Is it inverse square? Is it adiabatic? Like how does it go down? At what rate? Like how do we know where it stops? Does it go down enough to allow space travel? Does it go down enough so that there's a vacuum sufficient to fly rockets from here to frickin' Mars in? Right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about outer space that they claim exists. Is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm looking at the fact that if we go from sea level higher, like you elevate from that point, gas pressure decreases.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why are you okay, great. So we have two actually known values. How are we extrapolating it into unknown values?
So there's temperature.
What does that even mean? Like it's
we're extrapolating, dude.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so can you extract some information from that fact? Like,
yeah, we've got gas pressure that changes.
Yeah, we got 15 pounds per square inch of sea level. We got freaking 10 pounds per square inch on top of Mount Everest. Okay, now what?
Okay, like it gets lower and lower the higher you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Continuously, forever?
I mean, is our next question what caused that?
The cause is the point, probably.
Yeah.
So on the...
So what causes gas pressure?
I'm going to ask you that.
A container. It's defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. It's also the thing that keeps the gas here and stops it expanding into an available volume of vacuum if there was one.
But wouldn't the gas pressure be equal everywhere if it was?
Is the temperature equal? Is the gas produced in the same place the whole time? What? There's multiple variables now. Temperature.
It's called thermodynamics. We're not doing thermostatics.
Okay, so if you had, like, if there was a container that was like a fucking iron or like a glass thing, like a...
Is this container static?
What do you call it? What do you call it? Like the firmament.
Don't worry about that. This container, is the environment static? Does it have variance of temperature, for example? Does the temperature come and go, for example? Is the gas produced within inside the container, or have you just added it to the container? Is the gas dispersing into the environment? Is the water in the environment?
Yeah, that's
in your imaginary container.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Okay, of course. So it'd be like the Earth, then, right? A very, very, very dynamic thermodynamic system. Right? That's what the Earth is. It's a thermodynamic system. Now, within the laws and definitions of thermodynamics, to have this environment, the thermodynamic system must be closed.
Someone hot micing? Or am I going crazy right now?
What the hell's going on?
Why would you enter the chat with an open mic having a conversation with somebody?
I'm talking about a thermodynamic system. For it to exist the way that it does, it must be closed.
Yeah, he was muted. Yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It must be closed.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be closed, though.
Yeah, it does. All the gas would expand
into another available volume. If that available volume was vacuous, unavailable space, if the gas is not contained, entropy will increase and the gas will continue to expand because of the energy that's held within the gas is given to it by temperature. So because of the temperature, the gas is always going to move and collide. Because of these random collisions, it's expanding. You need a closed system to keep the gas here.
But if it was expanding, like how would you be able to like live in a in an enclosed environment? Like if you if you like right now, of course, like the sun is putting
the sun.
energy.
No, we're talking about gas behavior, right?
Yes,
we're talking about how it expands into volumes and how we have pressure. We got to the question after discovering that there's a gas pressure gradient. The question was, what causes that? Well, within thermodynamic law, we're going to require a container to stop the expansion. The consequence of the containment is pressure.
No, but you have
no.
You don't even have to like refer to gravity because
we're not talking about gravity. We're talking about what caused gas pressure. And at the moment, I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, containers cause gas pressure.
It does what?
I'm waiting for you to concede that yes, a container, a limitation of volume that holds gas, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It's the consequence of containment. PV equals nRT, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Yeah, but it's not the cause, though.
Sorry, it is not the cause?
It's not.
So it's not the cause. The gas exerting its pressure upon the walls of its fixed environment, a closed system. Like, for example, when you put gas inside a tyre, by consequence of you putting that gas inside that fixed volume, because of the movement of gas and the density of that gas, it will be under pressure because it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, but what's the cause is the pressure itself. It's not the container. In that case, like it's the same.
Again, listen. Force over area. Gas pressure is caused by the force of the gas pressing against the walls of its container. If you don't have a container to press against, you don't have pressure.
Yeah, and then we go back to gravity, and then all of a sudden it's completely different.
You go back to gravity. I'm still waiting for you to concede.
About a I mean, I can
is caused by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
Well, the cause thing is the problem that I have right now.
Okay.
Because I was told that you can't really. You can go deeper and deeper and deeper at some point.
No, I can put gas inside a container, and by consequence of that action, the gas is under pressure. Because the way that gas behaves is it wants to expand. It can't. The container's in the fucking way.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, good. So that's what happened then. In my little experiment.
If I say that gravity creates a gradient and someone
then you can say that, but you would have to demonstrate that in an experiment.
See, like that's the difference. Like,
yeah, you can't do an experiment. I've just given you one, and you keep going, nuh-uh.
No, the demonstration would be pretty fucking obvious if you go up a mountain. Shit,
no, that's you begging the question and affirming the consequent.
No, it's an experiment towards some.
No, it's not an experiment. It's the observation of a phenomena.
Yeah, and okay, what we can use a different word than gravity.
It's not an experiment yet. It's not even a hypothesis until you make a supposition of cause of the phenomena that you witness. At the moment, it's the caveman changing his altitude and finding it hard to breathe or not.
Yeah, which has been done.
Yeah, so that's the phenomena.
And
we agree. And what causes that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like it's the cause.
Yes, what I
if
asked
you
you
go
15
further
minutes
and
ago.
further
Yeah.
down. Yeah, so like you can't put it down to a cause at some point.
No, we're asking what causes it, and now you're saying no, we can't put it down to cause, even though you want to assert the cause is gravity. Like, can you stumble over any more words?
No, at some point, of course, it would be gravity, but of course, like if you don't accept that, then
it's not whether we accept it; it's whether there's evidence or not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
you don't have the evidence. So yeah, that's the thing. The real question is, how come you accepted it without evidence? That's the real question. They showed you a diagram in freaking kindergarten. Look, this is how it works. And they drew a circle and they drew a bunch of arrows to the middle of the circle. And they're like, this is what holds the gas down, these arrows. And you're like, okay, teacher, I believe you.
I'm just using a word.
It doesn't matter what you call it.
A concept. Right? Like everyone else does.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is there's no evidence that concept is actual existent in reality.
It depends what evidence you accept.
Experiment.
What's your evidence? What's your
evidence you accept?
But as you can, first off, you can drop an object, of course, it goes down to the ground.
Oh God.
You can have a satellite.
Are you like in some weird loop, dude?
What are we talking about?
Yes, circular reasoning loop.
Sorry, we're not talking about the behaviour of rocks. We're talking about the behaviour of gases. So in your analogy or your demonstration, can you use a gas?
It's a completely different thing, which we just talked about.
Rusty P, the airbender. I want to see you throw gas.
Here's your reasoning. I really want to pass out his reasoning, bro. Like, okay, so he goes, we have a 14.7 at sea level. I climb the mountain and it's like 11, right? PSI. And you say, what causes that? And he goes, gravity. And he goes, and then we say, oh, what's your evidence of that? And he says, well, there's 14.7 PSI at sea level and 11 on top of the mountain. That's my evidence.
No.
It's circular reasoning. Yes, that's what you literally did. I've been listening to you.
Yeah, but we are talking about one specific thing, about the gas pressure. And I'm not saying, like, of course, like there's gravity underlying the whole concept of it. But I'm not saying, like, it's like if we just look at the gas pressure decreasing the higher you go, you don't have to invoke gravity or whatever. It's just like an observation. Like you don't have to make any you don't have to what do you say it?
Come to a conclusion?
Yeah, you don't have to draw any conclusions to it.
Okay, so it was a waste of time for the caveman to go up the fucking mountain in the first place then. Not being as we're not coming to any conclusions, otherwise we just observe a change in gas pressure and it's harder to breathe up the mountain. According to you, you don't need to reach any more conclusions.
No, the thing is, if you go, again, like if you can observe that you can go up a mountain, right? And you can just increase your elevation and you feel that the gas pressure is decreasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would that, like, for like I mean,
getting further away from where the gas is produced.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Hold on, you're gaining altitude within your example, going up the top of a mountain. Gas is produced on and within the surface of the Earth. I mean, let's take an observation of our whole environment. It's also cold up a mountain. We should probably take into effect the changes in temperature.
Yeah, Also,
yeah, fucking dynamics. Yeah. Let's include the temperature as shit. Let's also include where and how the gas is produced and cycled and reabsorbed into the environment.
Yeah, and what could you draw some information from that?
Yeah, the further I get away from where the gas is produced, it appears to get less dense. The temperature also appears to decrease. It's cold up a mountain.
Yes?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So we seem to be talking about thermodynamics, temperature held with gas, its behavior relative to where it's produced and its environment, the changes in the environment over time. Sometimes it's warmer up a mountain.
Yeah, but compared to the base of the mountain, at the same time, probably like colder, right?
Yeah, sometimes, and I say sometimes, like throughout the year, shit changes.
All the fucking time, basically.
Yeah, shit changes. Weather changes. Yeah, all of these things. Yeah, the amount of water held within the gas in the atmosphere changes. Yeah, all of these things, dude.
I understand that, but
good. I'm glad why did we start talking about gravity? You haven't even mentioned any of the other observable things. Got cold up that mountain, didn't it?
No, the thing is that you can derive information.
Sorry, we're talking about gas behavior.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to include the temperature of the gas, isn't it? We understand how different temperatures of gases are going to act differently because of the amount of energy that's held within the gas. Hot air rises, for example, cold air sinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I got a fucking...
I feel like I'm educating you, your caveman. You're asking what conclusions we reached, dude, and you just want to jump to gravity. Haven't mentioned anything else.
I don't have to. I don't have to do it. It's just that gravity is a name of a thing that people understand, right?
That has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes.
You can look through all the books on the kinetic theory of gas, and you're not going to see any gravity mentioned in any of it.
Yeah, here we do, though.
Not even within the kinetic theory of gases, it tells you there is no force of attraction between the container walls and the gases. The container wall isn't acting upon the gas and, over space and time or whatever, pulling the gas towards it. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, dude, colliding with itself and the walls of its container. We don't have to talk about gravity because it's not included. It's not observed.
Okay. Well, you claim that. That's fine.
Just cited the kinetic theory of gases. Would you like me to put it in the side chat? There's no mention of the word gravity here. There's also not a G in PV equals nRT.
There doesn't have to be. And I haven't even said anything about it.
Gravity in gas behavior, even though you're trying to shoehorn it in, saying it does actually act on gas.
No, I'm saying that we can observe certain things and you don't have to refer to gravity at some point. Like I did it, but
yeah, we understand that. You're making the same arguments over and over again. They're addressed. We don't care what you call it. We don't care about any of that shit. We're talking about its possibility. Is it possible to restrict the behavior of a gas based upon some force? Call it gravity, call it whatever you want. The observation we have is low pressure on the mountain, high pressure on the at a lower elevation. So what? Doesn't logically follow that continues forever or stops at any particular point. We have a surface on the surface of the Earth. That's fine. Where's the other surface?
The other surface?
Yeah, you need another surface, dude. Gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. If you don't have a surface at the other side of the fucking boundary, gas just fucks up to forever.
Okay. If you think that, like, there's.
It's what's demonstrated in nature. It's not what I think, dude. I can demonstrate this in nature.
Okay, demonstrate it, please. You can just explain it to me. Please explain it.
Right now.
Explain it to me how gas pressure only is able to exist in a container, please.
Can you demonstrate it in any other way?
You said demonstrate it, right?
No, you demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay. Got a bike?
The claim that you have.
You got a bike?
I have a bike, yes.
Okay, try to pump up the rim.
The what?
The rim. Pump up the rim. Create gas pressure next to the fucking rim without the tire, dude. The rim is one surface, right? There's no opposite surface. Use your pump to pump up the rim.
Okay.
Okay, you can't do that, right? But if I take a tire, I take an opposite boundary, now I can create pressure. Wow. Now you have gas pressure because you have a container. No container, no gas pressure. Container, gas pressure.
What's around you right now?
I don't know, but it's not fucking nothing.
Yeah, but isn't there like a gas pressure thing going on around you right now?
Yeah. The gas that I'm surrounded by is pressing inwards in all directions into the space that I occupy. Yep.
Yeah. And Indio says that if you put pressure into a tire, or whatever he said, that's only the gas pressure. So there is gas pressure existing in a container, of course, which would be the tire. But right now, around us, also there is gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes
existing around it?
Yeah, what causes that?
Well, again, we would go to gravity again, but
no, again we would go to a container. Fuck.
But why? But why? Like you're saying. You're saying
so brainwashed you can't even admit this clear and obvious truth. You require a container. As soon as I asked you what causes the gas pressure that surrounds us, you jump to gravity and completely disavow any mention of the word container. Are you sick and repulsed?
We have just talked. We have just talked about gas pressure in a container when I guess Indio was it about pumping up his fucking bike tire.
Yeah,
right?
We're looking for another causal mechanism that causes gas pressure that we can demonstrate, or the claim that you say that we can't demonstrate this. It's called entropy. Every single time we open a container of gas to a lower pressure environment, the entropy increases and the gas fills the space and might equalize in a low volume.
Yes.
You don't have an experiment for your claim, though. That's why Injo put the gas inside a tire. He did that. You can do that. Now, what can we do for gravity apart from go up a mountain and make big ass jumps of logic?
To go to gravity, it's just a thing where when you claim gas pressure cannot exist without a container,
then show another way that can.
But it's like fucking obvious. Like
no, it's not obvious until you demonstrate it. Apparently, it would be obvious to you that there was a container unless we demonstrated to you 5 times. So we're going to need demonstration.
Oh my God.
Actual physical reality taking place.
Yes, physical reality is taking place all the fucking time, and you just
oh my God, you're broken. Just give an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause the phenomena of pressure.
We're not talking about gravity.
You keep fucking bringing it up. You wanted to 2 minutes ago, then you got upset. Are you really this broken?
I said before that I didn't want to bring up gravity.
And stop bringing it up.
I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
Okay, so the gas around us that we're surrounded by, what was your point?
There's no point?
Oh, so again, he brings up a subject that has no fucking point. I swear it was gravity. Please follow your own fucking words. I am. You're not making any sense, and you keep contradicting yourself.
No, I don't. If we are agreeing that
stop him,
we don't.
Someone.
What are you saying, bro? Like, if we agree that we don't bring up.
You said you didn't want to bring up gravity.
Yes.
So what was the point of us being surrounded by gas? According to you, no point.
The question is on you.
You're just lying.
The question is on you, man. The question is on fucking you.
What? To demonstrate there isn't no other way to cause pressure?
Yeah, you said that like gas pressure can't exist.
You're making a claim it's caused by gravity. That's your claim.
No,
your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. We've been over and over and over it with you.
No, you are cycling back about the gravity shit. Again,
yeah,
I said
someone else talked to me.
No, you did it. Again, like I said, we go away from the whole like gravity shit from the overall.
You brought up two examples: one, a caveman going up a mountain and experiencing it hard to breathe, and then you brought up there's gas surrounding us. Mm-hmm. At no point in these conversations did you want to bring up gravity.
Yes, I especially said because you bring it all you bring it up all the way. Like all the time.
Your fucking self, dude. Have some fucking humility. Like, yeah, please, I'm begging to your better nature.
Yeah, I understand. Like, come on, like
I'm gonna go walk my invisible dog. Someone else can talk to you.
Yeah, go on. Is there any flat earther still here that wants to debate?
What are we debating exactly? Ideas versus evidence?
Yeah. Again, the same thing that who was it? Person before me that left. So I guess he misunderstood the whole fucking debate. Or he deflected. I don't understand.
Who, Jedi? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Jedi. Yep, yeah. He, like Jedi, yeah, probably. Which is the person that I was debating about against. I mean. It seemed like he was
like I told you, this is a common thing that happens. You have ideas. We have evidence. You won't let go of your ideas. When you first heard the idea of outer space and that gravity creates gas pressure, how did you evaluate whether that claim was true or not? Like, what did you do?
That was the thing where we ended up at the end of our debate. Like, I was trying to say that, okay, we don't use that word. We don't use the word gravity.
Why are you adjusting what I said? That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm asking how you evaluated it in the first place.
Well, we had that debate topic at the beginning of our discussion that I had with them, but
talk about you. When you first heard it, when you were a little kid, what did you do to evaluate its truth?
I'll just look around at reality. It's not specifically gravity, but
you looked around at reality and you concluded that there's no container for the Earth.
That's not the conclusion that I made.